Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see fourth part, what if Harry Potter used Slytherin's legacy to destroy the Dark Lord. Here is short summary. When faith in Dumbledore's plan fades, Harry turns to the one legacy everyone fears, Slytherin's. Armed with forbidden magic and unlikely allies, he'll fight Voldemort not as the chosen one, but as something far more dangerous. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. On Wednesday night, Harry had a legilimency lesson. He traipsed down to Snape's office, hoping he would make some progress tonight. Do you recall, Potter, when I said we would continue to study occlumency? At Harry's nod, he continued. We will not spend a great deal of time on it, but it would be beneficial to strengthen your shields to a point where an enemy cannot access your thoughts at all. We have ascertained that you can throw one out, but it would be better if they could not get in at all. Is that what you do, sir? On occasion. Normally, however, I project trivial thoughts, memories which do not provide the information the attacker seeks. You mean Voldemort? Snape hissed through his teeth, but continued. Usually, yes. It would not do for him to know that I am blocking my thoughts from him. He trusts me, so often it is not an issue, but sometimes if he wishes to clearly and fully understand something, it is easiest to simply view the memory. Instead of blocking him out, I only block certain thoughts, and leave all else in the open. Wouldn't it be better if I could do that too? It takes years to gain that level of control, to make it so an attacker does not even realize there is a barrier stopping them from accessing all of your thoughts. It takes even longer to be able to direct memories in such a way that it seems natural to the person viewing them. Anyway, the point of these lessons is to prevent your visions, not prepare you to face a master legilimens. Harry was disappointed, but he nodded in understanding. But we digress. My point is that we will continue to practice occlumency, to make your shields stronger. For the most part though, we will be focusing on legilimency. Snape took his seat and looked at him across the desk. Now, since we have not yet had any luck, we are going to try something slightly different. I wonder, do you recall when I was teaching you occlumency and at one point I asked you to let me into your mind to wander freely, so that you would know how it felt? We shall try something similar. Stand up. Harry did so, and Snape stood as well, moving out from behind the desk to stand in the open space in front of it. What we are going to do is allow you to see what it feels like to penetrate another's mind, without you actually doing the spell. How do we do that, sir? I will cast the spell. You will cast a shield spell. Shield spell, he repeated, confused. Then realization dawned on him. Oh, Protega, so the spell reflects back to you. That will work. Obviously, or I would not have suggested it. Harry raised his wand and performed the spell, a transparent golden shield erupting in front of him, forming an iridescent and roughly circular barrier between him and Snape. The potion's master incanted the spell, not even raising his wand. Legilimens. Harry felt the spell hit his shield, weakening it. A split second later, however, he could no longer see the shield, or Snape's office. He felt an odd sort of feeling, like a mental tug crossed with a mental push, and all of a sudden he was assaulted by images rushing past him at a rapid speed, so fast he could not distinguish any specific image. Flashes of color and sound and smell reached him, only to be ripped away and replaced by others. Light, dark, sadness, green, pain, red, lavender, blue, envy, yellow, fear, happiness, mud, seawater, pride. The only emotion that was his was the confusion, as he was overwhelmed by so many different and contrasting things so quickly. If he could just slow it all down. And all of a sudden it was. Instead of a myriad of indistinguishable sensations, he was standing in a yard. The ground beneath his feet was covered with a thin layer of mud and ratty grass. An old wooden fence ran the perimeter of the yard, moldy and failing in some places. It was just over 2 meters tall. The side he was facing had a gate standing ajar, and through the small gap he could see more muddy earth. In the distance, factories pumped smoke into the gray sky. All in all, it was a thoroughly miserable place. He turned and saw an old house. It was one story, and in the failing light it like everything else in this dismal scene, was gray, leached of color. What caught Harry's attention most, however, was not the house, but the person in front of it. Kneeling, and facing at an angle to the wall, was a tall, lanky boy with jet black hair. Harry couldn't see what he was doing, but he knew immediately that it was Snape. He started to walk closer to investigate, but he blinked, and when he opened his eyes he was no longer in the drab yard, but back in Snape's office, and the potions master was staring at him with a look akin to shock on his face. A second later, however, Harry was unsure that he had seen it, for Snape's face was again the usual stoic mask. How did you do that? Do what? Slow down the rush of memories like that? Harry shrugged. He wasn't sure how he had done it. It was all just so confusing. I just wanted it all to stop. The corner of Snape's mouth quirked downwards. Again. Try and do it again. Harry shrugged again and performed the shield spell, and Snape spoke the spell. Legilimens. Again, Harry was torn from the office. He could no longer feel his feet on that constant surface. For the smallest amount of time, he felt stone, then grass, then sand, his feet sinking or stopping depending on the surface. It was the oddest feeling. Like the first time, he quickly became confused and overwhelmed, though not as much now that he had experienced the intense feelings before. Still, he wanted it to stop, to slow down. However, no matter how much he thought, stop, or slow down, nothing did. Eventually, he felt a mental push and his physical body rocked backwards, falling to the stone floor. Ow. A fluke then, Snape murmured, and his tone sounded satisfied. Get up, Potter. Harry got up, rubbing his hip, and resumed his seat when he saw that Snape had done so. I must admit, I was not expecting that. You demonstrated control of my memories, slowing them down like that. However, given that you could not do it again, it would seem it was not so much conscious willpower as subconscious. Your panic overrode your thought and instinct took over. With practice you will be able to do that at will. Was that your house? Yes, replied Snape shortly. You now know what it feels like to be in my mind. You need to remember that, as well as the sensation of actually entering my mind when you incant the spell. Yes, Professor. He pointed his wand and fixed the strange sensation of being in Snape's mind in his own before he cast the spell. Legilimens. Nothing. This failure was more disappointing than the others. He had been expecting that he would be able to do it. Practice, Potter. That is all it takes. Harry nodded, and tried again. He got back to the common room just after curfew. He groaned when he saw Pandora sitting with Ron and Hermione. He had assumed she would be there. She was fairly well a part of the group now, but he was still annoyed. He missed when he could come back and complain to Ron and Hermione about the evil potions master and the draining lessons. With Pandora there, he couldn't say anything. It made him feel a bit guilty. It wasn't that he didn't like her, it was just that it had always been the three of them, him, Ron and Hermione, the golden trio. Things just weren't the same as they used to be. He spotted Ginny, curled in an armchair by the fire, and changed his course. Hey Ginny, he said, flopping down in the chair next to her. She gave him a warm smile. Hey Harry. It feels like ages since I've talked to you. Ginny closed her book and adjusted herself in the seat so that she was better facing him. It does, doesn't it? How are you? Harry wrinkled his nose. At the moment, completely worn out. In general, I'm actually really good. Ginny smiled again. I'm glad. It's good to see you happy, Harry. You deserve it. You too, Gin. If not for everything you've done for me, then for everything else. You've always been there when I need you. Well, almost always. I kind of ditched you a few months back. Harry smiled. Ah well, so did everyone else. I was a bit of a shite, especially to Ron. I wouldn't expect you not to side with your brother. Well, I do know that he wasn't exactly the angel of innocence either. Anyway, why so sentimental tonight? Harry chuckled. Snape wore me out. I'm completely exhausted and spouting inane idiocies, I suppose he would say. Ginny giggled. Don't worry. I'll be fine in the morning. All I need is a good night's sleep. Speaking of which, my pillow is calling to me. Night, Gin. Good night, Harry. Surprisingly, Harry had slept well after the legilimency lesson, and he woke refreshed. He was disappointed that he had not managed to get inside Snape's head, and realized he only had until Sunday afternoon to achieve his goal. He was going to have to practice hard. He knew exactly who was going to help him. In potions, they handed in their vial of Longhorn's mix that they had bottled the day before. It was not exactly the pale purple it was supposed to be, rather it was mauve, but it was close enough that he was sure their mark would probably be an E, certainly no lower than an A. At the end of class, as everyone was packing up, Harry leaned over to Malfoy. "Chamber tonight. I want to start Legilimency." Malfoy gave him a foul look and stalked out of the room, but Harry was sure he would be there. Just as when he had wanted Malfoy to help him with Occlumency, he knew Malfoy would help him with this. The Chamber of Secrets was too great a treasure to give up. So it was that after dinner he was seated at the low wooden table with Malfoy across from him, still glaring at Harry. The look seemed to be permanently pasted on his pale face. "I've already practiced a bit, but it's really the kind of thing you need someone else for, don't you think?" He began, trying to get Malfoy in a calmer frame of mind. "It didn't work. Whatever, Potter," the Slytherin spat. "You wanted me to help, so I talk, you listen." Malfoy then proceeded to give Harry much the same rundown that Snape had, finishing by saying that they would try first with all of Malfoy's defenses lowered. Harry smiled mentally, careful not to let any hint of the smile reach his lips lest Malfoy explode. He really was in a bad mood. Harry pointed his wand at Malfoy. Legilimens. Nothing happened the first time, or the second or third either, but on the fourth try Harry felt the strange mental push and he was suddenly no longer in the chamber. He was surrounded by a myriad of sounds and emotions and snippets of sight. He was looking out of the Black Lake. He was sitting in the Slytherin common room. He was in a huge room surrounded by a range of different objects, books and cages and fang frisbees. He was reaching for the handle of a dark mahogany cupboard, anticipation curling in his gut. The rush of images stopped abruptly and he was standing in a bright white room. The walls, carpet and furniture were mostly all a clean bright white. Dashes of green accented the room. Emerald cushions, a plant in the corner, a deep green glass tabletop. Turning, he saw Malfoy. He looked mostly the same, perhaps a little younger, and he was sitting reading in a low armchair. He and the rest of the room were completely still. All in all, it was a thoroughly boring memory. He wandered the room for several minutes, wishing something would happen. He was confused. Malfoy had said he couldn't direct memories, but he clearly was, otherwise he, Harry, would not be stuck in this one memory. He tried moving to a different memory, but he really had no idea how. He supposed that was the control that Snape talked about. After another 10 minutes, during which the only movement was the memory Malfoy turning a page of his book, Harry was becoming thoroughly annoyed, and said so. "Malfoy, let me out now. You've made your point. You don't want to be doing this, I know that. Nothing happened. This is a waste of both of our time. Don't be so childish." He rocked back in his chair. Malfoy had pushed him out. Harry scowled. Malfoy was no longer scowling. Obviously he thought he had punished Harry appropriately for making him do this. "You lied to me," said Harry accusingly. "You said you weren't good at directing memories." Malfoy shrugged. "I lied. I'm all right. All right. I have been learning this for years now, you know. I'm much better at Occlumency than I am at Legilimency. Of course, I'm not as good as Severus. I don't think I'll ever be." He smirked. "Better than you though." Yeah, muttered Harry. Malfoy frowned. "You really must have been practicing though. It took me a number of lessons before I could do what you just did." Harry shrugged. "I guess I'm just naturally talented," he said in an airy voice, his nose in the air. "Yeah, right," snorted Malfoy. "More like beginner's luck. You go over there by that tree, see there's a log. You can hide behind that. Okay. You stay here then, and keep a watch that way. I'll keep an eye the other way and for anyone coming behind you." Harry felt two sharp raps on his head. "Not so hard. So sorry." "Sure you are." He shivered as the disillusionment charm rolled over him. Seconds later, Malfoy faded from the head down, leaving a distorted sort of image of the forest behind him in his place. When he moved, the image chased his movements, changing to reflect the right angle. Harry could still see where Malfoy was, but only if he looked really closely or if the other boy moved. They were in defense, and their strategy had changed slightly over the course of the year. The entire class were all much better duelists now, and most of the class also now realized that the best strategy was to lie in wait for an opponent. This had led to the problem of a bunch of Hogwarts students all sitting around in bushes waiting for their classmates, who were also sitting in bushes, to happen by. This week, he and Malfoy were trying something different. They were disguising themselves with the disillusionment charms, and then they would wait 10 minutes to see if anyone came along. Then, they would begin to move around the lake until they found someone. They had already set up a perimeter to alert them if anyone was coming. Sparks shot into the air over the lake, the signal that they were to begin. Just 2 minutes later, Harry heard the telltale crunch of leaves. He spotted an opponent through the trees. It was not. He and Zabini were one of the teams that gave them the greatest challenge. He made to signal to Malfoy when he realized that the disillusionment charm meant he couldn't be seen well enough. He grimaced. They hadn't thought of that. Hoping that Malfoy had also spotted Nott, he kept still and looked for Zabini, scanning the forest carefully. His attention was riveted back to Nott when the boy stopped, crouching beside a tree. As he watched, Nott glanced backwards and to his right. Following his gaze, Harry smiled. Mistake. There was Zabini, looking back at Nott. The Italian gave a short nod and the two moved forward as one. Just then, a rock cracked against a larger one on the ground. Someone had thrown it, and Harry knew this was Malfoy's signal. Nott was closest to Harry, so he took aim at the boy, who had ducked down and was desperately looking around to see who had thrown the rock. Asasia. He hissed. It was the Parseltongue stunning spell he had learned. He had become proficient in a number of wordless spells, as had the rest of their defense class. His Parseltongue spells, however, were quiet enough that it hardly mattered. Nott dropped like a rock, a second behind Zabini. As Harry watched, Zabini's body floated over to Nott's and settled beside it. Harry shot sparks up into the air, where they joined the fading sparks that other groups had sent up to alert Snape of a success. From the looks of it, at least 7 other groups had been knocked out. Following the plan, Harry began moving around the lake, conscious of the slight distortion in space that was Malfoy. 40 minutes later, yellow sparks lit up the sky, signaling that there was only one group left. Harry and Malfoy had just taken out Dean and Seamus, meaning that they were once again the winners. He let out a yell of triumph and was about to enervate his 2 dorm mates when he saw something that made his heart stop in his chest. Death Eaters. He could only see 2, creeping silently through the trees. Beside him, he heard Malfoy's breath catch in his throat. How did they get through the wards? Breathed Harry, suddenly very aware that it was Malfoy he was standing next to. No sooner had he spoken than a loud voice sounded across the grounds. All students are to make their way immediately to the Great Hall. All students to the Great Hall. Dumbledore's voice faded away as Harry wondered what to do. He couldn't just leave Seamus and Dean lying here, but if he enervated them, they were bound to make a noise. The Death Eaters had paused at the sound of the projected voice, and Harry scanned the woods for signs of any more, desperately hoping there weren't any. His hopes were dashed when he saw 2 more black-cloaked figures moving through the forest. Malfoy was tracking the Death Eaters' progress through the woods with his eyes, the only part of his body that was moving. Harry knew that if they tried to move now that there was a good chance they would be seen. With this in mind, he settled back, keeping an eye on the Death Eaters and waiting for them to pass. He was extremely unnerved at being in such close proximity to them with Malfoy next to him, but so far the Slytherin had done nothing to attract attention, choosing instead to sit still with an expression on his face that Harry could only call confusion. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when the Death Eaters passed without seeing them, and just in time. At that moment, the stunning spells placed on Dean and Seamus begun to wear off. Harry quickly cast a silencio on them both, and held a finger up to his lips. They were smart enough not to start making a noise, and he mouthed the words, "Death Eaters," at them. Seamus shot a worried look in Malfoy's direction and received a sullen sneer in return. Harry cancelled the silencing charm as his dorm mates sat up quietly. "What should we do?" asked Dean worriedly. "What do you think they want?" Harry shrugged. I don't know how they even got past the W. He was cut off as a shrill scream rent the air. Lavender! Yelled Seamus, jumping up. Harry yanked him back down by the front of his robes. Are you insane, Finnegan? Hissed Malfoy. They'll kill you in a second. Bet you'd love that, wouldn't you, Malfoy? Ordinarily I would, yes. Right now, however, I'd rather you didn't draw attention to our position. What do you care? Your dad is probably one of those Death Eaters. Malfoy smiled dangerously. Yeah, Finnegan, maybe he is, but you know what? I don't think any of them are going to bother looking at faces. Yeah, well, lucky you're a Slytherin, isn't it? What? You think these people stop to chat? Malfoy put on a high, mimicking voice. Oh, excuse me. Just before I kill you, would you mind telling me what house you're in? Only I don't want to kill any Slytherins. Idiot. Malfoy was glaring at Seamus with a highly contemptuous look on his pale face. Just shut up, both of you, hissed Harry. Someone's going to hear you. I think they already have, whispered Dean, his voice breaking. Everyone fell silent, and Harry heard the distinct sound of footsteps crunching on dead leaves and sticks, though he couldn't tell what direction the sound had come from. He frowned, turning his head slowly and peering through the branches, trying to find the familiar black robes. On his third pass, he finally saw two Death Eaters moving quietly through the brush, stopping occasionally to listen. Gripping his wand tightly, he motioned with his head towards the two, and as the four of them listened, one of the robed figures spoke. You sure you heard something over here? Yes, quiet. After a few moments, the first spoke again. We came in this way. Surely someone would have spotted anyone hiding here. I could have sworn, muttered the other one, sounding unsure now. We're wasting time. Let's go. Our Lord said we must be quick. The wards would have alerted Dumbledore. He's probably already called in the Aurors. Seconds later, both Death Eaters had turned away, and Harry crept forward pointing his wand at the retreating back of one. I've got the one on the left, you take the other, he murmured quietly. Don't expect my help, Potter. If I were you, I'd let them get on with whatever it is they're doing, and wait for them to leave. Harry glared at Malfoy. Shouldn't have expected anything different, should I? He hissed angrily. No, you shouldn't, said Malfoy in an infuriatingly calm voice as he inspected his fingernails. Harry turned away, disgusted. Dean, Seamus. I've got him, said Seamus, creeping forward. On the count of 3, then. 1, 2, 3. Twin stunners knocked the two men to the ground. They waited with bated breath, but no other Death Eaters came running to investigate. Harry turned to Seamus and Dean. I'm going to go and see what happened to Lavender. You guys stay here. No. They got Lavender. I'm coming with you, protested Seamus. And me, added Dean. Harry scowled, but he didn't have time to argue with them, especially since they seemed adamant about helping Lavender. Fine. Stay behind me then. He moved out from the bushes, leaving Malfoy sitting comfortably against a tree. As they passed the stunned Death Eaters, Harry collected their wands and then bound them. The three of them then crept silently in the direction the scream had come from, keeping an eye out for any more Death Eaters. A few minutes later, they heard shouts coming from up ahead, and Seamus took off running towards the noise, brandishing his wand. Dean rushed past him after Seamus before Harry realized what they were doing. Hey, wait, you don't know what's up there. He jogged after them, quickly getting closer to what seemed to be a duel. Ahead of him, Seamus dropped abruptly to the ground, hit by what looked like a stunner. Shite. He dove behind a bush, just as a Death Eater stepped in front of Dean and engaged him in a duel. Harry aimed his wand, but Dean was dancing around in between them, and he couldn't get a clear shot. Damn, he muttered, and moved quickly forward, keeping low to the ground and out of sight of the wizard dueling Dean. He gradually came around level with the man, and this time his aim was clear. He stunned the man, just as a yellow beam of light shot straight through Dean's shield and hit him square in the chest. He axioed the man's wand, adding it to the ones in his pocket as he darted through the bushes. Before he jumped into the fight, he reapplied the disillusionment charm. They would still be able to see him, but only if they looked carefully. Then, he snuck around behind a tree and peered into the clearing. Pandora was there, dueling two Death Eaters at once. He had barely a second to register that she was an excellent duelist before he had to dive out of the way of a pink beam of light. As he rolled, he caught sight of Parvati and Lavender, stunned and bound on the ground on the other side of the clearing. "We've got another one," came the high voice of the masked figure who had tried to stun him. "There, on the ground. He's using some sort of disillusionment charm." Harry jumped up, facing the Death Eaters. There were 4 of them against him and Pandora. He dodged a curse and tried to stupefy one, but his aim was off and the spell shot off into the woods. The second Death Eater took the opportunity to send a spell his way, and Harry felt a sharp sting along his rib cage. He hastily erected a shield spell, and the first Death Eater's spell was harmlessly deflected, shooting back and hitting its caster. The man gave an angry yell as the spell hit his neck. While his attention was focused on the angry red boils erupting on his skin, Harry ducked sideways, firing off a quick succession of spells. The first Death Eater was pelted with rocks, while the second was whipped by a freezing wind. While he had been dueling them, he had forgotten the 2 Pandora was dueling. One of them shot a spell at Harry, and the beam of yellow light hit him in the chest. At first he felt nothing, but as he was firing another spell, an odd feeling rolled over him, and he realized the disillusionment charm had been broken. Pandora took down the one that had shot the spell, just as Harry heard a gasp from one of the Death Eaters he was dueling. "It's the Potter boy." Pandora turned wide eyes on him. "Harry, get out of here." He ignored her, too busy dueling a bulky figure who kept moving behind a tree. "Harry, there are more ores coming, we can handle this. Then we'll leave when they get here. We can't just run away." He yelled back, not taking his eyes off the Death Eater he was dueling. Seeing him, the Death Eater's attack had been invigorated, and they began to duel with renewed fervor. All of a sudden, he was pushed to the side, a heavy weight falling on top of him. He realized there was a body covering him, holding him down, and a dozen people were streaming into the clearing. He recognized the uniform of Ministry Ors and sighed in relief. The man who had pushed him to the ground was now pulling him up and away from the fight, which looked as if it would be over in about 2 seconds flat. Harry shook himself free of the grip on his collar in annoyance. "I can walk, you know. No need to be like that. Now, Mr. Potter," said the man, now steering him with a hand on his shoulder. "I've been ordered to get you back up to the school, so if you'll just come without a hassle, that would be best for everyone, I think," said the man, as if explaining something to a small child. Harry scowled at the man's tone. There are more than those Death Eaters. There's at least 3 more lying in the woods, I need to show you. It's all being taken care of. No need for you to worry." Harry stepped over a fallen log. "But what about Lavender and Parvati? And Dean and Seamus got taken down as well. What if you can't find them?" "Mr. Potter," said the man, his tone changing to one of impatience. "We have a ministry-appointed healer on the scene, and over a dozen Ors who will thoroughly search the scene. Your friends will be fine." Harry pursed his lips and stomped out of the forest, the lake coming into view on their right and the sweeping lawns that led to the castle now ahead of them. He could see figures running out of the forest on the other side of the lake, and from a distance it looked like Justin and Hannah. There was a group of students huddled around the willow, and Harry could see Snape striding towards them from the opposite direction. Sir," he said, addressing the man who was leading him up to the castle. "I think my class is over there." He pointed at the group of students. "I have been ordered to take you to the castle. Your friends will be fine. I have already told this to you. Can't we just go over there on the way? There might be other people that need to be taken to the hospital wing, and Snape'll need to know that I got out of the forest." The man tisked, but they diverted course towards the tree. "Oh, Harry, you're okay," cried Hermione as they approached the tree. She sprung forward and wrapped him in a hug, and he pried her arms away embarrassedly. "I'm fine, my own." She eyed him over, as if to see if he was telling the truth. "You're bleeding," she exclaimed. Harry looked down and was surprised to see a cut along his ribs, suddenly remembering when he had been hit. As soon as he was reminded of the gash, it began to sting, and he screwed up his nose. "I'm all right, really. It's just a little cut." As per usual, Mr. Potter had to play the hero and get involved. Harry scowled at Snape's sneering tone, and the Auror cleared his throat. Professor, I have been ordered to escort Potter to the hospital wing. If there are any more students needing to go, I would be happy to take them along. No, no one here has been injured. Unlike Potter, they were intelligent enough to stay out of harm's way. Snape was clearly in a foul mood, an ugly scowl planted firmly on his face. Before you go, however, have you seen any other students? We have several still missing. Harry answered, even though Snape was clearly addressing the Auror. Pandora is still back there. Parvati, Lavender, Dean and Seamus got taken out by Death Eaters in the forest. I don't know if they're okay or not. Cries of dismay filled the air from the milling students. Quiet, snapped Snape. What about Mr. Malfoy? He was your partner. Harry sneered straight back at Snape. Last time I saw him he was hiding in the bushes like a coward. Snape narrowed his eyes and gave Harry a disgusted look, but said nothing, simply nodding at the Auror. Harry shrugged out of the Auror's grasp on his shoulder and started up towards the castle. They walked in silence for a few minutes before the man spoke. I've heard you want to be an Auror, Potter. Harry shrugged. I suppose, he muttered. It's really the only thing I've ever considered. Well, perhaps a tidbit of helpful advice, then. During occasions such as this, when you know people have been injured, perhaps even killed. Harry gave him an alarmed look, and he held up a hand. I'm not saying your friends are, Mr. Potter, but on such an occasion, what you say, is that they have been accounted for. You do not frighten the masses by making broad statements like they got taken out. The way you reacted when I said killed, just then. You left over 30 of your fellow students back there feeling the exact same way, only they do not know what happened as well as you do. Harry looked shamefacedly at the ground. I don't know what happened either, really. Do you think they're all right? He looked up at the Auror. You tell me, Mr. Potter. Tell me what you saw, and make a deduction. What do you mean? For instance, you said that Dean and Seamus were taken out. In what way? Oh, well, Seamus got stupefied I think. It was red. Right. So he is most likely not dead, and will be enervated with little more than bruises. What of Dean? He got hit with a yellow spell. It went right through his shield spell. The Auror nodded thoughtfully. Probably something more dangerous than a stunner, but whether it was fatal or not, we have no clue. It went through his shield spell, meaning it has a specific counter, or his shield was not very strong. Harry shook his head. He was holding his own against the Death Eater pretty well. I don't think he was a particularly powerful wizard, so it probably needed a specific counter shield. Isn't it usually the nastier curses that need a specific shield? True, and good logic there, I might add. Do not worry yourself, however. In general, yellow curses represent those which are nasty, but rarely fatal under normal circumstances. Tell me now about the two girls. Parvati and Lavender. They were walking through the entrance hall now, and Harry could hear the chatter of students at lunch in the Great Hall. I wasn't there when they were attacked. We just heard Lavender scream, that's why we went to help them. Okay, but surely you made observations when you arrived in the clearing. I just saw them knocked out and tied up on the ground. I couldn't tell if they were alive. No, but you can deduce from what you saw. Deduce what from what? Well, you mentioned that they were at least unconscious, perhaps dead, correct? Harry swallowed the lump in his throat, and nodded weakly. You mentioned secondly that they were tied up. Yes. And so? The man looked expectantly at Harry, and he frowned, thinking. They tied them up. Suddenly his eyes lit up. They tied them up so they couldn't get away. They were only stunned, and stunners wear off, so they tied them up. He looked at the Auror, hoping desperately for validation of his conclusion. He received a nod of approval. Very good, Mr. Potter. That is the conclusion I had come to also. There is certainly no need to bind someone who is dead. I think, as I have mentioned several times already, that your friends will be fine. Harry sighed, relieved, as the Auror steered him into the hospital wing by his shoulder. Thank you, sir, he said to the Auror as Madame Pomfrey bustled over. For what, Mr. Potter? Harry shrugged, embarrassed to admit he had been panicking. You know just, thanks. He gave a small smile. The Auror gave his shoulder a squeeze, before stepping back and moving towards the door. I did nothing but force you to think about what you yourself had seen. Always remember to think before and after you act. It saves everyone, including yourself, a lot of worry. With that, the Auror left and Harry was herded over to a bed. He pulled off his robe and unbuttoned his shirt for the matron, who was fetching a healing potion, having seen the blood staining his robe. There was a gash in his robe and shirt, which he mended with a quick reparo. A few loose strands of cotton stuck out from the fabric, not as good as Hermione would have done, but he wasn't really fussed. He swallowed the potion Madame Pomfrey handed him and grimaced as she wiped the blood away from his wound with a wet cloth and applied a cream to the cut. Just as she was finishing, a group of people shuffled into the infirmary. Harry grinned when he saw Lavender, Parvati and Seamus. Harry, mate, you're all right. Yeah, I'm fine, Seamus. Where's Dean? He asked, his smiling slipping off his face. Seamus' smile dimmed as well. He's coming up with the healer. They say he'll be all right, but he's still knocked out. I don't know what's wrong with him. Harry sighed, glad to hear that he was at least going to be okay. Lavender and Parvati were crying quietly as they were ushered into beds. Harry was quite exhausted from the day's activities, and he leaned back on the bed, closing his eyes. He quickly fell asleep. Madame Pomfrey allowed Harry to leave the infirmary for dinner, with strict instructions to be careful. His cut was nearly fully healed, and he walked down to the great hall with Seamus, Lavender and Parvati, who had also been kept for observation. When they took seats at the table, they were bombarded with questions about the attack, and people wondering if Dean was going to be all right. He'll be right, explained Seamus. He got hit with a nasty bone-shattering hex of some sort. Should've seen him. There were all these little bits of bone sticky. Seamus, do you really have to go into that much detail? We're just glad to know he's going to be fine, said Lavender, and the girls sitting around her nodded in agreement. Harry walked back into the common room after his shower, looking around for his friends. He spotted Ron and Hermione over at a small table in the corner, and wondered briefly where Pandora was. He began to make his way over when he spotted Ginny curled up in an armchair by the fire and looking completely miserable. He changed his course and went over to her, perching on the arm of her chair and looking down at her with an expression of concern. Hey Gin, are you okay? She looked up at him and gave him a small smile, brushing away a small tear before it could run down her cheek. Yeah, just crying over Dean. I can't believe what happened today. Don't worry, he's going to be perfectly fine, said Harry bracingly, pulling her into a rough hug. She sniffed. I know, it's just so close to home. You never realize how bad things can get until it hits you like this, until someone you know gets hurt and you actually see them. She looked at him quickly. I'm sorry, I guess you already know this, what with Sirius, and your parents, she trailed off, looking horrified. I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to bring them up, I'm just spouting here, and. Gin, it's okay, he replied hastily, seeing that she was working herself up. Really, I was upset about Sirius, but it was months ago now. I'll never forget him, and I'm sad that he died, but I'm not going to burst into tears at the mention of his name. She smiled weakly, and he added, at least, not anymore. You should have seen me last holidays. Crying like a little girl. He nudged her and she let out a small giggle, finally smiling properly. It just makes you realize that you can't take things for granted, especially not people. Things like friendship and trust, you have to make the most of them, because they won't always be there. He nodded sagely, thinking that he really did take those things for granted. Well, perhaps not trust, but certainly friendship, especially with Ron and Hermione. It was then that he realized that even though he expected others to keep him in the loop, he hadn't necessarily been doing the same thing. He set his shoulders, finally coming to a decision that he had subconsciously been trying to make for a while. He looked down at Ginny. Are you going to be all right now? She stretched and stood up. Yes, I think I might go up to bed though. All this crying over nothing has made me tired. Harry watched her go up the staircase to the girls' dormitory before he headed over to Ron and Hermione, noting that Pandora was luckily still absent. He wanted to talk to his two best friends privately. Hey guys, he said as he sat down at the low table. Hey mate, Want to play chess? Ron's face lit up with hope, and Harry had to smile. Ron, chided Hermione, you haven't finished your Care of Magical Creatures essay yet. Harry raised an eyebrow. Hagrid sets essays now. Yes, muttered Ron sullenly. I thought it would be easy, but then Hagrid had to go and get standards. His class is actually difficult. Hermione smacked him lightly on the arm. Hagrid is a good teacher. Ron, much better than previous years, and I for one am glad that he has a more rounded curriculum now. You would be, he muttered in return, before looking back at Harry expectantly. So, chess. Harry shook his head and smiled at Ron's downcast expression. Actually, I was hoping I could talk to both of you about something. There must have been something in his tone, because Ron and Hermione looked up at him, both with serious expressions on their faces. What is it, Harry? Asked Hermione quietly. You know you can tell us anything. Yeah, I know, and it occurred to me when I was talking to Ginny that I haven't really been telling you anything. Hermione nodded, agreeing. Harry fidgeted uncomfortably. You guys remember last year when we went to the ministry, and we got the prophecy? Of course, said Hermione, and Ron nodded, leaning forward. I can't believe it got smashed. He exclaimed indignantly. All that work and we didn't even get to hear what it said. Well, really, Ron, that wasn't what all we were there for, scolded Hermione. Ron shrugged. I'm just saying. Harry continued. Well, the thing is, I did hear it. What? Squeaked Hermione. But you said. I didn't hear it at the ministry, I heard it afterwards. But how? Asked Hermione. Dumbledore told me. He's the one who heard it. He smirked. You'll never believe this, my own, but Trelawney was the one who gave it. That old bat. No way, shouted Ron, chuckling. Ron, be serious, scolded Hermione. Sorry, I'm just remembering the time you walked out of divination, and all the times you called her an old fraud. Well, despite the fact that she did give one good prophecy, I think she is still a bit of a fraud, said Harry. Yes, well, that's not important right now, said Hermione, leaning forward eagerly. What did it say? Ron leaned in closer as well. Was it really about you know who? Was it about you? Harry nodded. Both of us. It said the one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord will be born. I can't remember the exact wording. It said neither can live while the other survives, basically, that I have to kill him or he'll kill me. Oh, Harry. Hermione had a hand over her mouth, and her eyes had taken on a glassy look at his last words. Man, that's rough, said Ron. Hermione turned her aghast expression on Ron and whispered angrily, in a high voice, rough. Rough, Ronald. That's all you can say. Well, what am I supposed to say? Sorry, mate. I don't mean to sound insensitive or anything. Harry gave a small smile. It's okay. It is rough. I didn't know quite what to say when Dumbledore told me either. Although, I think I was still in shock about Sirius and the fight at the ministry. Wait, what? He told you that, just after Sirius had died? Asked Hermione, anger lighting her face. Harry shrugged. Yeah, so, you'd just lost your godfather, and he went and lumped that on you. Now that is insensitive, said Ron. Harry frowned. I never really thought about it before. I guess it wasn't exactly the most opportune time, was it? No, it most certainly was not. Spat Hermione. I really cannot believe that man. Harry smiled at Hermione's anger on his behalf. Are you sure it means you, though? Did it actually say your name? Asked Ron. No, but it said born at the end of July, and that the Dark Lord would mark him as his equal, or something to that effect. Oh, and that this person's parents had thrice defied Voldemort. But surely that could refer to more than you. Harry leaned forward and lowered his voice. Well, apparently, it could have been Neville. Ron snorted loudly, but Hermione remained serious. So how do we know it isn't Neville? Dumbledore says it's me because of the bit that says, mark as an equal. The night my parents died, he chose me over Neville when he came to kill me himself. And he gave me the scar. Marked, murmured Hermione. How are you supposed to do him in, though? I mean, he's the most powerful dark wizard in history, and no offense, but you're just Harry. Harry smiled. Ron had no idea how much being just Harry meant to him. He shrugged and ran a hand through his hair. I really have no idea. It says I have some power the Dark Lord knows not, but like you say, I'm just Harry. I really have no special talents, except maybe Parseltongue, and Voldemort definitely knows about that. Maybe you just haven't discovered your talent yet. Most wizards and witches don't gain their full powers until they reach adulthood anyway. Have you talked to Dumbledore about this? Yeah. Harry rolled his eyes. He reckons this power is love. He snorted. Yeah, right. Ron chortled. Love. What does he expect you to do? Hand him a bunch of roses and watch him keel over dead from shock? Harry laughed along with Ron, but Hermione just glared. This is not funny. I don't know how you two can laugh about it. Harry looked at her apologetically. Oh, come on, Hermione. How can I not laugh? If I didn't try to look at the funny side of things, I would be completely depressed. I don't really think it's funny, but I'm not going to wallow in self-pity and despair, either. Yeah, my own. Lighten up a bit, said Ron with a comforting smile. Lighten up, repeated Hermione in a strangled whisper, before her face crumpled and she burst into tears. Oh no, Hermione, don't cry, said Harry, moving to sit on her other side and putting an arm around her as she sobbed into her hands. It's just SS so terrible, she cried, leaning against Ron who also had an arm around her. And you're just laughing. Some of the surrounding students were casting surreptitious glances in their direction as Hermione continued to cry. SSSHHH. Come on, why don't we all stop crying? Everything's going to be okay, said Ron in a quiet voice, and Harry took his arm from around Hermione, moving back to his side of the table. Ron looked up briefly, and Harry indicated that he was leaving, Ron giving a nod in return. Harry got up quietly and made his way over to the portrait hole. The corridor outside was quiet and dark, and he set off in a random direction, thinking along the way. After telling Ron and Hermione about the prophecy, he felt as though a weight had been lifted of his shoulders. It was mostly a kind of relief, but partly the lifting of some guilt at having kept it from them. When he returned to the common room an hour later, it was to find Hermione in good spirits again, chatting quietly with Ron and Pandora. Hey guys, he said as he sat down again. Harry, said Hermione, grabbing his hand. I'm so sorry about before. I just got carried away. Let's talk later, alright. She gave him a small smile, which he returned. Sure, my own. What happened before? Asked Pandora curiously, looking between the three of them. Hermione shrugged lightly. I just got a little bit upset, but I'm alright now. Oh, alright, replied Pandora, looking slightly suspicious at the answer. They spent the rest of the evening alternating between chess and homework. The next day at lunch, Harry unfolded a copy of the Weekend Prophet that had been left at the table. On the front page was an article entitled, Attack on Hogwarts School Raises Fears for Student Safety. Hey, look at this. There's an article about the attack yesterday. The people without their own leaned in to get a look at the paper, and he began to read aloud for the benefit of the group. A group of Death Eaters managed to infiltrate the perimeter of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry yesterday in a blatant show of you-know-who's reach. During the morning they attacked from the front boundaries of the school, making their way through the forest and towards the lake. One student was seriously injured, but is expected to make a full recovery. Thanks to the quick thinking of several students and teachers who managed to fend off the attackers, everyone else escaped unscathed. One arrest was made, a rookie Death Eater whose name has yet to be released. The school and ministry were inundated with owls from concerned and angry parents questioning the integrity of the school's defenses. The question must be asked, are our children safe? Many, including Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, claim Hogwarts to be among the safest establishments in all of Wizarding Britain, but if those that the school is directly warded against can gain access, the claims of our political and social leaders must be questioned. A spokesperson for the school has stated that only the outermost wards were affected, and that if the Death Eaters had been intending to harm anyone within the school, they would have been unable to get any closer to the school than the forest. In addition, he assures the public that stronger wards will be erected, a daunting task requiring the wands of many wizards. Harry frowned as he folded the paper. I don't understand how they did get past the wards. The prophet is right. Hogwarts is supposed to be one of Britain's safest places, but if rookie Death Eaters can get in. Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, if you would just read Hogwarts, a history. The outer wards are to warn off intruders. It probably wasn't a rookie who broke them, it's more likely there was a more knowledgeable wizard behind that. The wards get steadily stronger the closer you get to the castle. Although, I did think that the strongest wards extended all the way to the front gates. Well, maybe they will now. What with this attack, commented Ron. Well, I'm off for detention, he said to Ron and Hermione. They waved goodbye and he set off towards the dungeons for legilimency with Snape. The lesson went relatively smoothly, and was shorter than usual as well, for which Harry was grateful. He managed to successfully cast the spell towards the end of the lesson, but he was completely unable to control any of Snape's memories. He left, for once free of the usual headache that he had after the trying lessons. He decided to stop by the chamber for a while. It was his usual destination after a lesson with Snape, because the peace and quiet helped dull the ache in his head, and even though he didn't have one today, he found himself keen to stick with the routine. What he was not counting on, however, was being accosted by Malfoy halfway there. Potter, headed anywhere in particular? Asked the bee. Owned. Harry looked coldly over at him, still angry about the previous day. Piss off, Malfoy. I really don't feel like putting up with you right now. Malfoy looked surprised for a second. What's got your knickers in a twist now, Potter? Harry scowled as he answered. Any chance you remember yesterday? Oh, that, said Malfoy, waving a hand carelessly. You can't get angry at me for that. Why shouldn't I? You know what side I'm on. It shouldn't have surprised you that I didn't want to get involved. You just sat there, hiding in the bushes while those Death Eaters attacked our friends. Malfoy rolled his eyes. They were your friends, Potter, not mine. And just for your information, I wasn't hiding. After you left, I headed back up to the castle. You mean you ran away like a coward? I did not run away. I chose not to put myself in danger. I might also point out that on my way back to the castle, I saw over a dozen of our classmates also heading that way, including a good many of your brave Gryffindor compatriots. They certainly were not rushing headlong into a fight, yet I don't see you angry at them. They are the cowards, Potter. I am the enemy. There's a substantial difference there. Harry glared, but couldn't really deny Malfoy's statement, and the Slytherin gave a victorious smirk as they entered Myrtle's bathroom. I don't want to talk to you, Malfoy, so stay away from me, he said as they descended the stairs into the library. Malfoy shrugged, evidently not caring. Fine by me. He pulled a book of the shelves, and raced ahead of Harry, settling himself down in Harry's favorite spot, still smirking. Fuming, Harry chose to ignore him and sat at the other end of the lounge with his own book. Salazar slithered down from her branch and up his arm, settling his head on Harry's shoulder. Hello, Salazar, hissed Harry, smiling affectionately at the snake. Greetings, says Harry. What ISSS the matter? Harry petted him lightly. Malfoy ISSS just being his usual SS self. I'm angry YY at him. Should I be too? Harry chuckled. No, not unless you want to. You are my master. If you wish me to be, I will. No, we're just having an argument. We fight all the time. You guy SSS can SS still be friends SS. Salazar gave a little hiss of happiness and moved back to sun himself on the branch, leaning Harry to his book. Harry read until his rumbling stomach alerted him that it was time for dinner, and he stood up, stretching. Come on, Malfoy, let's go. The Slytherin checked his watch before snapping his book shut and standing up. They made their way out of the library, past the basilisk and up the stone steps to Myrtle's bathroom. Before he opened the door, he pulled out the Marauder's map to make sure there was no one in there. The coast was clear, and he hissed the password, waiting as the stone doorway slowly opened. He checked the map again and to make sure the corridor was empty before stepping out into the hallway, Malfoy following him. He was about to put the map away when a name caught his eyes. Nymphadora Tonks was traveling through the Great Hall, and Harry smiled. It seemed like ages since he had seen her, and he said hoping to intercept her on the way to wherever she was headed. Unfortunately, By the time he got to the first floor corridor she had been headed towards, she was gone, and he checked the map again, seeing that she was nearly at Dumbledore's office. Hoping he would catch her on her way back down, he made his way to the Great Hall for dinner, heading to where Ron and Hermione were sitting. "Hey guys, where's Pandora? She said she'll be here shortly." "I think she had to go and see a teacher," answered Hermione. "Oh, did you see Tonks come past?" He was too busy serving himself to notice the look Ron and Hermione exchanged. "Tonks? Erno," said Ron, stammering slightly. Harry looked up, eyebrows raised. "Well, she was here, to see Dumbledore about the attack, or something else for the order, I suppose. Maybe she's one of the people helping to put up new wards. I saw her on the map. I keep wanting to say hi, but I always seem to miss her," he explained as he spooned gravy over his beef. Hermione turned back to her dinner. "Well, she does have a full-time job, so I imagine she's quite busy. If she's here, it probably is ministry or order business." "Yeah, I suppose. I just haven't seen her since the ministry last year. I wanted to talk to her about Sirius, seeing as they were related, but it seems way too late now." "I'm sure she's all right, Harry. After all, she's an Auror. She sees things like that in her job all the time." "Yeah, you're right, I guess. Still, would be nice to say hi." Just then, Pandora appeared, plonking herself down next to Harry and knocking over a jug of pumpkin juice as she reached for a bun. "Yeah, I suppose. I just haven't seen her since the ministry last year. I wanted to talk to her about Sirius, seeing as they were related, but it seems way too late now." "I'm sure she's all right, Harry. After all, she's an Auror. She sees things like that in her job all the time." "Yeah, you're right, I guess. Still, would be nice to say hi." Just then, Pandora appeared, plonking herself down next to Harry and knocking over a jug of pumpkin juice as she reached for a bun. "Ops, sorry. Watcher guys." Harry beeped in a sharp breath, inhaling a mouthful of pumpkin juice and spluttering. It was as if the words she had spoken flipped a lever in his mind, unleashing a million things he should have seen before. The clumsiness, her permanently cheery temperament, her superior dueling skills, the annoyingly incessant need to constantly be at his side or know where he was going. He stood abruptly, breathing heavily. "Harry?" questioned Hermione, her voice confused. He didn't speak, instead looking shortly at first Hermione, then Ron, and then glaring pointedly at Pandora, his nostrils flaring. Her eyes widened in realization, and he heard Hermione speak. "Harry, we." He snapped his head around, and ground out, "Don't." Then, he turned and stormed away, his jaw clenched and his fists shaking in anger. He heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Harry, wait. Don't follow me," he roared, not caring about the bewildered looks he was receiving from the students in the Great Hall as his voice echoed in the huge cavern. They ignored him, following him into the entrance hall where he spun angrily to face them. Ron stood looking immensely guilty just behind Hermione, and Pandora was standing back near the doors. "We can explain," started Hermione, but he cut her off. "I don't need you to explain," he hissed. "You lied to me. Just liste." "No," he yelled. "You knew I didn't like being followed, or having my life controlled, but you didn't say anything. You promised me that you wouldn't lie to me." "We didn't," began Hermione. "A lie by omission is still a lie. I was going to say we didn't have a choice. Dumbledore said it was to keep you safe. I don't care. I trusted you. I trusted you both with my," he lowered his voice, "my biggest secret, and you still lied to me." "But screw Dumbledore," he roared, not caring who heard. Hermione slapped a hand over her mouth as she gave a startled gasp, and Ron merely stood looking extremely uncomfortable. Harry was absolutely livid, and his anger was growing by the minute as Hermione, and then Pandora no, Tonks, he reminded himself furiously, tried to defend the deceitful actions of his two best friends. "Harry, you have to forgive them. The Order did this for your own protection. There was a lot of discussion about telling you, but we finally decided you would be happier not knowing," she explained quickly. "Happier not knowing," he repeated angrily. "How many times do I have to bloody say that I want to know what's going on? You bloody ignorant people, I'm sick of my life being controlled." As he yelled, He marched up to the three of them until he was standing less than a meter from them. Tonk's disguised face had paled considerably at his words, and in the brief silence that followed, Harry noticed that the paintings lining the walls of the entrance hall were rattling in their places, the occupants of the paintings looking highly alarmed. "Mate, maybe you should calm down a bit, don't you think?" said Ron, stepping in front of Hermione and eyeing the walls nervously. Harry let out a short harsh laugh. "Mate. I'll give you mate." With that, he swung his fist straight into Ron's face, feeling a surge of satisfaction when Ron's head snapped back and his best friend fell to the ground, out cold. Hermione gave a squeak of surprise, kneeling down to help Ron. With the tall redhead out of the way, Harry could see the doorway to the great hall where several teachers were hurrying through and students were gawking, open-mouthed at the scene unfolding before them. He turned to the frightened girl huddled on the ground before him and bent so his face was inches from hers. "I'll say this, Hermione. You are so lucky I wouldn't hit a girl, or you'd be lying next to Ron right now." Having said that, he turned on his heel and stormed up the stairs, ignoring the teachers who were angrily ordering him to return. The paintings rattled as he passed, falling silent and still as he moved away from them. He couldn't believe he had been so blind to Pandora's true identity all this time. True, she was a trained Auror and a master of disguise, but he should have seen it. It was so obvious, now that he knew. Making a sharp turn, he felt for the pendant under his shirt and apparated, not to the chamber, but to the room of requirement. He wanted to destroy things, and knew he would regret it if he took his anger out on the chamber. He paced impatiently back and forth in front of the bare expanse of wall, and on the third pass a door appeared. He threw it open and stormed in, slamming it behind him. Once he was inside, he grabbed his hair in both hands, yelling out a string of swear words and then punching the wall. Sharp pain erupted in his hand, fueling his anger. He turned to the room that, had he taken the time to look, was really quite beautiful. 1,000 fragile ornaments were scattered about the room on shelves, low tables, or just standing on their own. Glass vases and decorations split the light, creating bursts and twinkles of color. Stone statues cast dim shadows, and antique pieces of furniture sat sturdily in all their handcrafted elegance. Harry, however, took no time to notice this as he slashed his wand through the air and obliterating a stone statue of an armless woman with a blue smashing hex. The action brought no relief to his anger, however, and he flung his wand aside. Harry picked up a glass vase, hurling it at the wall. It hit with a resounding smash, 1,000 pieces of glass tinkling to the ground. It was better, but still not good enough. A solid metal soft ball bat appeared leaning against the wall, and he picked it up, feeling its weight with satisfaction. It was the perfect weapon to use against the delicate ornaments, and he swung at the nearest china vase, hearing the pleasing crash as it shattered under the blow. Before the last shard had fallen to the floor, the bat was turned on a small table, which was soon cracked in half by a downward swish of the bat. The wood didn't break in quite such a satisfying way as the glass and china, so he swung the bat at Mirror sitting in the corner, catching a glimpse of his angry visage in Mirror the split second before it shattered. A sandstone statue cracked along a fault line when he brought the bat down on it, breaking into chunks when the two halves fell to the floor. For hours, he made his way through the room, systematically smashing every single breakable item, relishing in the gratifying sounds of his destruction and the burn in his muscles. Finally, physically and emotionally drained, he collapsed sweating to the floor amidst the debris, lying flat on his back with arms and legs splayed out. He no longer felt angry, just completely hollow. If only he could feel nothing, if there was some spell that could make him immune to emotions. But then, he reminded himself, he'd be even more like Voldemort. After all, didn't Dumbledore say that Voldemort was incapable of loving? Deciding he didn't want to think about it, he closed his eyes tiredly and tried to clear his mind. After all, wasn't occlumency the perfect tool for controlling his emotions? Snape always said he needed to do that more, always said occlumency would help him learn how. Snape, who never lied to him. Snape, who hated him, but helped him anyway. He gradually realized that he was shivering. It was cold on the hard stone floor, and the sweat on his skin chilled him. His robes were drenched and he was beginning to feel uncomfortable, so he pushed himself to his feet and grasped the pendant again. This time he apparated to the library in the chamber and made his way through to the opulent bathroom. He had slept in the bedroom a few times, but he had never used the bathroom before. Now, however, he was immensely glad that it was there. He waited wearily as the deep bath filled before stepping out of his clothes. Splinters of glass tinkled as they hit the floor, and clay dust from one of the vases he had destroyed puffed up when he dropped his robe. His arms and legs were covered in tiny slivers of glass and small cuts that stung when the water hit them, but he ignored the dull pain and floated in the bath until his skin started to wrinkle. He decided to get out when he started to fall asleep in the water and made his way to the bedroom. The huge bed was extremely inviting, and he was asleep within minutes of crawling under the heavy blankets. Harry woke late on Sunday morning. Midday sun was streaming through the huge bay window in the library, and his stomach was loudly demanding food. Thankfully, this was one of his problems that could be dealt with easily. He apparated to the kitchens and then back to the library within minutes, bringing back an assortment of sandwiches and trying not to think about all of his less easily solved problems. To begin with, he had punched out his best friend's ex-best friend. He thought savagely, as he ripped into a ham and cheese sandwich, who had been lying to him for Merlin knew how long. He had loudly insulted a good many people, including the headmaster, in hearing range of practically the entire school, missed a legilimency lesson with Snape, which was bound to result in detention. He was the only person in the world who could defeat history's most evil wizard, and he was currently in a self-imposed exile 100 feet below the rest of the school where no one could find him. Not that he minded that last point, but he knew he would eventually have to face the music, and he was not looking forward to that in the least. He banged his head against the headrest of the lounge, as if hoping it would make him forget everything, but to no avail. He settled instead for clearing his mind, and found that it made him feel much calmer, less frazzled. Once he had finished the entire platter of sandwiches, he decided to make use of his time and learn something useful, so he pulled out his copy of the Dark Arts, an historic account, which he usually kept stuck between the cushion and side of the lounge. Most of the time, he would just browse through the book trying to find curses he knew the Death Eaters used, but today he decided to read the introduction on the classification of spells. He found the topic quite interesting. There were no classes at Hogwarts which dealt with magical theory, at least as far as he knew. Spell types are ordered in threes: jinxes, hexes, and curses. In regards to the dark arts, the jinx is the most harmless of spells. Basically, jinxes produce effects which are generally only mildly annoying, and easy to break, such as Tarantalagra, which makes one dance uncontrollably. As jinxing involves simple spells which are never fatal and rarely even particularly harmful, there are few jinxes that are considered dark arts. Of note is the Merg jinx, which allows the caster to feed off the emotions of others, much as a Dementor does. It is rarely used, however, as the emotions of wizards are erratic, and the spell does not discern between positive and negative emotions. Furthermore, the spell requires much attention and energy, so is not suitable for use over any amount of time. Hexes are harder to cast and dispel than jinxes, and have effects that range from those similar to jinxes to quite harmful. Though there are many hexes that will kill, death is not the overriding intention of this class of spells. For example, the bone-crushing hex is not in itself fatal, but if a victim is not immediately tended to by a healer, they have little chance of survival, not being able to move without shards of bone ripping through the organs. Many hexes involve afflicting the body with odd combinations, such as the Bad Bogey Hex or Slug Charm. There are a great many hexes which are considered dark arts, including the full range of Gabbin hexes, which were specifically designed by the dark wizard Lester Gabbin to inflict serious injury, but not death, and are typically used for torture. Curses are the strongest of spells, the hardest to cast and deflect. Curses can affect a victim immediately, or lie dormant, waiting for an event to occur. For example, many objects can be cursed, activating only when a certain type of person, muggle or child or magical creature for example touches the object. Similarly, a curse can lie dormant in a person's body, or remain in effect for many centuries after it has been cast. The color of spells, dark arts or not, covers the range of the visible spectrum, and includes some which exist in the invisible spectrum. Though there are many exceptions, the color of a spell generally denotes a specific subtype of spell. In regards to curses and hexes, Green spells are generally fatal curses, at the least being detrimental to the health or physical integrity of a wizard. By far the most notorious is Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. Many curses causing sickness lie in the range of green-colored curses. Red spells usually represent retardants, such as stupefy. Some burning curses have a red color. Apart from these, there are few red curses which are considered dark arts. Blue curses are those affecting the mind and nervous system of a victim. A notable spells of dark magic is the Imperious Curse. Yellow and orange spells are those which have an internal effect on the body. For example, blood-boiling curses or bone-crushing hexes. There are many dark arts spells which take on these colors. Purple spells are generally associated with those having an external physical effect, such as cutting and slicing hexes. Acid curses and burning curses often appear as purple. There are also many purple spells considered dark arts, most of which will not necessarily kill but are extremely disfiguring or painful. As an aside, spells not designed specifically for the dark arts or defense, for example, object spells, healing spells, spells involved in dark arts such as necromancy, are of many and widely varying colors. Harry hummed thoughtfully, before turning to the next page. He spent most of the day perusing the book, breaking now and then to practice shields to spells that he recognized. Around dinner time, he made a trip to the kitchens again, before apparating to the waterfall painting. It had been a while since he had dropped in on a meeting, and he had seen on the map that there were Order members congregating in Dumbledore's office. He donned his invisibility cloak before he stepped into Phineas Nigelus' portrait, as the dour-looking man was usually leaning in the edge of his frame, looking down at the occupants of the room. He quietly slipped past and into his usual painting, and set the basket of dinner on the grass beside him. Harry pulled out a plate of chicken and sat back to watch the meeting. So far only Snape, Dumbledore, Tonks and Owens were gathered, and he was surprised when Ron and Hermione were led into the office by Professor McGonagall. He frowned. There was no way they were in the order, and he realized that it wasn't an order meeting at all. Ron was looking at the paintings on the wall, trying to avoid eye contact with the teachers, and Hermione was looking downcast as Dumbledore addressed them. Ron, Hermione, we were wondering if you had seen Harry yet. No, sir, replied Hermione miserably and shaking her head. You haven't found him yet. Unfortunately not, though we cannot begin to imagine where he might be. You don't think he would leave the castle, do you, sir? She asked. I must confess that I really have no idea. We have searched a good deal of the places we thought he might go, but it is a large castle and there are many secret rooms which even I do not know of. Perhaps Mr. Weasley could shed some light on Potter's disappearance. I was under the impression that the two of them were thick as thieves. He turned his sour look on Ron. Surely Mr. Potter made you privy to wherever it is he runs off to all the time. You may have felt no need to tell us before, but if you know, it would be advisable that you tell us now. I don't know, muttered Ron glumly. He always just said he went somewhere quiet where he could be alone. And you have absolutely no idea where that might be? Asked Snape, his tone dubious. No. How did he even find out? Asked Professor McGonagall, turning to Tonks, who had assumed her normal appearance. I thought your disguise quite thorough. Tonks shrugged half-heartedly. I really have no idea. I sat down at the table, and he just all of a sudden got angry. It was the map, said Hermione, and Harry nearly yelled in frustration and annoyance. He saw Tonks on it, and then when she sat down at the table, I suppose he just finally put it together. There was silence for a moment, before Dumbledore slowly said, really? The surprise was evident in his tone. You are sure? Yes, sir, he said. I saw her on the map. Interesting, mused Dumbledore, stroking his beard and staring off into space. Except for McGonagall and Snape, who was looking smuggle satisfied, the occupants of the room were exchanging puzzled looks. After a moment, Dumbledore's glazed eyes snapped to Snape, and there was a small twinkle in his eye and a smile tugging at his lips. Snape raised an eyebrow. I'm really not the type to say, I told you so, headmaster. Dumbledore chuckled. True, huh, what's going on? Asked Ron. Snape looked down his nose at Ron. I don't believe that is an issue that concerns you, Mr. Weasley. But, I said it is none of your business. Headmaster, I think we are done with Weasley and Miss Granger. Yes, yes, I suppose, if there is nothing that either of you have to say. Dumbledore inquired politely. Both Hermione and Ron shook their heads and left the office, silence descending until the door slid shut behind them and Snape spoke. That annoying little elf you have employed in the kitchens, who is always hanging on Potter's every word. Perhaps he knows something. After all, Potter is a growing boy. I doubt a mere teenage temper tantrum would keep him from his food for too long. Harry scowled, both at the term, temper tantrum, and Snape's annoyingly accurate suggestion. He had never even thought to tell Dobby not to tell anyone he had been there. Perhaps the little elf would be smart enough not to say anything. After all, Dobby was not owned by anyone in the room, he was a free elf, so he was not bound to obey anyone. That is an excellent idea, Severus. Dumbledore paused, and then called, Dobby. A loud crack sounded in the circular room and Dobby appeared in front of Dumbledore's desk, adorned in a number of scarves, tea cozies, and wearing several pairs of socks. Professor Dumbledore called Dobby. What can Dobby be doing for Sir? It seems, Dobby, that we have a little problem. If you would be so kind. Oh, for the love of Merlin, Albus. Where is the Potter boy, elf? Harry was as shocked as the other occupants of the room looked at Snape's words. Dumbledore, however, appeared quite unaffected, merely moving his gaze to Snape and then back to Dobby in expectation of an answer. Dobby stood gazing fearfully up at the irate potions master, wringing his hands, shuffling his feet. Dobby isn't knowing where Harry Potter is. He cried, seeming on the verge of tears. Harry Potter came to the kitchens for dinner, like he does often, and then he went away again. Dobby doesn't know where. You say he was in the kitchens this evening? Asked McGonagall, for clarification. Yes, miss, he is having chicken, with Poe. And you have no idea where he went when he left? Snapped Snape. Dobby shook his batty head, his big ears flapping. Dobby is sorry he isn't knowing more. That's quite all right, Dobby. You may return to the kitchens now. If Harry does happen to come and see you again, I'd like you to let me know at once, as we are looking for him. Dobby's eyes grew large. Harry Potter is missing. I'm sure he's fine, Dobby. We are simply unable to locate him, so if you just let me know next time you see him. Yes, sir, Professor Dumbledore. Dobby is happy to help. Dobby will do anything to help Harry Potter. Harry Potter is a great wizard. With that, Dobby left with a loud crack, leaving behind a group of bemused teachers and a disgusted Snape. Harry himself was feeling somewhat embarrassed, but as no one could see him, it wasn't too bad. Well, that didn't get us far, muttered Tonks. Well, we shall just have to hope that Harry returns to his dormitory tonight, and his classes tomorrow. In the meantime, we must think of some way to put a stop to this behavior, replied Dumbledore. Harry scowled at the statement as the meeting disbanded. Feeling resentful, he waited until the office was empty and childishly hurled his almost finished dinner at the door of Dumbledore's office, where it shattered, leaving flecks of potato, gravy and chicken bones scattered on the floor and door. Deciding he felt like talking to someone, he recalled the portrait that occupied the wall in Malfoy's room. Then, he pulled on his cloak and stepped through the barrier, concentrating on that painting. Unlike last time, the painting was now occupied by a tallish and arrogant-looking man who looked suspiciously at where Harry had appeared. When the man settled back to reading his book, Harry moved over so he had a better view out of the canvas. Malfoy was sitting at his desk, humming as he leaned back on the back legs of his chair, spinning his wand around. Harry smothered a laugh at the un-Malfoyish behavior. He was about to speak when he overbalanced and fell against the canvas. He tumbled out of the painting, falling hard on his hands and knees behind Malfoy. What the hell? Yelped the Slytherin, jumping in a very unaristocratic manner and toppling over backwards onto the floor. Shite. Harry scrambled guiltily to his feet as Malfoy jumped up. Potter. What the hell? Sorry. What are you bloody doing here? I thought I told you not to spy on me. I wasn't spying on you, I was bored, so I decided to drop by. Malfoy sneered. Well, good job there. Harry smiled. Good thing I brought my invisibility cloak, he commented, bending down to pick it up off the floor. I take it you've been hiding down in the chamber, said Malfoy, standing his chair up and leaning against the desk, his arms folded across his chest. That's where I've been. Not hiding, though, replied Harry, looking around the room. He walked over to the window. Wow, he said, impressed. Great view. Tell me again why you get such a good room. Because I'm a prefect. Oh, and father is on the board of governors for the school. A sour look crossed his face for a moment. At least, he was, before the whole Azkaban debacle. I'm sure he'll be reinstated soon enough. Harry ignored the comment, not really having anything to say in response that wasn't antagonistic. You can see the edge of the Quidditch pitch from here. I should tell Ron and Hermione to get their own room. He broke off, remembering that he was extremely angry with the two of them right now. Suddenly a knock sounded at the door, and Harry whipped around. Malfoy motioned to the corner, and Harry threw the invisibility cloak over his head, moving to where Malfoy had indicated. After checking to make sure no part of Harry could be seen, Malfoy opened the door to reveal Pansy Parkinson, wrapped in a sickly pale purple sleeping gown. Malfoy leaned against the door frame, his other arm still on the handle, so that Pansy could not get past him into the room. Drakey, simpered Pansy, and Harry saw the corner of Malfoy's mouth twitch in an almost imperceptible sneer. Are you doing anything? I thought we could talk. I'm really rather busy right now, Pansy. Perhaps you could come back later. The tone of Malfoy's voice suggested that he would mind it later was a good few years down the track. But Drakey, we never talk anymore. She whined, her voice getting high. Harry grimaced, supremely glad that the girls in Gryffindor were nothing like Pansy. We talked at dinner, Pansy, explained Malfoy patiently. It hasn't even been 2 hours since then. What could possibly have happened in that amount of time that I need to hear about? Not that kind of talk. I mean talk. About you and me. We never have time for us now. A slight blush crept across Malfoy's face, and Harry smirked when he saw the Slytherin's eyes dart quickly over to his corner. This is not the time, Pansy, and I already told you, there is no us. We're friends, that is all. Malfoy's voice had gained an edge, but he kept his face impassive. Pansy slapped him lightly on the shoulder. Ah, Drakey, you don't mean that. Yes, Pansy, I do. So if you'd just go now, I really do have work to be catching up on. Pansy gave an exaggerated sigh. You're always working, Draco, you need to have some fun. Come down to the common room, we're having a little party down there. Whatever. I might come down later. Pansy huffed, eyeing the room under Malfoy's raised arm, but Malfoy didn't move. Goodbye, Pansy. I'm going to close the door now. Pansy pursed her lips. Fine. Finish whatever assignment you're working on and then come down. Malfoy gave a cool smile and shut the door in her face. Interesting, commented Harry, smirking at Malfoy's obvious discomfort. Shut up, Potter. Malfoy walked over to his desk and started shuffling papers and quills around. I always thought you and Pansy had a thing going. What happened? None of your business, Potter. Harry shrugged. Whatever. I just always though she seems a bit, I dunno, flaky. I don't think I could stand her. Malfoy snorted, not disagreeing. So are you going to go down to the party? Probably not. Pansy will just drink too much and drape herself all over me. I choose not to subject myself to that. Well, good, we can go to the chamber instead. I haven't practiced my animagus transformation in a week. All right, replied Malfoy decisively. Keep your cloak on and follow me down. If you don't get out the portrait hole when I open it, you'll be stuck in the common room, though. Yeah, let's go. Harry opened the door, waiting at the top of the stairs for Malfoy, who followed shortly after, closing the door behind him and locking it with a key before setting off down the stairs. As they moved down, Harry noticed other doors. How many people get their own rooms? Oh, about 12 people. Mostly the prefects, but there are some people who paid for the convenience. You walk up all these stairs every day, he complained quietly. It's worth it not to share a room with Crabbe and Goyle, believe me. I thought they were your friends. They are, but their hygiene standards are somewhat lacking. Still, this is a lot of stairs. Don't worry, we're nearly at the bottom. After all, this tower isn't that high. It juts out a bit from the side of the castle, and it starts in the dungeons, remember. It isn't even as tall as the main part of the castle. I doubt it reaches past the second floor. Quiet now. Harry obeyed, and a few turns of the stairwell later they came out into the Slytherin common rooms through a door at the top of the stairs that led to all the other dormitories. They went down those stairs, and made their way through the room, which had quite a number of people milling about, some dancing to music that was coming from a wireless radio. Drakey, called Pansy somewhere from their left, but Malfoy ignored her and kept heading for the portrait hole, snatching a bottle of fire whiskey off a table on the way. Harry kept up as best he could, ducking around people and trying not to bump into anyone. Malfoy opened the portrait hole, letting it swing shut slowly and leaving plenty of time for Harry to slip out behind him. Was that party still going from yesterday? Asked Harry. Slytherin had absolutely trounced Hufflepuff in Saturday's Quidditch match. MMHH. You should be in there. You're the one who won the game. I was there yesterday. Harry sighed loudly. What is the matter, Malfoy? Nothing. Something is obviously wrong. What makes you say that? You're being short. Malfoy shrugged. Maybe I just don't feel like talking. Harry rolled his eyes. Fine. I take it you've forgiven me for my cowardly actions? Asked Malfoy, his voice laced with sarcasm. Harry looked sideways at Malfoy and saw that he looked slightly angry. To be honest, I had completely forgotten about it until you brought it up. Malfoy didn't reply, and he sighed. Look, I admit I might have overreacted a bit. Malfoy raised an eyebrow and Harry rolled his eyes. All right, more than a bit. I was just angry, okay. I'm sorry. They continued walking in silence until they reached Myrtle's bathroom and Harry had opened the entrance. Apology accepted, I suppose, said Malfoy. They descended the damp stairs, lighting their wands so they could see the way. So what happened to make you blow up like that yesterday? Asked Malfoy, his voice curious. I must say, it was quite an impressive show. Harry shrugged. I don't really want to talk about it. Come on, everyone's talking about it. It must have been something pretty major. You went completely off your nut. Harry sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Basically, I'm just sick of everyone treating me like I'm 5 years old and lying to me. Ron and Hermione promised me they wouldn't, and they lied. Malfoy looked skeptical. That's all. They lied to you. I lie to you 5 times a week, surely you realize that. Yeah, well, I expect it from a Slytherin, not from people who call themselves my best friends. So what did they lie about that was so important? By now they had arrived in the chamber, and taken seats at opposite ends of the lounge. You know how Dumbledore was having me followed. Well, Ron and Hermione knew some stuff about that, and they didn't tell me, even after they promised me they would. I'm just so sick of people controlling my life. Bad luck for you. Can't say I envy you. Yeah, well, I don't want to talk about any of that, so just drop it. Alright, don't get snarky. Draco pulled at the cork on the fire whiskey bottle he had taken from the common room. Don't open that now. Let's practice our animagus forms. No, come on. It's been a LNG day. I deserve this, replied Malfoy, tugging harder at the cork. Harry pulled it off of him. We'll open it soon. Practice first, though. Malfoy groaned, but rolled off of the lounge and went over to one of the armchairs. All right, for a little while then. They settled down and Harry cleared his mind, feeling his transformations come on after about a minute. He was no closer to guessing what his form was yet, and hoped he would have some defining features soon. They ended up practicing for several hours, but though Harry felt some tingles over his back, neither he nor Malfoy managed any new transformations. By the time they finished, it was past midnight and far too late to open the fire whiskey bottle. Harry bid goodbye to Malfoy in the library, as he was staying there to sleep. Come back here tomorrow, okay? I'll meet you after dinner. All right, and then we are opening that fire whiskey. Harry grinned in agreement and Malfoy left, heading for the tunnels that led up to the Slytherin common room. Harry woke late on Monday morning. His watch told him it was nearly 11 o'clock, but he wasn't worried about missing classes. He felt dull in a way, and found it hard to care that he would be in trouble for not attending. Let them worry, he thought. It's their own fault that I don't want to see them. Ron and Hermione, Tonks, and Dumbledore especially. At the moment, he felt he could quite happily never see any of them again. What he did want to see right now was a big plate of bacon and eggs. He contemplated that for a moment before slipping out of bed and grabbing his invisibility cloak. He then apparated to the corridor where the kitchens were situated. He was disappointed that he couldn't trust Dobby, but he figured that even if the elf popped away to tell Dumbledore straightway, it would still take the old wizard at least 10 or 11 minutes to walk down from his office, plenty of time for Harry to get what he wanted for breakfast. That decided, he tickled the pear in the painting. It wriggled, giggling, and turned into a golden handle. Pulling open the door, he stepped into the kitchen and was immediately mobbed by elves. "Harry Potter, sir." "Hi, Dobby," replied Harry. "Harry Potter must wait here, and Dobby will be back." Harry hid a smirk. "A bit obvious, Dobby." "Just wait a minute, Dobby. There's something I want to ask you." Dobby looked undecided, but then grinned broadly and waited while Harry asked the house elves to make him some food. "So Dobby, how are you?" asked Harry, sliding on to a stool next to the elf. "Dobby is excellent, Harry Potter, sir. He is being paid well by Professor Dumbledore, and is enjoying his work very much." Harry chatted with Dobby while house elves scurried about around them, glad when his breakfast arrived shortly. "Well, I'd better go, Dobby. Maybe I'll come and see you again." Without waiting for an answer, he pulled his cloak on, grabbed his tray of food and returned to the chamber. He sat out on the courtyard that overlooked the canyon while he ate. It was a calm day, and a gentle breeze ruffled the leaves of the tree that shaded the stone bench where he sat. He couldn't resist the excellent weather, and after he had finished his bacon and eggs, he pulled out the pendant and apparated to his dorm room, under cover of the cloak. It was empty, and he threw open the lid of his trunk. He changed quickly into some fresh clothes and grabbed his broom. Back at the courtyard, he jumped on his broom. He spent the next few hours flying in the canyon, relishing in the freedom the chamber and the pendant gave him. That evening, he kept his eye on the map, waiting for Malfoy to make his way up to Myrtle's bathroom. After a half hour in the Great Hall, the tiny dot that represented Malfoy began to move through the castle. When he reached Myrtle's bathroom, Harry apparated to the pipe and opened the entrance for. "You weren't in any classes today," stated Malfoy as soon as he saw Harry. Harry shrugged. "I woke up late. Somehow I don't think that reason will fly too well with the teachers." "Yeah, well, I really don't care at the moment, to tell you the truth." Malfoy raised an eyebrow. "I take it you're staying down here as some kind of rebellious statement." "No, I just didn't feel like going to classes, okay. Are you coming tomorrow? You can't sulk down here forever." Harry glared. "I'm not sulking, Malfoy," he replied angrily. "And I don't know if I'm coming tomorrow. I'll see how I feel then." "If you say so," drawled Malfoy, losing interest in the subject. "Are we going to practice our animagus transformations tonight? It's been a while since either of us had a new one." Good idea. I can't wait to find out what kind of animal I am. Personally, I'm banking on some defenseless little thing like a snail, or a kitten." Harry rolled his eyes at the lame attempt to insult him. "Don't be ridiculous. Snails don't have big sharp teeth like I do, and neither do kittens, for that matter." "Well, we'll see." They settled down, and Harry quickly cleared his mind, recalling how the last time he'd practiced he had felt tingles down his back. After a few moments, he felt the old changes take place: bigger, sharper teeth, longer tongue, the spike in his longer feet and the useless tiny arms. An hour later, after several imagined tingles, he finally felt a real one. The odd feeling started in his jaw and then raced along his scalp and continued down his neck, then spread through his chest and down the length of his torso. He shivered as he felt the changes coming over him, excitement coursing through him when he realized more than one change was taking place. When the odd sensations in his body subsided, he opened his eyes to inspect the transformations. The first thing he saw was Malfoy, standing a few feet away and looking at Harry with a curious and excited expression. "Looks like you had a bit more luck than me this week," said the Slytherin, and Harry peered closer at him, trying to see what, if anything, had changed about him. "My ears are gone," said Malfoy, realizing what Harry was looking for. He held up his hands and wiggled them. And I have claws. He did indeed. His hands were much larger, and his nails had turned a blackish color, much like the nails on Harry's feet. The nails were thicker and pointed, and his hands had taken on a rough orange look. Cool, said Harry. At least, that's what he tried to say. What came out was barely intelligible. His mouth felt very strange, and he couldn't form the word properly. Malfoy laughed. Thanks, I think. Look at yourself, though. Go over to the mirror. Harry stood up, and noticed immediately that Malfoy no longer towered over him. The other boy was still bigger, but only by about half a head. Looking down, he saw that the changes in his feet were more pronounced. What had before appeared to be rough black nails were now distinctly claw-like, and his feet were even bigger, the spaces between his toes more spread. Harry walked over to the mirror and looked at himself, drawing in a startled breath when he saw his reflection. His jaw had extended to accommodate a greater number of long, sharp teeth, and his jet black tongue was longer and thinner. It made sense that he couldn't form words properly. He no longer had a human mouth. With the extension of his jaw, his head was now very cone-shaped, and his features appeared flattened and stretched downwards. His messy black hair was gone, leaning bare skin and two bumpy black ridges, one on either side of his head, leading down the back of his neck. The final change had occurred in the length of his body. His torso was comically long, and he found it was quite flexible, allowing him to twist further than he would normally be able to. His tiny arms looked ridiculous, and were completely useless. He spent a few minutes admiring himself before closing his eyes and returning to his normal form. He turned to Malfoy, who was still transformed. So, any ideas? I still can't think of an animal that has all the characteristics I seem to be developing. I don't know either. If I had to guess, I'd probably say your idea of a dinosaur is the closest thing, although your arms look far too small. Perhaps as the rest of your body gets bigger, so will they. Yeah, I dunno. I'm definitely weird looking at the moment. Malfoy laughed. Actually, your body reminded me a bit of a flobberworm, to tell the truth. You looked like something Hagrid might drag out of the forest. I can see it now. He's got you thrown over his shoulder, and you're screaming at him to drop you, but he can't understand you, and you're waving your tiny arms about, trying to get his attention. Harry had to laugh at the image. Shut up, he yelled jovially at Malfoy, who was also laughing. After a minute, they both stopped and Harry asked, so is it just your ears and hands that changed, then? Yeah. Malfoy inhaled deeply and looked around the room. I can smell really well, and everything looks different. I can still see, but better than usual. All these little details just jump out at me. Well, dragons do have heightened senses like that, for hunting and that sort of thing. It would be great for Quidditch, trying to catch the snitch. Shame everyone would see the other changes. Besides, I don't think I'd be able to hold onto my broom too well with these. He held up his hands, flexing the long claw-like hands. That would be cheating, anyway. Not really. I'd just be using a natural talent. True, but you'd have an unfair advantage over everyone else. You mean like having a faster broom than other players? Because then you'd be one with an unfair advantage. Malfoy smirked triumphantly. Having any kind of broom you want is in the rules, Malfoy. Somehow I don't think having dragon eyes is. Well, if you find where it says you can't, let me know. With that, Malfoy flounced away and Harry shook his head in despair, rolling his eyes. Time for fire whiskey, declared Malfoy, holding up the bottle. I've been hanging out for this all day. He pulled the cork, and poured out 2 mugs, handing one to Harry. Very shortly, Harry was feeling pleasantly dazed. The drink warmed him and instilled an enjoyable haze in his mind. Malfoy was humming merrily as Sauls curled up on his chest. So Malfoy, called Harry, did you make up with Pansy yet? He smiled stupidly and laughed when Malfoy scowled, slopping his drink in Harry's direction. I do not like Pansy. She a conceited cow. Conceited. That's a bit hypocritical coming from you, don't you think? Malfoy didn't reply, and Harry continued. Drakey. Drakey. He crowed, in an extremely bad impersonation of Pansy's high, whiny voice. Come down to the party, Drakey. He burst out laughing at his poor impression. Oof. Malfoy had thrown a pillow at his head. Don't call me Drakey. I hate that. My name is Draco, he said, raising his nose imperiously. How come you don't like her anymore? You two looked pretty cozy earlier this year. Malfoy scowled as if reliving a bad memory. I realized she's just an immature, spoiled brat. Suddenly he smiled. Besides, I like someone else. Harry sat up and leaned forward eagerly, spilling some of his drink on his shirt. Tell me who. No, replied Malfoy simply, not opening his eyes. Ah, come on. Why not? Because I won't tell anyone. If I guess right, will you tell me? Maybe. Harry sat back. Well, I assume she is, in fact, a she. Malfoy choked on his drink and his eyes flew open. Of course she's a she, Potter. I'm not gay, he spluttered indignantly. Harry burst into laughter. Okay. She's in Slytherin. Yes. On the Quidditch team. Are you blind, Potter? The Slytherin Quidditch team has no girls on it. Unless you think Goyle is attractive. I know his hair is getting a bit long, but. No more, cried Harry, clapping his hands over his ears. Next question. Nope. That's enough for now. I don't want to make it too easy for you. Oh, come on. All I know is that she's in Slytherin. Malfoy shrugged. Should have asked better questions then, instead of things that should have been obvious. Alright, but next time I see you, I'm going to have more questions. The next morning when Harry woke, he was feeling terrible. His head was pounding, his mouth was dry and he felt like throwing up. He dragged himself off the lounge and into the bathroom, where he promptly threw up in the toilet. 15 minutes later, he dragged himself back to the lounge, noting that Malfoy was gone. The sun was shining brightly, and he pointed his wand at the curtains, closing them across the huge window and sighing in relief when the room became dark. He felt Saul's cool body slither up his arm. Looks like another day of no classes, he hissed. The SS Sun ISSS already halfway across the SSS KYYYY. Huh. Harry looked at his watch and saw that it was nearly 3 o'clock. Shite. He groaned. What time did I go to sleep last night? There was a foul taste in his mouth, and his stomach rumbled. Want to go to the kitchen SSS, Sal's? Yes. Alrighty. Then. Harry looked around for his invisibility cloak, and slipped the soft fabric over his body. When he apparated to the kitchens, it was full of busy house elves rushing around, cooking and cleaning. None of them saw him beneath his cloak, and he easily grabbed a few sandwiches and an apple, which he stuffed into his pockets. He grabbed a pitcher of pumpkin juice and apparated back to the dark, quiet chamber. The food made him feel a lot better, but he still felt pretty bad, and ended up falling asleep again on the lounge. When he woke up, it was almost completely dark in the chamber. A sliver of silver light was shining through a gap in the curtains, telling him it was night time. Lights SSS, he hissed, and the torches on the walls burst into light. He checked his watch and saw that it was very nearly 8 o'clock. He stood up and placed Saul's onto his branch. Sod it, may as well do something today. Grabbing his wand, he took hold of the pendant around his neck and apparated to the dungeons. He appeared in a dark, out-of-the-way corner near Snape's office. Trudging over, he knocked. Come in, came Snape's voice, and Harry pushed open the door. Snape's eyebrows rose in surprise as Harry trudged over to the desk. Mr. Potter, he said slowly, raking his eyes over Harry's disheveled appearance, and Harry felt uncomfortable like one of the specimens that lined the walls of Snape's office. I was not expecting you tonight. We always have legilimency lessons on Tuesdays. We also have a lesson on Saturdays, yet you failed to attend that, and all of your classes so far this week. Harry shrugged, his head pounding. Manners, Potter. Harry suppressed a groan as Snape's voice assaulted his head. Yes, sir. Snape leaned back and peered at Harry, seeming amused. Finally, he said, alcohol is not the answer to your problems, Mr. Potter. Really? Why is it then that you reek of it? Oh, look, he said sarcastically. Someone appears to have spilt some all over the front of your clothing. Harry looked down and saw a dark stain on the front of his shirt. No explanation is necessary, Mr. Potter. Take this. Snape moved over to a cabinet and dug around, pulling out a sickly yellow potion. Hangover relief. I assure you, Mr. Potter, if these lessons were not a necessity and I did not need your mind clear, I would most certainly let you suffer, and I would enjoy it. Harry bit back a retort and took the vial, downing it in one gulp. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. His head felt a small bit better immediately, and he was sure he would be back to normal in a matter of minutes. You were lucky I had some on hand. I have already had to hand out some to another student today. Harry nearly smirked, wondering if it was Malfoy who had felt as bad as he had earlier. Go back to your dormitory, Potter. Nowhere else, is that clear? Go to sleep. I will expect you at 8 tomorrow, for a lesson. Do not forget to clear your mind. Yes, sir. Harry walked over to the door and opened it, Snape following. Oh, and next time, if you would deign to dress accordingly. As these are formal lessons, I expect you in uniform. Yes, sir. Good. The door shut in Harry's face. Well, he muttered, that could have been worse. He couldn't believe he had gotten away without detention. From Snape, too. Feeling better by the minute as the potion did its work, he climbed the stairs and made his way through the corridors and up to Gryffindor Tower. Just before he got to the portrait hole, he pulled his cloak over his head and slipped into the common room when two boys came out. He didn't even bother to look around for Ron or Hermione, or to see if Pandora was still disguised as a student. He went straight up to his dormitory. The next day, he had free periods all day, so he spent the morning sitting in the common room and catching up on work. He might have been willing to miss classes, but he didn't really want to fall behind. Thankfully, no one approached him or otherwise interrupted his work until just after he got back from lunch. A small first year approached him just when he had settled down to work on an astronomy essay. Hi, Harry, he said brightly. Hi, replied Harry, having absolutely no idea what the boy's name was. Professor Dumbledore asked me to give this to you. The boy handed over a small scroll and Harry took it. Thanks. Well, CYA. Bye. The boy skipped off over to a group of his friends and Harry sighed. He knew this would have been coming. Unrolling the scroll, he read. Harry, I require a meeting with you in my office. Please make your way there now. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. I suppose I'd better get this over with, thought Harry. He trudged up to the office, wondering what the old man would have to say this time. When he got there, the gargoyle slid open without him saying a word, and he stepped onto the moving staircase. The door opened as he approached it, revealing Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. Harry, take a seat please. Harry did as Dumbledore asked, sitting in the seat next to McGonagall, who was looking at him with a very stern expression. Dumbledore fixed him with a piercing and slightly sad look. I fear we have taken the wrong tack with you, my boy. Harry snorted, earning tisk from McGonagall and a sigh from Dumbledore. You believe we are trying to control your life, but we are really just trying to keep you safe. You must understand that, he implored. I know you want me safe, that's why you keep sending me back to the Dursleys and having me followed everywhere I bloody go. Language, Mr. Potter, reprimanded McGonagall, her tone aghast. Harry, I'm sure we can talk about this like adults, without the bad language, don't you think? Dumbledore's statement angered Harry a great deal. The tone of his voice was like he was talking to a child. Yes, sir, replied Harry stiffly. Good. Now, what is it about what we have done that you find so objectionable? The fact that you had someone following me around, lying to me every day. How do you expect me to trust anyone when you do things like that? Nymphadora was placed there for your protection, exclaimed McGonagall. And if someone had just told me, I would have had no problem with that. I hate being treated like a child. I've asked people not to, nicely, I might add, but everyone refuses to listen. I mean, you expect me to kill Voldemort, but you keep me in the dark and treat me like I'm 5. You are a student, not an adult. It is our job to make sure you are safe. Harry threw his arms up in the air at McGonagall's answer. You all keep saying that. I am safe. I don't want to be treated any differently to anyone else. I'm afraid we cannot do that entirely, Harry, said Dumbledore gently. Tough we can in some respects, added McGonagall. You will serve a detention with each of the teachers whose classes you missed, and there will be 30 points from Gryffindor. I am severely disappointed in you, Mr. Potter. Harry felt a small pang of guilt, but he swept it aside. He had always liked his head of house, but she had been in on it too. Yes, Professor. There is one or two other things I would like to ask you, Harry. What? Asked Harry, his tone belligerent. I want you to assure me you have not been leaving the castle. All these times you disappear, nobody knows where you have been. It is quite worrying. I'm not leaving the castle. Dumbledore sighed, but didn't press him. Very well, but one last thing. He leaned forward, clasping his hands on the desk and fixing Harry with that piercing stare again. You have the map. Harry plastered a convincing puzzled look on his face. No sir, you confiscated it, remember. There was a strained silence in the office for the briefest of seconds. Oh yes, of course. Forgive me an old man's memory. Dumbledore smiled apologetically. Why do you ask, sir? Dumbledore waved the question away. No reason, no reason. Well, off you go, and please, Harry, come and see me if you have anything you would like to talk about. Not likely. Yes, sir. Harry sighed in relief as he stepped off the moving stairs and the gargoyle slid shut behind him. He was exceedingly glad to be out of the stuffy office and away from Dumbledore's knowing gaze. You must not let your anger control you. You should be controlling it. Harry scowled at Snape across the desk. He could now get into Snape's mind with no difficulty when the man lowered his shields, but he had still had no luck directing thoughts. The longer he tried, the more frustrated Snape got, and the angrier Harry felt about his snide comments. I have told you again and again that you must control your emotions. They cloud your judgment and your ability to think logically. I'm trying. No, you are not. Not nearly hard enough. I have no idea how you became competent in occlumency when you can allow yourself to become so wound up. Harry stormed out of the dungeons and up to the tower. Snape was so infuriating. He'd only had a few legilimency lessons, and yet Snape expected him to excel at it immediately. He flung open the portrait hole and strode through the common room. He glared at Ron and Tonks on the way up, and refused Hermione's attempts to talk. So far, he had done a pretty good job of avoiding them, and, when he couldn't, ignoring them. What with Dumbledore, Snape and his friends, Harry was in an extremely bad mood the next day, which was unfortunate because they were brewing mood-enhancing potions and the fumes were really getting to him. Sauls, of course, was trying his best to cheer Harry up by telling him jokes, though the little snake wasn't having much luck. Sauls didn't really understand humor too well, but he could still make Harry laugh. At one stage, Salazar relayed to Harry a particularly humorous joke. Harry answered and hissed out a laugh, before remembering where he was. He glanced up to make sure no one had heard. Unfortunately, it seemed the entire class had heard, and they were all staring at him, some with nervous expressions on their faces. His hopes that no one had heard him were dashed when Hermione said in a whisper, Harry, who were you talking to then? Indeed, Mr. Potter, I think we would all like to know that, added Snape. No one. I didn't say anything. He wasn't a very good liar. Harry, squeaked Hermione, you were talking in Parseltongue. Harry sent her a heated glare. It was none of their business how he wanted to talk. Why couldn't they just leave him alone? So what if I was? He said shortly. He picked up a sharp knife and began cutting ingredients. Who were you talking to, Mr. Potter? Asked Snape, stalking over to Harry's cauldron. No one, sir. He cursed his stupidity. He was usually so careful. He couldn't let them find out that he had Sauls. No one, Mr. Potter. That hardly seems likely. I was talking to myself. Seamus took up the lead. Talking to yourself, in Parseltongue. No offense, Harry, but it's kind of creepy. You know it's a sign of madness, talking to yourself, Potter, drawled Zabini. Harry kept his head down, but glared up at the class through his fringe. What is this? The Spanish Bloody Inquisition. Mind your own bloody business. It came out in English, but it was a harsh hiss, and several of his classmates flinched. Snape looked unnerved. What is wrong with you, Potter? There's nothing wrong with me. This time it was Pansy who spoke, in a frightened sort of whisper. You shouldn't talk like that, you know. People don't like it. Harry jerked his head in her direction and she paled. He said, in the same harsh voice, "Are you scared of me, pansy?" She paled and looked away. Pathetic, murmured Harry. Hermione started in on him again. Harry, she's right, you know. You shouldn't talk like that. I mean, there's really no reason to. Quiet, Miss Granger. Mr. Potter, I would like an answer to my question. I gave you an answer. Harry was starting to get extremely annoyed at the stares of his classmates and Snape's unrelenting need to know. Mr. Potter. Harry ignored him. Mr. Potter, snapped Snape, enunciating each word slowly and clearly. You will answer me. You want an answer. Fine. Fine. He whipped his head up and glared at the entire class. Then, he let loose a string of angry words, including a few choice expletives, letting them know just what he thought of them all. Only, they would never know what he said, because he spoke in Parseltongue. Smirking slightly at their collective flinch and frightened expressions, Harry swept from the classroom, ignoring Snape's yells for him to stop. Harry was furious. As he stormed through the dungeons, he released his fury, keeping up a stream of angry conversation with Salazar and, to his great pleasure, frightening anyone who happened to cross his path with the harsh hisses escaping his lips. Instead of going to Gryffindor Tower as he had initially intended, he instead headed for Ning Myrtle's bathroom. He frightened away two girls who had been giggling by the sinks and opened the entrance to the chamber. Descending the steps, he felt his anger calm as the cool air soothed his mind. Potions had been his last lesson for the day, so at least he could relax without worrying that a teacher would notice his absence. Crossing the stone platform, he came to the hidden door. Open, he hissed, and was rewarded with the harsh scratch of stone. He sighed happily as he stepped through and viewed the grand room beneath him. It really was a beautiful room, he thought, as he surveyed the view. It was afternoon, and the setting sun was casting the ragged cliffs in a golden light. The valley far below was already cloaked in darkness. It only received sunlight for a short time when the sun was directly overhead, and mist was spreading upwards to claim the cliffs. Salazar, it looks as if you may have to stay here for a while again. Harry watched as Sauls curled down his arm. Harry descended the stairs and collapsed on the lounge. He had no doubt Gryffindor's hourglass had lost a few rubies from that outburst. Leaning his head back against the back of the lounge, he eventually dozed off. He was sitting in a dark room, torches burning on the walls and the smell of rot in the air. In front of him a cowering figure crept forward. Wormtail, I have a task for you. The harsh hissing voice that escaped his mouth was quiet, but the cowled figure flinched. Hatred filled his senses at the cowering man. What do you wish, my lord? Inquired the short, tubby man from his kneeled position on the floor. I have a task, suitable for someone of your talents. Anything, my lord. I wish you to go to Hogwarts School. After my last offense, that fool Dumbledore has strengthened the wards. I wish to know if your animagus form is still able to slip past. Go. The cowering man rose, before bowing and then backing away quickly. Right away, my lord. Oh, and Wormtail. Call the third circle in. Yes, my lord. Harry sneered at the coward's submissiveness, though he was pleased by it also. Moments later, a group of 15 cowled wizards filed into the room, arranging themselves in a circle around him. There was silence until he spoke. I have a mission. We are going to strike a small Muggle village. Soon, we shall descend on Pulteney, in the south. Take no hostages. I want the Muggles to burn, and I want my mark seen by all. Silence greeted his words before a wavering voice asked, my lord, when is the attack to take place? He surveyed the asker carefully, making the man shift nervously before answering. When next I call you. Harry bolted awake, his heart racing and his scar aching. He might be angry with Dumbledore, but he wanted to help, and that meant telling someone what he had seen. Pulling the map from his bag and scanning it for Dumbledore's name. The map showed the headmaster in his office, along with McGonagall and Mundungus Fletcher. That could mean only one thing, an order meeting. Harry looked for the other names who were usually there and saw Tonks, Flitwick, Arthur Weasley and Snape all heading in the general direction of Dumbledore's office. Oddly enough, Snape seemed to be walking away from the portrait of the fat lady. Rolling off the lounge, Harry threw on his invisibility cloak and made his way to the waterfall painting. The walk cleared the sleep from his mind, and the sharp sting of icy water numbed the pain of his scar. He had just settled on the grass in a painting overlooking the office when Dumbledore called the meeting to order. It was to be a quick meeting. I have received an owl from Remus. On the topic of his mission, he tells me he has not met much success. I fear we acted too late on this matter, though he will stay and try to sway some towards out views. Well, we always knew there wasn't really that much hope there, what with the Ministry's laws. I also have had no luck, Snape cut in. The Dark Lord grows increasingly furious about the fact that there is a spy in his ranks. He thought he would find the spy in one of the lesser ranks, but now he is beginning to realize it is someone whom he believed was unflinchingly loyal, or too cowardly to reveal his secrets. Dumbledore heaved a sigh. I assume we can expect another attack sometime in the near future. Snape nodded curtly. Quite. He is impatient to find the betrayer. And you have no idea? Asked Tonks worriedly. Snape gave his head a sharp jerk back and forth. None. He has not even bothered most the inner circle with news that there is a spy, though I believe most of them suspect it on their own. I believe he thinks, quite rightly, that if he does, then certain of them may try to find the spy, thereby alerting the spy to the fact that the Dark Lord knows there is one. What happened with all that business concerning that Rudd character? Asked McGonagall. Snape's mouth thinned. The Dark Lord saw through the ploy in an instant. Rudd was not even able to relay anything of use before he was killed. He killed him, squeaked Flitwick. Snape nodded once. There is no shortage of Death Eaters at the moment, and the Dark Lord sees no use in hanging on to one who allows himself to be caught. Soon after that, Dumbledore called an end to the meeting. Severus, I believe you have a lesson with Harry tonight. Yes, if he bothers to turn up, grumbled Snape. Harry had completely forgotten about his legilimency lesson tonight, and was glad he had been reminded. As soon as everyone had left, Harry left the painting world and apparated to the dungeons. When Snape appeared in the dungeon corridor, Harry was already leaning against the wall in wait. Potter. Professor. I was not impressed by your behavior in class today. Harry scowled. No one is going to take you seriously if you continue to act like a child. I was not acting like a child. Snape opened his office door and led Harry in. I have told you this before, Potter, and I will tell you again. Throwing a tantrum and running away when you have a disagreement is the act of a child. You might think it rebellious and making a point not to turn up to your classes and ignore the requests of your superiors, but it is not. Start acting like an adult, and people will begin to treat you like one. Even if it takes them a while, they will eventually see that you are becoming your own person and they will treat you as such. Harry huffed in a disgruntled manner, annoyed that what Snape said was probably right. He ignored Snape's knowing smirk. The headmaster was interested to know you were still in possession of your little friend. He is of the belief that such a creature is dangerous. Saul's is not dangerous, said Harry, his voice quickly growing louder. Snape overrode him, saying, that said, no harm seems to have come from your having such a pet thus far. In future, I suggest you watch where you converse with your snake. Harry opened and closed his mouth in silent disbelief. Well, shall we begin? Snape indicated for Harry to sit, and he did so. Sir, before we start, there's something I have to tell you. I had a vision earlier today. Snape sat up straighter. You obviously learned something from it, given that you are telling me. Yes, most of my visions are just of him hurting people, and whatnot. But this one was of him talking to Wormtail. Voldemort sent him to see if he could get through the new wards that have been put up, and from the way their conversation went, it seemed like Wormtail has been sneaking into the castle in his animagus form before. Snape frowned. He should not have been able to. Wards were erected specifically to keep out animagi after your third year. Snape was silent for a minute before shaking his head slightly and looking back at Harry. Well, I shall relay this to the headmaster. Now, Tony. There's more. Sorry for interrupting. When Wormtail left, he told him to call in the Third Circle, I think. He was planning an attack. Suddenly, he had Snape's undivided attention. He didn't say when it would be specifically, he just said the next time he called them. He's planning the attack on a Muggle village called Pulteney. Is that all you heard? Harry struggled to remember. I think so. May I see the memory? Harry opened his mouth, surprised at the request. Oh, I suppose so. If it helps. He was a little wary of letting Snape into his mind, but he supposed it was necessary. Harry brought the memory of his vision to the forefront of his mind, allowing easy access. Minutes later, when Snape's presence disappeared from his mind, the potion's master was staring off into space, looking thoughtful. Sir. Snape looked at him. The man who asked when. He is a ministry employee, and not on our list of known Death Eaters. Snape scowled as he spoke, but Harry had the distinct feeling that he was pleased. Is that all, or can we begin now? Asked Snape, though his tone was not altogether unkind, and Harry was sure that he had even seen a flash of relief on the man's face. Yes, that's it. Very well, we shall begin as usual. Tonight, however, I am going to raise my shields a little. You can now easily gain access when my shields are down, now it is a matter of strengthening that ability. Harry nodded, understanding, and took out his wand. He couldn't do it wandlessly like Snape could. Sir, how do you do it without your wand? Isn't it quite a difficult spell? Lots of practice, Potter, over many years. Oh, Harry wondered with a shiver how many minds Snape looked into on a daily basis. It was probably why no one ever got away with anything in Snape's class. Harry realized Snape was looking at him with an amused expression. I'm afraid, Potter, that looking into the minds of hormone-ridden adolescents on a daily basis is not a favorite pastime of mine. Snape smirked and Harry blushed. He had forgotten to re-erect his barriers after letting Snape into his mind. After doing so, he pointed his wand at Snape. Legilimens. There was a brief moment of that cling-wrap feeling before it broke and a much different barrier met him. Oily tendrils grabbed at him, and though he tried to walk, his mental feet kept slipping and he found it extremely difficult to move even a few inches. After 5 minutes of struggling about in the muck, he was expelled rather forcefully, a wave of dizziness washing over him as his eyes and body adjusted to being back in the office. They are the barriers that you are attempting to penetrate. Once you succeed in getting past that level of shielding, I will increase the strength of my shields. However, we will not be focusing on that, as it is not the purpose of these lessons for you to be able to access others' minds without their knowledge. What? But, Snape held up his hand. You need to learn a little of that aspect of legilimency to ensure you do not accidentally go trampling through people's minds. Mostly, however, we will be concentrating on controlling thoughts once you are in the mind. This will more effectively allow you to control your own wandering mind. After that, they tried the same thing a few more times before moving on to the second aspect. Snape lowered all his barriers completely, allowing Harry to slip easily into the whirl of images, sounds and feelings. As usual, he had no control whatsoever, and he thought briefly that he should ask Malfoy for another lesson. The Slytherin had a way of explaining things to Harry that was so much simpler than the convoluted way Snape spoke. Snape sighed when he threw Harry out after yet another unsuccessful attempt. You simply need to focus more. This is far more difficult than occlumency, so I don't expect you to pick it up as quickly, but some progress would be beneficial, he said tiredly. Is there something I can practice by myself? Some technique or something? Snape waved a hand, his elbow resting on the desk. Some say that practicing wandless magic focuses the mind, and indeed it does, but I cannot have you spending time learning wandless magic simply to progress at legilimency. Why not? Very few wizards are capable of wandless magics. Even fewer of them are your age. Most are either unusually powerful or just very old and have had a lot of practice. Oh well, I've done wandless magic before. Snape peered at him curiously. Really? He said slowly. Was it accidental? No. I wanted a door to unlock, and it did. Snape sat back and said after a moment, everyone will perform such spells, at least Onis. Were you particularly desperate at the time? Harry blushed and pushed the memory of being locked in the cupboard into the depths of his mind. Maybe a bit. Well, there you go. It may have been somewhat intentional, but there was also some element of accidental magic there, a response to a need, rather than just a desire to perform a spell. Harry wasn't sure if he agreed entirely, but he didn't really feel like getting into a discussion about it either. Snape had returned to answering Harry's previous question. Alternatively, performing activities requiring concentration, such as puzzles, can be handy in strengthening mental focus. I suggest you try that. Make sure that they are of a level you find difficult, or you will get little benefit from them. Harry nodded, and got up to leave. When Harry returned to the dorm that night, he found the reason Snape had been outside the portrait of the fat lady. On his pillow was a book labeled, Emotional Control for the Raging Adolescent. A note was stuck to the cover and he tore it off. Read it, Potter. Harry sneered and scrunched up the note, throwing it across the room where it bounced against the wall and rolled back under Ron's bed. Then he turned his pillow over and settled down to read. After the attack on the school, they were no longer allowed past the edge of the lake, and so Snape had cancelled the remainder of their practical defense lessons, much to the dismay of the entire class. Harry was disappointed. He had enjoyed the practical lessons, though it did mean that he and Malfoy won the competition, having only one loss when Harry had been absent. Instead, they were assigned to revision until Snape came up with an alternative. Given that exams were coming up soon and after his conversation with Snape, Harry threw himself into the studying with surprising eagerness. He, Seamus and Neville were taking turns quizzing each other between taking notes, Harry ignoring the fact that Ron, Hermione and Tonks were seated at the same table. He joined in the conversation, but refused to comment on anything those three said, replying only to Dean, Neville and Seamus' comments. When the bell rang, Hermione rushed out with terror in her eyes and Ron followed, giving Harry a dirty look. Tonks, still posing as a student, gave Harry a dismayed look and followed them. You know, Harry, said Seamus uneasily, you really should give those guys a break. I don't know what they did, but Hermione seems really upset about it. I don't want to talk about it, Seamus. They lied to me after they promised they wouldn't, and that's all there is to it. I just don't trust them anymore. I'll see you in potions, Seamus. Bye, Neville. Dean. Harry spent the day knuckling down to study, working his way through all the outstanding homework he had before potions. Next week we will be moving on to our last unit for the term. It is an independent or group project. You are to pick a potion description from the list I will provide and attempt to fabricate a potion which produces similar effects. Once you have done the best you can, you are to compare your potion to any known potions, saying why yours did or did not work. Compare ingredients, methods of preparation, anything that is relevant. You are to hand in a detailed report at the end of the term. I will add that your potion may turn out completely useless, but as long as you provide correct justifications for why it should have worked, you can still obtain a high mark. Hermione's hand shot into the air. Miss Granger. Can we choose our partners? Yes, however, if I think it is an unsuitable pairing, I will break it up. You will have 1 week to make me aware who you partner with, if anyone, and what description you have chosen. This assignment actually sounds quite interesting, don't ya reckon, Harry? Asked Seamus as they wandered up to dinner after their class. Yeah, he agreed, looking through the list of options they had. Know which one you're going to pick? Nah, not yet. Got a whole week to choose, though. After astronomy that night, Harry and Malfoy were, as usual, ensconced in the library, both reading. Oh, Potter, I've been meaning to ask you. Can I use some of the basilisk parts? I want to make a potion. You don't have to ask me, Malfoy. Well, I do, actually, as it is yours. It's the proper thing to do. Harry waved his hand. Fine, go right ahead. Thanks. Do you want to help? That basilisk has been sitting there for years, just waiting for someone to come along and harvest its parts for potions, and so far the only person who's gotten any use out of them is Severus. Truthfully, Harry was quite interested in what kind of potions could be made with the rare ingredients that they had access to. What kind of potion are you going to make? Well, I was thinking a poison. There are some really nasty ones you can make using basilisk venom or blood. Harry narrowed his eyes at Malfoy. And why exactly would you want to make a poison? Malfoy sighed dramatically. Don't be suspicious, Potter. It's purely for interest's sake. Suddenly, Harry had an idea. I know one we can make. Hold off till tomorrow, okay. I'll get the instructions for a good one. He remembered there had been some potions in the little green book he had bought from Nocturne Alley, and he was quite excited at the prospect of making one. All right. I can get some ingredients from Severus, and any he doesn't have in his private stores I can order. Harry nodded. I need to ask you something, too. Can we have another legilimency lesson? I'd really like to learn it. To his surprise, Malfoy agreed straight away. All right, how about tomorrow night? I don't really feel up to it tonight. Great. Thanks. He snapped his book shut and stood up. I'm going to work on my animagus transformation. Want to? Oh, all right. They both stood and walked in opposite direction to the places where they usually sat. Avert your eyes, Potter, I'm taking off my shirt. Good to know, said Harry sarcastically, turning around and finding a comfortable position against the wall near the window. During one lunch, Harry pulled the green book that was written in Parseltongue from his bag. He leafed through the book, scanning the pages that detailed the brewing of potions. There were several fairly tame ones, as well as some which were not so nice. After a while, he settled on one that looked quite interesting and would challenge them to brew properly. A poison which instills terrible delusions in the victim's mind until the poison has been stricken from the bloodstream. That one didn't seem too dangerous to Harry, at least, it had no lasting effects that he could see. Taking out a quill, he copied the instructions and ingredients down onto a piece of parchment and returned the green book to his bag. That night he met Malfoy in Myrtle's bathroom and they went down to the chamber. I found a potion I think you'll like. We need these ingredients. Harry pulled out the list and handed it to the Slytherin, who perused it quickly before folding it and depositing it in his pocket. You wanted a legilimency lesson tonight? Asked Malfoy. Harry nodded. I've been practicing, clearing my mind like you said, but I don't think I'm going to improve much without practical lessons. Harry had to admit, Malfoy's methods of teaching were much better than Snape's. Unlike Snape, Malfoy actually explained things in simple language. Don't try to concentrate on my specific memories that you want to see, because you don't know them. You can't find something if you don't know what it looks like, can you? I suppose not, but the book I've been reading says you should focus on the memories you want to find. It says it's all about willpower and strength of mind. It is, but you don't have that yet. What I tend to find when starting out is that you focus on your memories. Say for example you want to find a memory of my I don't know boathouse. Don't try to imagine my boathouse, because you have no idea what it looks like. Instead, think of a boathouse you've seen before. If you have enough control, that image will lead my mind to my own boathouse, do you understand? Harry nodded thoughtfully. So it's kind of like word association, or in this case, memory association. Exactly. Yes. The sounds and feelings you associate with a boathouse, such as peace and quiet, the feeling of a boat gently rocking, they'll draw those memories that have similar sounds and feelings out of my mind. Eventually, when you've had enough practice, you'll be able to just think of what you want to see and it'll come to you, but this is a good way to start out. What about slowing down the memories? Last time we practiced, all the images just flew past me until you slowed them down. Malfoy frowned. To be honest, I never really had much trouble with that part. I wanted them to slow down and they just did. Severus says it usually takes longer to be able to do that, but I suppose I just have a natural talent. Malfoy smirked boastfully. Great, grumbled Harry. Well, shall we try? To start with, let's see if you can find my memory of me eating dinner tonight. What did you eat? I had roast with potatoes. Good, that's what I had, too, and some vegetables. When you get in my mind, I want you to remember eating your own meal. That will hopefully draw out my memories of eating the same thing. I'll lower my barriers so you can get straight in. Harry nodded and pointed his wand at Malfoy. Legilimens. At once, he had the feeling of being propelled forward, and memories began to rush past him in a blur of color and sound. Remembering what he was looking for, he brought to mind the dinner he had just eaten. He imagined cutting through one of the potatoes, steam rising from it. He recalled the delicious smell of the roast, and the texture of the gravy. Gradually, the images rushing past him changed. He still couldn't discern any in particular, but he could smell food, all kinds of food. Banana, porridge, roast, pumpkin juice. There was a golden sort of glow to most of them, and he could hear the chatter of hundreds of people, and continuous clinking sounds. He attempted to slow them down, focusing solely on seeing the images. For some reason, the golden ambience disappeared. He concentrated harder, but after a few minutes nothing had happened and Malfoy threw him out. Malfoy pinched the bridge of his nose. No, 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 no. Harry frowned. What? The Slytherin sighed. You did all right to begin with, calling up similar images, but then you lost it completely when you tried to slow it down. What did I do wrong? You lost your focus. Completely. No, I didn't. If I say you lost it, Potter. You were concentrating too hard on trying to slow down all the images, and so you lost the more specific images you had drawn in. What you should have done was try to locate more specific memories, then choose one and try to slow that down. Slowing down more than one is too difficult at this stage, explained Malfoy. Well, how am I supposed to locate more specific memories than what I did? Malfoy clicked his tongue, thinking. Did you notice there was a golden sort of glow when you drew in those memories? He continued at Harry's nod. Well, that was because a lot of the memories you brought up were of me eating in the Great Hall, which is lit by candles. Although, it wasn't just memories of dinner, it was breakfast and lunch too. Some were also of me eating in other places. So I should have also imagined specifically eating in the Great Hall. Malfoy nodded. Precisely. After that, they practiced a few more times. Harry succeeded in drawing in fewer memories, but he still had no luck in slowing them down whatsoever, and Malfoy couldn't offer him any helpful hints. They stopped when Malfoy got too frustrated with Harry to bother keeping going. Og. Let's just give it a rest now, groaned the Slytherin, leaping up. You have no finesse at all. It's like a damn whirlwind in my mind. Sighing, Harry leaned back against the lounge, agreeing they should give it up for the night. The next morning, Harry was searching through his trunk for his Ancient Runes textbook. Pulling aside his robes, he saw his pair of omnioculars that he had bought at the World Quidditch match he had attended with the Weasleys. An idea formed in his mind and he put the omnioculars in his pocket before heading to class. Legilimens. Harry slipped into Snape's mind, immediately becoming surrounded by whirlwind sounds and colors. Determined to slow the memories down this time, he put both hands up to his eyes. Nothing happened for a few moments and then Snape suddenly threw him out. What on earth are you doing, Potter? I just want to try something. Snape gave him a look that said he was odd, but Harry ignored it and incanted the spell again. Again, he put his hands up to his eyes, mimicking holding omnioculars. It was when he had been fishing through his trunk for his Ancient Runes textbook that he had hit upon an idea for controlling the memories in his legilimency lesson. Snape had taught him in occlumency that it was sometimes beneficial to visualize things in your mind, like when they had engaged in the mental duel. Perhaps, if he imagined that he was looking through omnioculars, it would provide a way for him to slow the images down. It was still willpower, but the idea provided a familiar situation and a more visual method. Of course, it may not work at all. Either way, it was worth a try. He had spent lunchtime familiarizing himself with the omnioculars, relearning the controls of them, and now he moved his finger in the motion that replayed things back in slow motion. At first nothing happened, but he kept doing the movement and gradually the images that he had drawn in slowed. They didn't slow by much, but it was enough that he could distinguish some of the quickly spoken words. Unfortunately, he couldn't slow them down enough to really look at any of the memories any clearer, but it was progress. Thank Merlin. I was beginning to think we would never make any progress, said Snape dryly when he had expelled Harry from his mind. Harry grinned. What is it you were doing differently this time? Or is it simply the appalling amount of time we have spent practicing? Asked Snape tiredly. One holiday, Mr. Weasley took us to see the Ireland versus Bulgaria Quidditch match. We brought these omnioculars, and I thought simulating using a pair would help me. Harry shrugged, still grinning at his success. Snape rolled his eyes and favored Harry with a sneer. Of course, Quidditch. Why did I not think of it myself? He said sarcastically. He took a seat, and shaking his head he murmured to himself, whatever works, I suppose. I only did it because of what you taught me, pointed out Harry, and Snape raised an eyebrow. And what, pray tell, have I ever told you about that involves Quidditch? Not Quidditch. When we were learning occlumency, we practiced visualizing things in my own mind to help block you out. It's the same sort of thing. I suppose it is, yes. Speaking of occlumency, I assume you have been keeping your shields up at all times. Harry nodded. Good, let's see them. Legilimens. Harry had not been expecting the attack, but his shield held. He could feel Snape's presence falling, occasionally finding a purchase on something, but mostly just falling through the endless black space that made Harry's barriers. After a few minutes, he expelled Snape from his mind. Snape nodded grudgingly. You have improved. Your shields are stronger and you seem to throw me out quite easily. Harry couldn't help grinning again, earning a scowl from Snape. Get out, Potter, before you make me sick. That night as he was preparing for bed, a sharp shooting pain ripped through his scar, bringing him to his knees. He cleared his mind as best he could, bringing all of his shields up, and the pain gradually faded away. On Wednesday, Harry got some lunch from the kitchens and went down to the chamber with Malfoy so they could start brewing the potion. I like the look of this potion, said Malfoy, rubbing his hands together before assembling the potion's ingredients in the order they were going to use them. Harry snorted. You just like it because it's a poison. You do promise you're not going to use it on anyone, don't you? Can't say I've got anyone in mind, said Malfoy lightly. Harry narrowed his eyes. You'd better not. Malfoy half filled the small cauldron they were using with water and lit a fire beneath it while Harry started chopping some gillyweed into perfectly even pieces. After partnering with Malfoy all year, he had picked up some of the Slytherin's meticulous methods when it came to preparing ingredients. An hour later, they set the potion to simmer. Well, that's all we can do for now. It has to stew for at least 12 hours and no more than 24, said Harry, consulting the parchment he had scribbled instructions on. They began cleaning up the area, wiping down the table and packing away the unused ingredients. I've been thinking, Potter. We should partner for the last potions assignment. Harry was surprised. He hadn't even considered that Malfoy would want to remain partners now that they could choose who they wanted to go with. Malfoy correctly read his expression. We've been partners all year, and I have to admit I wasn't thrilled with it, but we've gotten good marks and this assignment is a big one, so it's much easier to share the workload with someone else. Plus, Blaise is with Pansy and I'm not going with Goyle. Harry shrugged. I suppose, I don't really mind either way. Have you read through the list of options? Malfoy nodded enthusiastically. I was thinking number 2 looked interesting. What do you think? Well, I haven't had a look yet. Malfoy rolled his eyes. Of course you haven't. Well, have a look and let me know what you think. We have to tell Snape what partners we have and what potion we're brewing next lesson. They moved over to the lounge and Harry dug around in his bag for the sheet of parchment Snape had copied for all the students in the class. There were 5 options to choose from. A potion that will alter the color of one's hair. Extra points will be awarded if the color can be chosen. A healing potion which is effective on broken bones and/or flesh wounds. A concoction which when ingested causes the drinker to grow temporarily taller. A brew which when rubbed into the skin clears blemishes. A potion which mimics the effects of an anesthetic. Alternative concepts may be discussed with me. Extra points are given if the potion has no serious unintended side effects. Harry perused the list for a while. Number 2 did look interesting, but he liked number 3 as well. He told his opinion to Malfoy. Don't be ridiculous, he scoffed. Number 3 is the easiest one on there. It's for people who want an easy but low mark. Snape put it on there for the uncreative people, like Goyle, who'll fail if they. Harry scowled. Alright, fine. I was just saying it looked interesting. Not really, replied Malfoy indifferently. Harry's anger fired up. You know it really annoys me when you do that. Do what? Droned Malfoy. Act like your opinion is the only one that's right. I say something and you tell me I'm wrong, when it's something that doesn't even have a right or wrong answer. Sorry, replied the Slytherin indifferently, not looking up from his book. Growling in annoyance and frustration, Harry stalked out of the chamber. He knew he probably shouldn't get so annoyed, but he had been employing the techniques described in the book Snape had given him about emotional control. In doing so, he really hadn't had any outlet for his anger, and it was coming out now. Walking to calm himself down a bit, he made his way up to Myrtle's bathroom and headed towards Gryffindor Tower. "Harry, my boy," came a bright voice from behind him. Harry groaned silently. He really wasn't in the mood to talk about his behavior. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore," he replied, as politely as he could manage. "Off to Gryffindor Common Room for the night?" asked the headmaster, popping a lolly into his mouth. "Yes, sir." "Excellent. I was wondering if I might walk with you. I was hoping to tell you some excellent news." Harry looked curiously at Dumbledore. "What's that, sir?" "I am pleased to inform you that we were able to foil an attack on the small village of Pulteney yesterday evening. Professor Snape informs me we have you to thank for this." Harry brightened considerably at Dumbledore's words. "That's excellent, sir." "Indeed it is. 100 innocent muggles will continue to sleep soundly in their beds." Dumbledore drew Harry to a halt and cast a silencing charm around them. "I tell you this in confidence, Harry," he continued in a low voice. "Not only were those in the village saved, but if all goes well, also Professor Snape's position as a spy. It would not be good for us if we were to lose that." Harry blinked at the little piece of information that had been handed to him, even if he did already know it from spying on the Order. "That's great, sir." "Indeed it is." Dumbledore squeezed Harry's shoulder before turning to leave. "Good things happen when people work together." Harry wandered into the common room, wondering if Dumbledore's last comment was a hint. Harry went to bed straight away. He was excited that his information had helped the Order, and wondered if him learning legilimency was really the best course of action. Admittedly, it was painful when he had vision, and he was thankful that they were starting to decrease, but what was a bit of temporary pain if it saved 100 lives? For the first time in a long time, Harry didn't clear his mind before he went to sleep. Instead, he filled his mind with images of Voldemort and the cloaked figures that stood behind him. Shadowy figures stood circled around him, and he fumed in anger at the audacity of one who must stand in this circle. "Logan, step forward." A man moved shakily in front of him, and he sneered in disgust at the waves of fear that rolled off of him. "One of you," he said delicately as Nagini curled around him, "has betrayed me." The man in front of him paled ever so slightly. "Tonight we will find out who." He turned his full attention to the man who kneeled before him. "Look at me," he commanded, and after a pause the man did so, his eyes flitting to his, then away, and then back again. Before he could look away again, he threw himself into the man's mind, searching his memories for an answer. He could feel the man's pure terror, but the memories he viewed showed a pathetically cowed man who truly desired to rid the world of mudbloods. After a minute he was satisfied that Logan, though weak, was indeed loyal. "Logan, you are a faithful follower. Step back. Monterey, step forward." Another man appeared before him, this one more confident. Again, he delved into the man's mind. A full hour later, he had finished with each of the wizards that made up his third circle of Death Eaters, and his frustration and anger had grown with each man that passed his test. He surveyed the men before him, his nostrils flaring in anger. These men were weak, that he knew. None of them was powerful or talented enough to hide their mind from him. Nobody was. He was the greatest legilimens in the world. And yet, none of them appeared to be the spy. He was not pleased by their loyalty. He was angered by what it meant. He was forced to conclude that the spy was not one of his lowly ranked minions, but someone he had thought trustworthy, someone from the second circle or the inner circle. He raged. "Mate, wake up, Harry." He was shaken awake by Ron, though he barely registered that. The pain in his head was so great. Voldemort was furious. He groaned loudly, biting his lip to try and prevent the scream that wanted to rip its way out of his lungs. "Seamus, go and get McGonagall and Pomfrey," hissed Ron. Harry made a noise of disagreement and shook his head furiously, though he halted abruptly when it made his head worse. "Nah." He pushed himself into a sitting position. Don't. Harry mate, you need some help. You were screaming like a banshee, and you're obviously in pain." Harry pushed himself out of his bed, pushed his glasses on to his nose and stumbled slightly on his way to the door, shrugging Ron's helping hand away. Harry. Don't bother. He grunted, leaving the four boys staring unsurely after him from the door of the dormitory. He staggered through the corridors, thankfully not running into Filch on his way down to Snape's office. He didn't know if Snape would be there at this time of night, but he really needed some of the pain relief potion that Snape had given him last time he'd had a vision this bad. The normal type that was dispensed in the infirmary wasn't strong enough. Harry massaged his temples as he walked, but it didn't really help. His head still felt like it was splitting in two. After what seemed like ages, he arrived at Snape's office. The corridor was completely dark, and he had forgotten his wand. He felt for the door and knocked, but after a minute of waiting he decided Snape mustn't be in there. He wasn't surprised, really, it was early in the morning. He contemplated going to Snape's quarters, but he couldn't quite remember how to get there. Bracing himself for what he knew would happen, he gritted his teeth and turned the handle, trying to push the door open. A split second later, he was slammed backwards into the wall, his head spinning. The pain became too much, and he threw up before slumping against the wall to wait for Snape. He didn't have to wait long before Snape swept around the corner, his dark robes billowing behind him. It was a second before he spotted Harry shivering against the wall. His expression of fury dropped from his face as he saw the state Harry was in, and he knelt, peering into Harry's eyes. Come on, Potter. Get up. Harry struggled up, surprised when he felt Snape pulling him up by the arm. The potions master led Harry into his office and sat him down before going over to a cabinet and returning with the familiar potion. Harry gulped it down, sighing in relief when it took the edge off his pain. And this, said Snape, handing him a murky orange potion. Harry took it without question and found that it was a stomach-settling potion. Thanks, he grunted, leaning forward and resting his head in his hands, waiting for the potions to have more of an effect. Snape sat quietly in his chair, waiting for Harry to speak. After 10 minutes, Harry stopped feeling like he was going to throw up again. He's angry. Unbelievably angry, he said, not moving from his position. Snape's voice was quiet when he spoke. Why? The spy. He was so sure after the attack on Pulteney failed that it was someone from the third circle. He called them all, and read their minds one by one. Now he knows it's somebody closer to him. Snape sighed in defeat, sitting back and running a hand through his lank hair. There were several minutes of silence before Snape spoke again. Did you clear your mind tonight? Yes, he lied, not really in the mood to have Snape berate him. Snape looked as if he did not quite believe the lie, but did not pursue the issue. Very well. Are you well enough to walk back to your dormitory by yourself? Harry nodded, though he felt a bit weak. Are you going to tell Dumbledore? There is a meeting for the Order tomorrow evening, I will inform them then. Harry stood slowly, but his head still spun and he wobbled slightly. Snape was up in an instant and at his side. I will escort you to the infirmary and you will spend the remainder of the night there. Snape helped Harry up to the infirmary, keeping a steadying hand on his shoulder, though by the time they reached the hospital wing Harry was feeling a fair bit better. Harry hopped into his usual bed while Snape watched. All done? Asked Snape. Harry nodded. Snape extended his hand. Glasses. Harry pulled off his glasses and put them in Snape's hand, feeling a little too much like he was being tucked in for his liking. Remember to clear your mind. Snape gave him a final look and was gone. Harry fell asleep immediately. Ron told me about how you woke up screaming last night, and he said it's not unusual. It's none of your concern, Hermione. Harry had been descended upon by Hermione as he sat in the common room working on an assignment. Please stop ignoring us, Harry. We're your friends. You can't stay mad at us forever. I don't know how you can claim to be my friend when you blatantly lied to me. We're sorry, she cried. We know it was wrong, it's just that at the time, it seemed like we were doing the right thing. You need us, she insisted. Not anymore, he replied coldly, ignoring her stricken expression. She wrung her hands as he continued writing. After a few moments, she gave a soft sob and escaped up the stairs to the girls' dormitory, closing the door loudly behind her. During their lunch break that day, Harry and Malfoy met to continue the potion. It was time to add the basilisk blood, and Malfoy was especially excited about the result it would have. Harry measured out 16 milliliters of the red liquid from the large jar they had and brought it over to the cauldron. It was extremely potent, so not much was required. Now remember, you need to pour it in at a constant rate while I'm stirring. And I need to stir 3 times clockwise, 2 times anti-clockwise, 7 times clockwise. Harry nodded as Malfoy dipped the glass stirring rod into the potion, which was currently a greenish color with a sluggish consistency. Harry positioned the vial above the potion, and at the exact instant Malfoy began to stir, he slowly tipped the basilisk blood in. The swirl of red disappeared quickly as Malfoy stirred, and when he had completed the step, they both stood back and waited with bated breath for the result. For a moment it looked as if there would be no visible effect, but then the potion sputtered, and with a fizz of bright sparks that started in the middle and spread outwards, the potion turned a radiant orange, and the potion began to spin in the cauldron, as if it was being stirred quickly. Cool, murmured Malfoy, and Harry nodded his head in agreement. You should all have decided on your choice for the final assessment, began Snape, prowling between the desks in the potions classroom. I have left a sheet of parchment on my desk, and by the end of the lesson I expect everyone's name to be written on it, along with the option you have chosen. He then began with his usual pre-practical lecture. Shortly before the end of class, Malfoy went up to Snape's desk and wrote their names down, putting the number 2 next to them. Snape had told him there was an order meeting that evening, so he kept an eye on the map and made his way there when people started to gather in the office. There hadn't been a meeting at Grimmauld Place for a while and he wondered why. As it turned out, there were only 4 people at the meeting: Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall and Tonks. I have unfortunate news, began Snape. I believe the Dark Lord is unconvinced that the spy is in the group who were to attack Pulteney, said Snape slowly, his voice quiet. Harry wondered why Snape didn't say that he had had a vision. There were murmurs of dismay from Tonks and McGonagall, and Dumbledore sighed. I should not have hoped it would be so easy to throw him off. We shall simply have to find some other way of doing so, said McGonagall, her voice filled with worry. I will endeavor to gather as much information as I can as quickly as I can, replied Snape. We cannot expect that my position will not be revealed now that the Dark Lord is certain of a spy in his highest ranks. Why does he think the spy is not from the Third Circle? Asked Tonks. We prevented the attack, surely he believes the spy must be there. Snape looked down his nose at her. The Dark Lord is the greatest legilimens in history. It is no task for him to breach the deepest recesses of a man's mind and find the truth. Maybe we can frame someone, suggested Tonks. How many times have we tried that? Asked Snape. And how many times has it failed? You are being naive, Nymphadora. We must accept that my position will be compromised, Snape snapped impatiently. How much time do you think we can expect? Snape paused for a moment, thinking before he answered. The Second Circle consists of about 10 individuals. Of those he may suspect Crabbe or Goyle to begin with. Those 2 are more like sheep than blindly faithful. Avery is someone that is easily swayed by a bribe, though he is certainly loyal. Most of the rest spent a decade in Azkaban for him, so he probably won't suspect them, unless he thinks one of them is trading his secrets for clemency. And the Inner Circle? Asked McGonagall. The Inner Circle consists of Rabaston, Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy, Malcolm Nott, Septimus Thorne, and myself, of course. None of us are easily influenced, and I cannot imagine which of us he might expect. Most certainly not any of the Lestranges. At any rate, it depends how he goes about it. If he decides to simply perform legilimency on us all, I could have days at the most. If he decides to launch attacks and see which ones fail, then weeks or even months. Perhaps you shouldn't go next time he calls, suggested McGonagall, the concern in her tone evident. Snape gave her a look like she was simple. And prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that I am the spy, Minerva. Better than you being dead, she returned, her tone becoming fiery. Snape rolled his eyes. I'm quite sure that is coming anyway, Minerva. McGonagall gasped softly. Severus, do not speak like that. After the meeting, Harry met up with Malfoy to practice their animagus transformations. Have you been practicing? Asked Malfoy as they entered the library. Harry shook his head. No, I haven't really had much time lately. They each sat in their own space, Harry removing his shoes and Malfoy taking off his shirt so it didn't rip. There was silence in the library for over 40 minutes before Malfoy finally experienced a new transformation. Harry opened his eyes when he heard the Slytherin begin to move around. He got awkwardly to his knees and then his feet, his tiny hands flopping uselessly. Malfoy was even taller and broader than he had been previously, and looked like he was about to pop out of his pants. "I think I might have to start borrowing Vincent's clothes if I'm going to keep practicing," he said. "Our transfiguration book says that you can change your clothes as part of the transformation." I think that'll take a bit more practice though." "Yeah, probably. Maybe you should try visualizing your clothes changing as well," suggested Harry. Malfoy nodded. "It's worth a try, I suppose." "Hey," said Harry suddenly. "Your teeth are sharp. Did that just happen today?" Malfoy walked to the mirror and bent down close to it, opening his mouth wide. "Yeah, I think so." "Wicked. Did you have any luck?" Harry shook his head. "No, although I felt that weird tingling feeling all over my face, so I think I'm close to another one." Afterwards they spent some time working on assignments. "Do you want to meet up again tomorrow sometime?" Malfoy shook his head. "I can't. My father is taking me out of school for the weekend." Harry sat up. "What? Why?" Malfoy was quiet for a moment. "I don't know. It's not. I don't know. Okay." Malfoy's usually calm exterior became suddenly ruffled. He looked slightly worried. They went back to their work in silence, and Harry spoke over 5 minutes later. "You could just not go," he said softly. Malfoy didn't reply. The next morning Harry attended Quidditch practice. They had their last match coming up in a week, Gryffindor versus Slytherin for the Quidditch Cup. Their team was in fine form, apart from the rift that had formed between captain and keeper in recent weeks. Unlike Hermione, Ron had not approached him, choosing to keep his distance from Harry in his anger. He hadn't even scowled at Harry, which surprised him greatly. Ron was usually quite outward with his emotions, but he hadn't even so much as caught Harry's eye. The practice went well, and Harry was feeling fairly confident about the upcoming match against Slytherin. As they were leaving the pitch, the Slytherin team arrived, and Harry noticed Malfoy's absence with a burst of worry. As far as he knew, it wasn't a regular occurrence for Lucius Malfoy, and Harry wondered at the reason for Draco's weekend away. Perhaps it was for completely benign reasons, but Harry had a dreaded feeling. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his sweaty hair. As long as Draco didn't return with a great ugly mark on his arm, Harry was happy. It wasn't that he liked Malfoy that much. They weren't friends per se, but over the year they had developed a comfortable sort of companionship that Harry could rely on. He felt certain that if Malfoy were to follow his father and become a Death Eater, that he couldn't in good conscience continue to associate with Malfoy, and he felt that the Slytherin would probably feel the same way. Although, Harry thought wryly, he doubted that it would be in good conscience on Malfoy's part. During the day, Harry briefly visited the chamber to finish the potion he and Malfoy had been brewing. It had only needed to stew longer before being siphoned into vials, and Harry performed the task easily. After 6 years of potions, he could siphon with his eyes closed. It was still rapidly spinning in the cauldron when he arrived, despite the fact that it hadn't been stirred since the previous evening. It was still bright orange, and emitted the occasional spark. As soon as Harry lowered the siphon into it, the potion went dead still in an instant. He measured out 2 equal vials. There was just enough to fill 2 small vials. He pocketed them and left the chamber. That evening after dinner Harry had a legilimency lesson with Snape. He was feeling particularly optimistic now that he had found a way of slowing the images down. Hopefully tonight he would be able to slow down the memories enough that he could view a memory entirely. "Tonight I want you to attempt to access memories of me marking assignments. Try to imagine the tedium that provides me, and I'm sure you'll have no trouble locating memories," said Snape dryly. "Once you feel you have some, pick one only and try to slow it down completely." Harry nodded and pointed his wand. Legilimens. As soon as the whirl of memories descended upon his senses, he recalled the methods Malfoy had taught him. He had never personally marked anyone's assignments, although he had read through Ron's and Hermione's many times. Ron's to check over and compare, Hermione's to copy. He focused his thoughts on comparing a potions essay he had written with Ron's, remembering the smell of parchment and ink, and the frustration he sometimes felt when he couldn't quite get it long enough. Soon, a great many memories dropped back, still leaving a lot in the foreground of Snape's mind. Some of them, Harry reasoned, would be of Snape marking essays, while others would most likely be of him writing them or simply reading anything on parchment that frustrated him. To narrow down the images more, Harry focused on Snape's office, the cold stone walls, the jars of dead things, and the big wooden desk. Even more images dropped away. There were still hundreds. After all, Snape probably marked essays every night, and he had been teaching for 16 years. One thing that allowed him to concentrate better was the fact that most of these images seemed were now of Snape seated at his desk, and he stopped feeling as if he were sitting in one chair, then another, then standing, the light going from daylight to candlelight and back again. It was much less disorienting. There were still too many images for him to draw in one particular one, so he racked his mind for something else to narrow it down. With a wry smile, he focused on his own name, written messily in black ink on an essay entitled, The Use of Moonstone in Everlasting Elixirs. It had been a revision of the subject matter from first term, and he had handed it in only a few days ago. Immediately, all images but a few dropped away. He supposed all the memories that now circled him must all be of Snape marking his essays. He squinted, but couldn't tell which was the one he wanted. He brought his hands up to his eyes. This time when he imagined the omnioculars, a pair actually appeared in his hands, though they were slightly different to the pair in his trunk. They only had one knob, and he turned it repeatedly. After a few full turns, things began to slow down and he was able to distinguish some of the words that whipped around him. Aha! He yelled. He had spotted a memory of Snape marking the Everlasting Elixirs essay, and he mentally threw himself toward it before it was again hidden in the other memories. He found himself in Snape's office, standing now. Snape was bent low to see the essay clearer in the dying light of the candle, which had begun to sputter on its short wick. Harry walked closer and bent down, ascertaining that it was in fact his recently written essay. Snape was muttering to himself, though Harry only caught a few words. Ridiculous, he muttered, drawing a red line through a sentence. Dunderhead. Snape shook his head. Harry scowled. It wasn't that bad. He thought he'd done a good job writing it. Harry continued to watch as Snape gave an affirmative grunt and passed over the next few paragraphs without scratching out anything he had written and finally came to the end of the essay. The potions master paused for a few moments, considering, and then scripted a neat red E in the upper right corner of his work. Harry grinned, and then he was propelled from Snape's mind. A marked improvement, stated Snape, referring to Harry's legilimency. I only got an E. Asked Harry, though he was smiling. I thought I would get full marks on that one. Snape rolled his eyes. It was very nearly an O, though you neglected to mention that Moonstone actually aids in prolonging the life of the potion, which brought your mark down considerably. You did, however, receive extra marks for stating that Moonstone acts as a nullifier for the adverse effects of dragon blood, which you would have only known if you read more than your assigned potions manual, something I certainly didn't expect of you. Harry smirked smugly. Back to the topic at hand, said Snape, raising an eyebrow at the expression on Harry's face. As I said, a marked improvement. I assume you were looking for that specific image. Harry nodded. Not at first, though. I narrowed it down to you marking assignments, but there were too many for me to slow down and choose one to view, so then I thought of seeing what I got in that assignment. I thought about my name written on parchment and then I managed to slow those images down enough to see the one I wanted, and then I sort of pushed myself into it. Snape nodded. Good. Your method for slowing the memories down certainly seems effective. You have gone from not being able to do it at all to viewing a memory with easy in only 2 lessons. So what now? Snape sneered. You are not ready to progress just yet, Potter. Do not think it will be so easy every time. That was a very specific memory you were searching for. You wrote the essay and you know in great detail what my office looks like, so you knew exactly what you were looking for. Say you were seeking a certain bit of knowledge from my mind, but you have no idea where I came by that knowledge. You would have absolutely no idea what it is you are searching for, and it would take you far longer to narrow the images down, if you could even do that. We need to get you to the stage where you simply think of what it is you want to know and the relevant images simply spring forward. Harry wrinkled his nose in thought. For example, continued Snape, the other day I found myself, in the course of a business deal, believing that I was being shortchanged, shall we say, in my purchase. I performed legilimency on the man, wanting to view the memory of how he came by what he was now selling me. All I knew about that event was what he bought, as I was now buying it. I didn't know where he bought it, when, from whom, but the memory instantly appeared before me, showing me all I needed to know. It takes a great deal of time and practice to get to this level of control, and you may never get there. However, you need more control than you have. We need to stop your mind from wandering on its own. Harry nodded. I've been reading the book you left me, he said, and he could have sworn the corner of Snape's mouth twitched. Have you now? And has it been useful for you? Harry narrowed his eyes. He had the feeling Snape was silently laughing at him. Yes, I suppose. I've been using some of the techniques to help keep my anger under control, and it helps me clear my mind. Snape nodded. And have you been doing mind puzzles as I suggested? Harry paused before shaking his head. He had completely forgotten to look for some. Mental control is a difficult thing to achieve. You will not progress without working at it. An exercise I frequently used in my training was to keep lists, to memorize things. Try writing down a sequence of numbers. Look at them for a few minutes, cover them up, and then try to write them all down. The more you practice, the easier you will find it to hold the information in your head. Alternatively, you might want to try memorizing potions' ingredients, incorporating the exercise into your study. As time goes on, you will find it easier to memorize longer lists or longer numbers. Harry nodded. Something else you can do is exercises that arise as you go about your day-to-day life. Say for example that you develop an itch, refrain from scratching it. It takes mental control to avoid something so easy, something that begs our immediate attention. Snape had him try once more to view a memory, this time of Snape visiting a place called Chateau Lewin, a place that Harry had never heard of, let alone seen. All he had to go on was the name. It went without saying that he failed miserably, unable to draw any images at all closer to him. He thought perhaps that Snape was doing it more to prove a point than actually teach him anything this time, to remind Harry not to get carried away with his previous success. On Sunday Harry spent the day in the chamber, putting in a few good hours of solid study before attempting the memory exercise that Snape had mentioned. He had taken the potion master's advice in using the exercise to study and was memorizing the long list of ingredients used for the draft of Living Death. He had originally tried numbers, writing down a list of 22-digit ones and attempting to remember them, but he had found it tedious and difficult. Memorizing ingredients was much easier, but still a challenge, especially with a potion that had so many ingredients. After a good hour of that, he gave it up for another idea that Snape had dismissed. It was a topic he was interested in and he had done it before, wandless magic. He pondered for a moment before tossing his wand aside. He knew that the last time he had done this, unlocking his cupboard at the Dursleys, had been more an act of need with an element of accidental magic than plain skill, but he thought it would be worth giving it a try. After all, he had found himself before Voldemort without a wand on a number of occasions, and it wouldn't hurt being able to do a simple Accio or even a Stupefy without a wand. He kneeled at the low table that was in front of the lounge, facing away from the window so he wasn't distracted by the mesmerizing view. He focused on the wand, wondering if he should get a book on wandless magic before he actually tried it. He didn't know if you were supposed to do the movement with your hand, or your whole arm, or if you just held up your hand. It was for this reason that starting with an Accio was a good idea. It had no wand movement, like a Lumos, you simply held the wand up. He extended his hand towards his wand until it was mere centimeters away. He concentrated for a few minutes, clearing his mind before incanting. Accio. Nothing happened and he tried again. Accio. Again. Nothing. He clucked his tongue, thinking. In the end, he decided to continue practicing the summoning spell, reasoning that he would get a book to read later and try the Lumos spell another time, as it was easier. His wand didn't move until he picked it up and stuffed it into his pocket after an hour of practicing, but he reined in his frustration. he couldn't expect to succeed after so short a time. On Monday morning, Harry made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast and searched the Slytherin table with a feeling of expectation. Malfoy wasn't there when he arrived, but 10 minutes later he entered the hall surrounded by a knot of Slytherins. He was looking tired and drawn, but he had his usual smirk pasted on his face, and Harry wasn't really sure if that should alleviate his fears at all. He resumed eating his breakfast, listening to Dean and Seamus' conversation as he did so until the owls streamed into the Great Hall. He had used one of the school barn owls to send Malfoy his vial of the potion, along with a short note. Malfoy looked across the hall and gave a brief and almost imperceptible shake of his head, pocketing the vial as he did so. Harry frowned and went back to eating his bacon. Malfoy had said once that their association would end when he took the mark, but as time had passed Harry had begun to think that that wasn't true. Surely Malfoy wouldn't cut all ties. The though worried him more than he would have thought. He spent the whole day stewing on what had happened over the weekend, not able to approach Malfoy in any of their classes to ask. After dinner, he waited impatiently for Malfoy outside the Slytherin common room, skulking against the wall under his invisibility cloak. Not long after he arrived, Malfoy approached with a group of his friends. Harry huffed in annoyance, but luckily Malfoy detached from the group and continued on. Harry stepped up beside him as he walked by. Malfoy. The Slytherin jerked. Shite. Potter. You don't sneak up on people in dark corridors. Whispered Malfoy harshly, an annoyed look appearing on his face. Where'd you go this weekend? He asked, ignoring Malfoy's comment and cutting straight to the point. None of your damned business. Spat Malfoy. Home. Get any nice skulls burned into your skin while you were there. Shut the bloody hell up, Potter. Snarled Malfoy, giving Harry a dirty look and looking back behind them. Can't blame me for asking. Yeah, I can, actually. Like I said, it's none of you damned business. Can't you stop for a minute? No, I just want to talk for a minute. No, you just want to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Now, if you'll stop prying, stop annoying me and stop following me, I'm on my way to see Professor Snape. Harry paused and dropped back. Fine. Malfoy looked over his shoulder, narrowing his eyes. Mind you own business, Potter, he said again, a warning tone in his voice. As soon as Malfoy turned the next corner, Harry pulled out the pendant and apparated to the tunnel side of the painting that led to Snape's quarters. On one side, there were branches, thickly filed with the broad leaves of some lush forest tree. Beyond the faint sound of falling water that the painting made, he heard a knock, and several seconds later the sound of a well-oiled door opening. Draco, come in, came Snape's deep voice. Godfather. Harry pushed aside some leaves, searching for a gap he could see through into Snape's living room. He paused when footsteps entered the room, then resumed searching, though he moved carefully, not wanting to make any noise which would alert Malfoy of his presence. He finally found a comfortable position, leaning up against the side of the tunnel with his hand holding aside some leaves and making a tiny gap he could see through. Malfoy was seated on the lounge and behind him the curtains were open, providing a similar view to that from the chamber. As Harry watched, Snape entered the room holding 2 crystal wine glasses filled with a deep red wine. He handed one to Malfoy, who placed it on the table. Snape did the same and sat, steepling his fingers and surveying Malfoy intently. The Slytherin fidgeted, picking at a hem of his robe. It was a while before Snape spoke. How was your weekend? He asked softly. Malfoy shrugged. Fine. Mother says hello. Snape inclined his head, and there were a few more minutes of silence, during which Snape sipped his wine, still peering intently at Malfoy, who had not yet looked him in the eye. Did your father have anything planned for your weekend? As if you don't know. Spat Malfoy, finally looking Snape dead in the eye. I can guess, replied Snape in a level tone, but I do not know. Malfoy snorted. You know everything. You can talk to me, Draco. Malfoy gave a jerky nod of his head and a grunt before falling silent again. Suddenly, the Slytherin darted a quick look towards the painting where Harry was and then exploded. Father took me to him, and it was he tortured me. He tortured me until my father was on his knees begging him to stop. Our Lord is a harsh master, Snape murmured, a thin finger caressing his top lip. Malfoy's breathing was slightly ragged. But it was completely pointless. He was questioning my father's loyalty. Of course my father is loyal. Harry stared in horror at Malfoy. The Dark Lord must be sure of these things, Draco. He demands utmost loyalty. He tests us. You must be prepared for this. He knows your father's greatest weakness, and he used it to his advantage. Snape paused, and then continued, his tone careful. It is an admirable quality to possess. Malfoy's nostrils flared, but after a moment he nodded in agreement. Are you having doubts about joining the Dark Lord's ranks? Snape stood and walked over to Malfoy, and as he watched, Snape drew back the sleeve of Malfoy's robe, giving a small nod of his head when he saw Malfoy's arm. Malfoy hesitated before answering, no, and shaking the robe back into place. Damn it, whispered Harry, having been unable to see whether Malfoy's arm remained unblemished. Good, Snape replied to Malfoy. We certainly don't need one of our finest upcoming Death Eaters to defect to Dumbledore's side. I wouldn't, replied Malfoy defensively. Good. That man is a fool. Snape paused, before adding, he would give help to anyone who asked for it. Malfoy went back to fidgeting, throwing another glance at the painting. He said he was looking forward to seeing me again. Malfoy got up to leave shortly after and Harry wandered along the tunnels into the chamber. He couldn't believe that Malfoy had been tortured, and wondered how badly. He was surprised when a moment later the Slytherin burst out of the tunnels behind him. Potter, I knew I'd find you here. You don't know what mind your own business means, do you? Yelled Malfoy, shoving Harry hard in the chest. Harry scrambled to his feet, dodging another shove. I told you I was going to speak to my godfather. That wasn't an invitation to listen in on our conversation. Don't lie. It's exactly what you did and we both know it. I was going to say, I wanted to know what happened to you over the weekend. And I thought I already made it clear that it was none of your business. Harry narrowed his eyes and then lunged forward, reaching for Malfoy's arm. They grappled, Harry trying to wrench Malfoy's sleeve up so he could see his arm. Malfoy tugged the arm away, and before Harry could block him, the Slytherin landed a punch across the side of his face. When Harry regained consciousness, he sat up slowly, leaning on his elbows and looking blearily around the room. Your glasses are to your left, came Malfoy's voice, his tone bored. Harry groped around on the floor. I said your left, droned Malfoy. Yeah, grunted Harry. He found his glasses and put them on, the world coming into clear focus. The Slytherin was seated on the lounge with a book, his robe hung over the back of the lounge and the sleeves of his shirt pushed up to the elbows. Harry scowled at the Slytherin, whose attention was focused on whatever book he had. You didn't have to knock me out, you know, Harry grumbled, picking himself up and seating himself on the lounge. I was simply defending myself. Malfoy indicated his jaw, which had a bruise forming. And you ripped my robe in your completely undignified attack on my person. I didn't attack you. Well, I don't know what you'd call it if not an attack. It was completely without reason as well, I might add. As you can see, Malfoy held out his arm. I'm not marked. Harry breathed in relief, though his voice was grim when he muttered, how long is it going to stay that way? You have 45 minutes to complete the test. I do not want to hear any talking and you may leave quietly when you are finished. Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy remained behind. They were in potions, and Snape had set them a revision test so he knew what to go over in more detail before their exams. Harry wondered what Snape wanted with them. He finished the test in 40 minutes and spent the next 5 checking over his answers. By the time the class ended, only he, Malfoy, Seamus and Pansy were still in the room. Snape called time and the 4 students shambled forward to deposit their tests on Snape's desk. Snape waited until Seamus and Pansy had left the room before he spoke. We have a problem, he stated, and Harry exchanged a confused look with Malfoy. I do not know what possessed you to choose each other as partners again. You had good reason in defense, but there is no reason now. Choose new partners or work individually, the choice is up to you. But we already chose each other as partners, argued Harry. And I said if I deemed any groups unsuitable that I would break them up. Hissed Snape. 20 points from Gryffindor for arguing with a teacher. Now get out. As soon as Harry had finished with his transfiguration homework, he rushed off to his computer, excitement coiling in his gut. His favorite fanfiction author, need not know their name, had recently posted a new story, and he had been looking forward to the new chapter with unrivaled anticipation. In fact, he had barely been able to concentrate on anything else all week. It seemed like an age before the computer finally booted up, and he clicked on the link in his favorites menu. Yes, he danced a little jig. Chapter 3 had been posted. Of course, as soon as he was finished reading, he would leave a review to thank said author for their hard work. Why is he splitting us up? Complained Harry as they made their way up to the Great Hall. Why do you think, Potter? Muttered Malfoy darkly. It was a ridiculous idea to partner up anyway. He's right. I don't see what working on a potions assignment together. Because I'll be 17 in less than a month and at some stage soon after that, you know. If the wrong people were to find out we were working together amicably, it wouldn't be good for me. Someone might have already mentioned it to one of their parents. Harry scowled as they approached the Great Hall, and he wished his life was not so convoluted. You should wait here for a minute before you go out, said Malfoy, stepping in front of him as they neared the corner. Harry scowled. Why me? Because Slytherins and Gryffindors don't casually chat on their way to lunch, called Malfoy over his shoulder. I know that. I said why me? Malfoy smirked. Because I'm hungry and I don't want to wait. That afternoon after classes found Harry and Malfoy racing through the spray thrown up by the river in the canyon in pursuit of Malfoy's practice snitch. They had summoned their brooms from the courtyard outside the chamber and leapt off with wild abandon, plunging towards the water and releasing the snitch on the way. They twisted and turned as they raced up the canyon between the mountains which occluded most of the sunlight. Malfoy snagged the snitch and drew to a halt, holding it up in a victorious gesture. You're going down this weekend, Potter. He called gleefully. There's no way Gryffindor is holding onto the cup this year. Harry grinned and yelled over the rushing water. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Malfoy. Yeah, I've seen you Griffs practicing. Good, but not good enough. Shortly after, they made their way back to the chamber, depositing their brooms in a corner by a bookshelf. What's this? Asked Malfoy, holding a piece of parchment that Harry recognized as the sheet he had written the list of numbers on to practice for Legilimency, and then thrown aside when he grew bored of the numbers. Practicing for Legilimency. Severus told me about this method. Malfoy frowned slightly. I never read about it in any books though. Harry could see Malfoy's mind ticking over. What book did you get it out of? Asked the Slytherin. It might have been Legilimency for Beginners, replied Harry, recalling a title he had seen in a bookshop on one of their Hogsmeade weekends. Speaking of Legilimency, can we have that lesson? Malfoy gave a resigned sigh and indicated the lounge, laying the parchment on the table and then sitting opposite Harry. Harry performed the spell, and focused his attention on finding Malfoy's first memory of boarding the Hogwarts Express. He recalled his first time on the Hogwarts Express, remembering the clack of the train tracks and the hum of the engine. A good deal of the memories whizzing around Harry dropped away, leaving very few to choose from. Remembering the first time on the Hogwarts Express when Malfoy had entered his and Ron's carriage, it's true then, Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts, he found himself immersed in one image. He brought his hands up to his eyes and slowed it down. He was standing in a corridor of the train, and Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle were heading away from him, Malfoy peering into the compartments as he passed them. Finally, he stopped at one and opened the door. Harry came up behind them and looked over Goyle's shoulder, something he had never been able to do in real life where Goyle had always been taller than him. He saw his younger self sitting and scowling at Malfoy, who withdrew his hand. Ron was glaring heatedly at the Slytherin. The memory came to an end and Harry found himself facing Malfoy on the lounge again. You know, Potter, I was deeply hurt by your rejection, said Malfoy, plastering a hurt look on his face and putting a hand over his heart. Harry laughed. Well, you were being a prat. I was being polite. I offered my hand in friendship and you knocked it back. Harry rolled his eyes. Malfoy was amused. Where did you think of doing that to slow down the images? Harry smiled. Remember the World Quidditch Cup? I found my pair of omnioculars in my trunk and decided to give it a go. Malfoy chuckled. Well, it certainly seems effective. Let's give it another go. Harry delved into Malfoy's mind, Malfoy's laughter still echoing in his mind. In an instant, a group of memories were drawn towards Harry, laughter coming from each of them. Harry grinned and picked one at random, throwing himself into it. Malfoy was laughing in victory, relief etched on his face. Harry turned, confused. There was nobody else in the room. He hadn't been there before, but judging from the stone walls and torches it seemed to be at Hogwarts. The room was large and cluttered with a myriad of debris, from broken quills to statues and paintings. The thing that held Malfoy's attentions was a large cupboard that looked vaguely familiar to Harry. He was thrown from Malfoy's mind. That's enough for today, I think, said the Slytherin. You've improved quite a bit. Next time we should try when I have some defenses up. Harry nodded. What was that last memory? What were you so happy about? Malfoy waved the question aside. Nothing important, he said evasively. Harry shrugged, but he wondered why Malfoy was avoiding answering something that seemed entirely innocent. Another thing that itched in the back of his mind was the big cabinet. Where had he seen it before? Harry was eating lunch on Monday when a disturbance erupted at the Slytherin table on the other side of the hall. There was a commotion near one end, and as he watched, screams began, getting louder and more frantic with each second, garnering the attention of everyone in the hall. Someone fell backwards of their bench, scrambling to get away from some unseen foe. He was screaming unintelligibly, his eyes darting wildly about the students seated around him, but not seeing them. What he was seeing, Harry had no idea, but it was clearly terrifying the Slytherin, who he recognized now as Blaise Zabini. Blaise rolled to his feet and backed away shakily. Harry wondered what was wrong with him when his gaze fell on Malfoy and he saw the owned boy's small but satisfied smirk. Harry felt his heart clench and anger rising as he realized what Malfoy must have done. Over at the Slytherin table, several of Blaise's friends had stood and were attempting to talk to him, but he was listening to nothing they said. Nott approached him, darting forward and grabbing him by the front of his robes in an attempt to stop him from retreating any further. He gave the other boy a small shake. What's wrong, Blaise? The rest of the hall was silence, and even over at the Gryffindor table, they could clearly hear what was being said. Blaise finally spoke words that could be understood. Saint, stay away. Don't touch me, he shrieked, his voice high. Blaise drew a knife from his pocket, and Harry thought it might be a butter knife from the table. As the students watched, open-mouthed and staring, Blaise plunged the butter knife deep into Nott's stomach and then jumped back, wailing terribly and staring with unfocused eyes at Nott, who fell to his knees, staring in surprise as blood began to blossom like a flower on his shirt. Malfoy, a stricken expression on his face, jumped up and ran to him, catching him as he collapsed on the floor. Nott spluttered, gasping and holding his stomach tenderly, not quite touching the knife. By now, the teachers had rushed to the Slytherin table and were attempting to calm Blaise down, but he was deaf to their words. He pulled his wand and leveled it at the nearest teacher, Snape. Blaise gulped and backed himself into the wall, looking like a cornered animal as the teachers closed in on him, speaking words of comfort. Blaise took a strangled breath and steadied his wand. Avada K. A stunner hit Blaise squarely in the chest, arcing from McGonagall's wand, and the Slytherin dropped like a stone, caught by Snape and Sprout before he hit the floor. Snape hefted the boy into his arms and after a brief word with Dumbledore and the other teachers, he, Madame Pomfrey and Nott, still supported by Malfoy, hurried out of the Great Hall. Exclamations broke out all over the hall at the spell Blaise had been about to utter. The teachers that remained made their way back to the head table, and the Slytherin students who had been trying to calm Blaise down returned to their seats. Up at the head table, Dumbledore stood and commanded silence. If anyone can shed some light on Mr. Zabini's condition, I ask you please to approach a teacher. Now, I suggest you all finish your lunch, because it is almost time for you all to return to your classes. As Dumbledore swept a hand wide, indicating all the students, Harry caught sight of his hand, seeing to his horror that it was blackened and withered. He gasped, and squinted to see better, but Dumbledore's hand returned to his side and his sleeve fell back over the hand. After Dumbledore sat and conversation had resumed throughout the hall, Harry stood and headed up to the hospital wing, not really sure what he was going to do. He was unbelievably angry with Malfoy. He hadn't imagined for a second that the Slytherin would use the potion, let alone on one of his friends. As Harry approached the hospital wing, Malfoy emerged, a troubled look on his face. Harry grabbed him roughly and pushed him down a small side corridor. "What the hell did you think you were doing?" hissed Harry, his eyes blazing in anger as he held Malfoy against the wall. "You swore to me you wouldn't use that potion on anyone." "I wasn't intending to at the time," spat Malfoy, struggling against Harry's grip. "I didn't know it would do that. You nearly got 2 people killed. Don't you think I know that?" roared Malfoy, shoving Harry away. "Do you think I want my friend and my godfather dead?" he asked, his voice breaking. Harry paused. He had never seen the Slytherin looking so unhinged, even when he had been talking with Snape after the weekend with Voldemort. Harry stepped back, pursing his lips in frustration. "I can't believe you'd be so stupid. You really didn't want to hurt Blaise either, did you?" Malfoy gave a small jerk of his head. "He's been a right prat lately. I was just trying to teach him a lesson. I didn't know the potion would be that potent." What have we here?" Harry spun to see Snape standing several meters away at the end of the small corridor. "Nothing, sir. Nothing, indeed." Snape sneered and looked at Malfoy. "Draco, if you would like to see how Mr. Nott is doing, Madame Pomfrey has finished treating him." He focused his gaze on Harry. "Mr. Potter, I see no reason for you to be here." Snape watched them both pass him, flicking his gaze between the two of them, and Harry felt Snape's eyes boring into him until he turned the corner as he made his way to the common room. That night, Ron approached him in the common room. Harry looked up with an impassive expression. He missed Ron and Hermione. He couldn't deny it, but their betrayal had cut deeply and he wasn't sure if he could forgive them yet. The redhead sat down opposite him and handed across a thick and fancily decorated envelope. "I'm supposed to give you this," muttered Ron, relinquishing it to Harry. "What is it?" "Wedding invitation." "Bill and Fleur," grunted Ron. There was an awkward silence before Ron got up and wandered away. Harry ripped open the envelope and pulled out the invitation, which was written on card instead of parchment. It was decorated with the same elegant pattern of the envelope and the words were written in neat calligraphy. "You are invited to the wedding of William Weasley and Fleur Delacour, this coming July 21st at the Weasley residence. Please send a return owl with your RSVP." At the bottom someone, presumable Bill, had scrawled a message. "You'd better be there, mate, or we're coming to get you." Harry grinned and stowed the invitation in his bag before scrawling a thanks and congratulations to the couple. On Friday, Harry spent lunch in the chamber, becoming absorbed in the book he was reading. Eventually he checked his watch and received a shock. He was about 30 seconds away from being late for potions, and he had absolutely no chance of getting down to the dungeons in that amount of time. He seriously doubted whether Snape would be lenient. Pulling the pendant out, he apparated straight to the dungeons, with 20 seconds to spare. Straightening his shirt, he was about to push open the door of the classroom when a shrill shriek sounded behind him. Eek! Spinning, he saw Pansy Parkinson standing behind him, a hand to her mouth and her books clutched against her chest. Hey Pansy. Harry ran a hand through his hair, wondering how on earth he was going to get out of this. "Why you? Harry raised an eyebrow. "I what, Pansy?" Then he turned away to open the door. "You can't apparate in Hogwarts," she screeched. "It's in Hogwarts, a history." Harry couldn't help himself. He burst into laughter at Pansy's comment. All of a sudden, the door was thrown open. "Potter, may I ask what is so amusing that is keeping you from my class?" Then his eyes fell on Pansy. "Miss Parkinson, if you would be so kind as to attend my class, you are nearly late." "But sir." "Yes, sir," Harry interrupted loudly, and made to step past Snape. "But he apparated," cried Pansy, her tone indignant. Snape narrowed his eyes. "Don't be ridiculous. You cannot apparate or disapparate within Hogwarts bounds." Harry's lips twitched. "That's what I said, but he did, sir. He appeared right there as I was walking up." Snape grabbed Harry by the neck of his robes and yanked him back into the corridor, closing the door behind them. "Well, Potter," he asked delicately, "is Miss Parkinson correct?" Did you apparate? Harry attempted to look confused. No, sir. You can't apparate inside Hogwarts. It says so in Hogwarts, a history. Both Snape and Pansy narrowed their eyes at him, the quaver in his voice as he tried not to laugh evident. Snape turned to the Slytherin. Miss Parkinson. Pansy looked at him, though he didn't speak. Instead, Pansy's eyes widened momentarily before Snape ushered her into the classroom. I thought you said you didn't use legilimency on students, said Harry. I believe I said it was not a favorite hobby of mine, however I will use it if I believe I am being lied to, especially if that lie endangers students of this school. You will wait in my office when the class is over, and then you are going to tell me how you did that. Harry waited nervously and impatiently through the class. Snape kept shooting Harry suspicious and thoughtful glances throughout the entire lesson, putting Harry off his work, and in the end he ruined his potion. When Snape let the class out, Harry wandered up the corridor to Snape's office. He only had to wait a few minutes before Snape came along and unlocked the door, leading Harry inside. Snape sat behind the desk and Harry pulled out the chair in front of it. I don't believe I offered you a seat, said Snape quietly, his eyes focused intently on Harry's. Oh, sorry. Harry pushed it back in and stood, fidgeting awkwardly. It had become habit for him to take the seat in front of Snape's desk when he came for occlumency and legilimency. Well, Harry averted his eyes and smoothed his face into a blank mask. Well, what, Professor? Look at me. You know very well what. Tell me how you apparated into that corridor. It is supposed to be impossible. I didn't apparate at all. I don't even know how. It was true. They had had several lessons with an instructor from the Department for the Control and Regulation of Flows and Portkeys, but Harry had not managed it. And yet you achieved it today. Miss Parkinson clearly witnessed it. Then she's mistaken in what she saw, Professor. Perhaps the light in the corridor. Do not take me for a fool, Mr. Potter, sneered Snape. You do realize the danger it could pose to the school, its students and its staff if the knowledge were to find its way to Voldemort, do you not? I didn't apparate, I swear. I've no idea how, and even if I did figure out some way to do it, I'm not stupid to run about telling people about it. Harry's tone was sincere, and Snape appeared to relax slightly, though he was still clearly suspicious. I really do think Pansy just didn't see me, Professor. It is possible, admitted Snape grudgingly. If she simply did not see you because she was not concentrating, even if you were there, then her memory would not show it either. That is why you must be careful when viewing another's memories. They can know things, or you may not know things, which will influence your reaction to the memory. Harry felt relief. If Snape was turning this into a lesson, then he had mostly likely abandoned his accusation that Harry had apparated. Snape eyed him intently for a few more moments before indicating the door. I am not sure I believe you, Potter. I will be keeping my eye on you. Yes, sir, replied Harry as he went to the door. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He muttered to himself as he sped up the corridor and out of the dungeons. He shouldn't have been so careless. Detention was better than losing the pendant, and Snape was right. If it got to Voldemort that apparition within Hogwarts was possible and Harry was captured, then it would endanger a lot of people. Resolving not to be so careless in the future, he patted the pendant and made his way up to the common room on foot. That weekend, they had their last Hogsmeade trip of the year. Harry strolled through the main street with Seamus, Dean and Neville. The weather was fine and they took their time, going into any shop that took their fancy. They were passing the shop where he and Malfoy had twice sold the basilisk parts, which were long sold out, when a display in the window caught his eye. He waved the other three along. I'll catch up with you. The three nodded and continued on their way, and Harry slipped into the shop. Stacked behind the window were different kinds of potions equipment. What had caught his eye were crystal vials, held in a black tone stand with matching crystal and stone stoppers. The vials caught the light, sparkling with the colors of the rainbow. They were expensive, but he had enough money left over from the last lot of basilisk parts they had sold. He took a boxed set up to the counter and paid for them, then made his way out into the main street to catch up with Seamus, Dean and Neville. The next Saturday morning dawned bright and early, with conditions that were perfect for Quidditch. Harry was looking forward to the match against Slytherin. It was the last one, and whoever won would win the cup. Gryffindor was playing well and he was feeling confident. He shoveled down a filling breakfast and then herded his team to the changing rooms. He wasn't one for speeches like Oliver had been, but he felt something was in order for such an important game. All right, guys, this is it. Last game of the season, and if we win it, we keep the cup, so let's give it everything we've got. You've all been playing excellently, and I think we've definitely got a fighting chance. He looked around proudly at the team, some of whom he had trained. They were all flushed with excitement, anticipation, and nervousness. Let's get out there. The team gave a cheer and they all grabbed their brooms, walking out onto the field to cheers from 3/4 of the school. Now I want a good, fair game, said Madam Hooch as the two captains faced each other and shook hands grimly. In past years the Slytherin team especially had been quite rough, but since Malfoy had taken over the captaincy from Marcus Flint, there was much less of a need for the warning. Good luck, she finished, and blew the whistle. Harry's eyes followed the snitch as everyone rose into the air, but it disappeared behind the mass of red, gold, green and silver that was massing in the air. The game began in a rush of color, with Katie grabbing the quaffle straight away and passing to Ginny, who shot off up the field in an attempt to score before the Slytherin keeper had settled himself in a defensive position. She succeeded, and the stadium rang out with cheers as Gryffindor scored the first goal only seconds into the game. Harry let his broom take him high as he gazed around the field, keeping one eye out for the snitch and the other open for bludgers. 10 minutes into the game, each team had scored only one more goal each. Bellamy was as good a keeper as Ron was, and neither were letting the quaffle past. Harry was having difficulty finding the snitch. The Slytherin's tactic seemed to be to keep him occupied dodging bludgers, and it was working. He had spent half his time making quick turns and rolls on his broom to avoid the heavy black balls that were belted at him by Crabbe and Goyle, who were, if nothing else, quite strong. He heard a cheer and looked to see who had scored. It was Gryffindor. He turned back to look for the snitch and a bludger narrowly missed his head, so close that he felt it brush his hair. There was a long, low, ooh, from the crowd. The sun, which before had been pleasantly warm, was now getting hotter and brighter, glinting off of cameras and jewelry in the crown and distracting Harry's search for the tiny golden ball that would win the game. He could see that Malfoy was having trouble too, squinting in the bright light. Another roar went up from the crowd, this time from the Slytherins as Montague got past Ron's defenses and put the quaffle through the right-hand hoop. Harry ducked yet another bludger and swerved away to the opposite end of the pitch, scanning for the elusive snitch. He had still not spotted it a half-hour later. By now he was sweating, his hands slick on the broom handle and droplets running down from his forehead. The score was looking good though, 120 versus 50 in Gryffindor's favor. All of a sudden, Harry saw a glint, right in the middle of the field. He went into a steep dive almost by instinct, gaining speed as he dropped towards the speck that might be the snitch. Malfoy had seen it too, and was racing towards it from across the field, not quite as high as Harry but further across the field. He got close enough to see that it was the snitch and not an illusion, and urged his broom on harder. Both he and the Slytherin seeker were converging on the snitch when it suddenly darted away like prey sensing a predator. Harry made a tight turn, moving nearly parallel to the field now. Malfoy pulled up alongside him, and each of them struggled to get ahead, yo-yoing back and forth with one in the lead and then the other. The crowd was on its feet, urging the two seekers onwards, but Harry didn't hear them. His whole focus was on catching the tiny ball that was speeding ahead of him and the wind was rushing loudly in his ears. He and Malfoy turned and zigzagged in tandem, following the path the snitch made and slowly gaining on it. They were so close now, both with arms extended and scrabbling for the snitch when suddenly his broom jerked, the front end spinning so far that he nearly went a full circle. He realized with a rush of disappointment that a bludger had collided with the tail end of his broom, causing it to swing wildly away. In the next second a loud and exuberant cheer went up, and Harry could tell it was the Slytherins. He turned his broom and saw the snitch clasped in Malfoy's hand, held high as the Slytherin team descended to congratulate him. A morose groan went up from the Gryffindor section of the crowd and Harry hung his head in defeat. He had been so close. The team retreated quickly to the changing room, away from the victorious cheers issuing forth from the Slytherins, who were streaming out onto the field. He earned a few commiserating slaps on the back from team members as they all slouched off to the showers. It was close, mate. Harry turned at the sound of the hesitant voice and saw Ron heading for the showers. He nodded. Yeah, it was. Ron nodded back and turned away. Hey, Ron. Ron looked back hopefully. You played well today. The chasers had no chance. Ron grinned and walked away, and Harry went back out to the pitch. He waited until the stands had cleared out before taking to the air again. He was disappointed with their loss, but not overly so. They had played well and in the end, it was purely bad luck that they hadn't won. He did a few relaxing laps of the pitch before he headed to the changing rooms, which had emptied out by now. He showered and changed quickly and headed back up to the castle with his broom. He took one last look at the Quidditch pitch before exiting the stadium and heading up the hill. Told you we would win, said a bragging voice behind him, and Harry turned and saw Malfoy walking towards him, smirking superiorly. Harry smiled and shook his head. Congratulations, Draco, he said sincerely, offering his hand. Malfoy looked at it blankly for a second, and then looked Harry in the eye, grasping his hand tightly. He nodded once. Harry. Over the next few weeks, Harry made a bit more progress with his animagus transformation. In their last practice session, he had completely burst out of his clothes, resulting in Malfoy being reduced to tears of laughter as Harry returned to his normal size and hid himself behind a cushion, blushing furiously. Malfoy himself had grown a great deal as well, though he had succeeded in incorporating his clothing into the change. They had been working at it for months now, and though he had known it wasn't easy, Harry desperately wanted to know what he was. He was growing more and more impatient to complete the change. When he transformed now, he was incredibly lanky, and he still had those ridiculous little arms that were melded with his body nearly all the way down to his wrists. His skin was taking on a much more greenish tinge, and became much rougher. According to Malfoy, he could no longer talk properly, though he could understand himself perfectly fine. His feet were much larger, his nails sharp and pointed and black. His legs had grown, though not in proportion with his body. Malfoy now had a nice tail growing, topped with the same white spikes that ran down the middle of his head and neck. His face was distinctly reptilian, though his mouth had yet to completely transform. Protrusions in Malfoy's back indicated where wings would appear from. In addition to that, like Harry, he now transformed into an even bigger creature, and they had taken to using the large empty room off to the side of the library, which earlier in the year they had used as a place to practice dueling. He had made progress in legilimency too. He could now draw in memories much more easily and slow them down, so that it was much easier to discern which was the one that was most likely to give him the information he was seeking. As he had improved, he had noticed a slight but definite decrease in the number of visions he had, a fact which buoyed his enthusiasm for legilimency a great deal. It seemed to sicken Snape when Harry turned up for lessons with a smile on his face. Malfoy's birthday passed. Harry was a little unsure as to how Malfoy would react about the vials he'd bought for him, but he saw it as a way of cementing whatever sort of relationship it was that they had. Malfoy was 17 now, and he had said that that was the age he would be marked. Harry wasn't sure he could sway Malfoy from the path that seemed set out for the Slytherin, but he was sure that the way to do it was to simply continue on befriending him, because to straight out tell Malfoy it was wrong only caused him to get angry. He hadn't thought Malfoy would appreciate bows and ribbons, so he had left the box unwrapped and as it was, simply writing Draco across the top. Crystal was expensive, and he had only been able to afford a 2-vial set, but he though the Slytherin would appreciate the gift. Harry had watched the next morning as a tawny owl carried the box to the Slytherin table and the Slytherin untied it, reading his name across the top. He obviously recognized the handwriting, because his eyes flickered briefly along the Gryffindor table, though he did not see Harry. Malfoy opened the box and Harry felt satisfaction when his face lit up for an instant. They were assigned to do research for their end-of-term project in potions, and Harry found to his annoyance that he had forgotten his textbook. "Sir, may I go and get my textbook please?" Snape looked up with roll of his eyes. "No you may not, Potter. 10 points for not coming to class prepared." Harry scowled. "How am I sup?" Go to the cupboard and get a spare copy from there. Harry jumped up and went to the storage cupboard, looking around amongst the potion's ingredients for the spare books. They were stacked on a bottom shelf and Harry went to the sixth-year ones. The top few were all covered with some mysterious goo and, not wanting to make skin contact with it, he pulled out the book right at the bottom and carried it back to his seat. He could have chosen a better book, he thought as he flipped through to a page which gave basic descriptions of what effect certain ingredients had on potions. The book had clearly belonged to someone once. It was covered in the person's messy scrawl, around the edges and in between the lines. However, not wanting to annoy Snape by going back for another book, he simply tried to ignore it and continued with his research. Finally the lesson came to an end. They packed up and Malfoy pushed past him on the way out of the classroom. Chamber tonight, he muttered towards Harry, before walking off down the corridor with Theodore Nott. They were seated in the lounge that night, Draco reading and Harry talking quietly with Salazar. The Slytherin had said nothing about the vials, as Harry had suspected he wouldn't. "What are you reading?" asked Harry lazily, watching Sauls curl up his arm and then down the other. "It's my favorite book. It's an epic, about this wizard named Scorpius. He's an adventurer, and he spends his days sailing the seas, going from distant land to distant land conquering mighty beasts and searching for great treasures. Severus got me an original copy as a gift. It's in very fine condition." "Sounds great," he replied dryly and Malfoy shot him an annoyed look. "It's a classic, Potter. Unfortunately, you have no class, so I doubt you'd be able to appreciate it." Harry rolled his eyes and stood. "I'm going to go and feed Sauls." Malfoy shuddered, but didn't reply, and Harry walked into the tunnels with Sauls before apparating to a dark corner of the dungeons where he had found that the mice were plentiful. It didn't take the snake long to catch a mouse, and Harry quickly made his way back to the warmth of the library. Back in the chamber, he placed Salazar on the window so he could warm himself after the chill of the dungeons. Harry cocked his head to the side, looking at a large cage that was sitting near the window, sure it had not been there when he had left. Harry jerked his chin towards it. "Where'd that come from?" Malfoy shrugged and Harry raised a quizzical eyebrow. "Well, what's it for, then?" To Harry's amusement and surprise, a pink tinge appeared over Malfoy's face and he mumbled something that Harry didn't understand. He didn't bother looking up from his book. Harry sat up, suddenly immensely curious about the cage. He got up to inspect it. A water bowl sat at one end, and a bowl of some kind of dried food next to it. There was a rug at the other end, and an assortment of toys scattered about, a squeaky bone-shaped thing, a tunnel, and a box with holes. "Did you get a pet for your birthday?" he asked, wondering why the Slytherin could possibly be embarrassed about that. Malfoy shifted uncomfortable and ignored Harry. Suddenly, a tiny head popped out of Malfoy's collar. The animal had a small pointed face with a little pink nose and black nose, beige fur fluffing around its face. "As that?" Harry choked on a laugh. "Is that a ferret?" "Stop laughing, Potter!" yelled Malfoy indignantly, desperately but carefully tucking the small animal back under his collar. Harry struggled to control the laughter that wanted to explode out of him, and he managed to be mostly successful, though he continued to let out the odd chortle as he spoke. "I didn't buy him, all right. He was a gift. Believe me, if it was my choice I'd never see the bloody thing again. If you don't like him, why don't you give it away? I'll bet there's 100 girls here who would willingly take it off your hands." "I can't do that. He was a gift from my mother. And stop calling him it. His name is Gaspard." Harry couldn't help but notice that Malfoy seemed to have a lilt of affection in his voice as he spoke. "Well, that's a nice name. Did he come with it, or did you choose it?" asked Harry, lacing his words with put-on niceness and curiosity. Malfoy bristled at his tone, his face turning even redder. "Shut it, Potter. Why would your mother get you a ferret? Doesn't she know what happened with them?" "Don't say it," growled Malfoy. "And yes, my mother does know about that. Several years on, and she now seems to think there was a funny side to it," grumbled Malfoy, sneering at his mother's sense of humor. Suddenly Malfoy lunged forward, snapping his book shut. "Not a word to anybody, Potter. I'll be the laughing stock of the school if people know I have something so. Cute," supplied Harry. "Adorable," Lovable. Malfoy sneered. Whatever. As a pet. So you'd better not tell anyone. Harry held up his hands in mock defeat, smirking. I have to go. I've got detention with Snape. And make sure your snake doesn't get him. Snapped Malfoy as he turned away. Harry smirked. Will do. I don't want to have to write my mother and tell her Gaspard got eaten alive by a snake. I'm sure she'd be terribly upset. A cushion hit Harry hard in the back of the head. You now seem to be able, usually, to access memories when I have my barriers completely lowered. There is much room for improvement, however I do not think you will get any better until we up the difficulty level. So, I will have my shields in place, very slightly, so that there is a little more resistance. Remember, we also want you to be able to call memories to you more easily, so continue with the exercises I set you. Yes, sir, agreed Harry amicably, still laughing in his mind about Gaspard. What is wrong with you? Snapped Snape. You've had that infuriating little smile on your face since you got here. And please, if you were canoodling with some little girlfriend before you came here, I don't want to hear it, sneered Snape, the expression on his face one of disgust at the thought. Harry cleared his mind, making a point to shove Malfoy and Gaspard to the very back of his mind. Nothing like that, sir. Sorry, I'm ready now. Very well. Harry pointed his wand and incanted. Legilimens. He felt the familiar sensation of falling forward into Snape's mind, but this time he recognized the resistance. He still managed it, but it required more concentration than usual. Like usual, he was standing on a sort of floor, but this time there was something different. Frowning, he took a step forward and his foot slipped out from under him. He was brought painfully to one knee, before toppling sideways completely. Ouch, he grumbled, trying to get to his feet again. The floor was extremely slippery, seeming to have a light film across it. He carefully stood. As he called the memories to him, however, it seemed not that they came to him, but that he moved to them, and in doing so, the slippery floor unbalanced him and he could not hold his concentration on drawing them in. After a good while of struggling to do that and falling hard to his knees several times, he finally stayed down and crossed his legs, finding a comfortable position on the slick surface. This time when he called the memories to him, he seemed not to move quite so much, though his body seemed to sway slightly as the memories moved closer. Now that he could more effectively draw the memories towards him, he found also that it was like pulling a balloon through water, instead of through the air like it usually felt. The closer the memories got, the harder it was to draw them in. Several times, he lost his concentration and the memories floated away again, as if they were being pulled towards the surface of the water. After what seemed like an age, and without much success on Harry's part, Snape expelled him from his mind. He looked up at the clock, surprised to find he had been there over 2 hours. He rubbed at his aching head and saw Snape copy the motion. The potion's master took 2 vials from his drawer, swallowing the contents of one and handing the other to Harry. Not a bad effort, commented Snape, surprising Harry. The man rarely offered compliments, and when he did it was even rarer that there was not a stinging remark to follow. It was hard, mumbled Harry in reply. Snape nodded tiredly. As always, all it takes is practice. It takes a while to get used to a unique shield that are a concept created in an individual's mind. I assure you, it will get much harder than that, too. Harry nodded wearily and got to his feet, slipping the vial into his pocket. Don't forget to clear your mind before you sleep, came Snape's voice behind him as he closed the door behind him. Out in the corridor, he pulled his robes up and inspected his knees, and was surprised to find that they were not bruised, though they did still ache, and he supposed that was because it was all just in his mind. His physical body had remained quite still during the whole lesson. Harry trudged back to Gryffindor Tower yawning. His head was pounding from the legilimency lesson and he gratefully downed the vial of pain relief potion Snape had provided him with. It was nice of him really, thought Harry as he fell asleep. Snape had never bothered the first time Harry had been learning occlumency. Snape was handing Harry a vial of the headache relief potion, though strangely enough it was a different color, and Harry wondered how he knew it was that potion at all. He supposed it was because he trusted Snape. Yes, Snape was a very loyal man. Harry pulled out the stopper and swallowed the content of the vial. All of a sudden, Instead of the potion dulling the ache in his head, the pain grew and grew and grew, and he stared at Snape with a dawning horror. You poisoned me. You lied to me. I trusted you, yelled Harry, the pain in his head becoming so great that he felt it would soon split in half, if it hadn't already. Harry stormed towards Snape, rage building inside him. I thought you were loyal to me. Snape sunk to his knees before him. My lord, I swear I am wholly faithful to you. At that moment, Harry found they were in a moonlit scene, with dark figures circled around them. He looked down on the potion's master with renewed rage. Would you swear on your life, Severus? Yes, my lord, replied Snape, his voice adamant and his face impassive. Then you clearly do not value your life. He paused, pacing slowly as he gazed down at the man he had trusted for so long. Well do I recall the great services you have done me over the years, even when you were young and unsure in the times before I was ripped from my body. Then, perhaps, I had reason to see you as weak, but since my return you have showed no hesitancy or will to disobey me, and yet, I simply do not see that it could be anyone else who has done so with such great dedication and, much as I hate to admit it, success. Yes, Severus, you have caused me great pains. A thin finger reached out and lifted Snape's chin, and all at once Harry was plunged into the potion's master's mind. He was moving much faster than usual, gathering memories and then tossing them aside, first with impatience and then with growing fury and, strangely enough, a tinge of respect and amusement. He withdrew from the man's mind and, looking down with a cruel smirk, he murmured, You are a superb Occlumens, Severus. Better even than the fool Dumbledore. My lord, I swear, I am hiding nothing from you, breathed Snape, an almost unnoticeable edge of desperation and resignation creeping into his voice. He paused as if considering the potion master's words. Truly, I could find nothing incriminating in your mind, but, Voldemort paused and tapped his chin. Perhaps you have fooled yourself, Severus, been caught in your own trap. I don't understand, my lord. I swear, no one is as faithful as your mind tells me you are, Severus. Except perhaps dear Bellatrix. He inclined his head towards a hooded figure in the circle, one smaller than the rest. The others in this circle have reason to be loyal. Lucius, he extended his hand toward a figure to his left, has his family, for whom he would do anything. Septimus and Yaxley have their positions, for which they will be eternally grateful to me. Rabastan, Rodolphus and Dolohov have shown their loyalty through a decade in Azkaban. Voldemort paused, considering his next words. Yet when I consider you, Severus, I see no reason why you are loyal to me. I see you, the only half-blood in the inner circle, one of the most intelligent men I have ever met, and I must question why you pledge your loyalty to me. I know perhaps the reasons you had when first you came to me as nothing more than a boy. But now. Again he paused, his eyes staring straight into Snape's as if he were trying desperately to see everything in the potion master's mind. The more I thought on it, the more I began to suspect that you have been walking a different path to the one you led me to believe, a path you long ago began to tread. Again and again I have waved aside actions you have taken as something other than deceit. How you aided in thwarting me when I possessed Quirrell's body, how you saved the life of Harry Potter when Quirrell tried to unseat him from his broom. Well do I recall how you begged me to spare the life of that mudblood. You were only too happy to watch her husband and child burn, but her you wished spared. And now you are protecting her son. He said the last sentence with conviction, disgusted pitying conviction. His pale, spidery hand grasped Snape's jaw, holding it in a cold hard grip. Am I right, Severus? He hissed, the fury building again. Do I speak the truth? No, my lord. Silence. He screamed, and Snape was thrown backwards, a sickening crack splitting the air as he threw his arm out to cushion the blow as he hit the ground hard. Perhaps I need to persuade you to reveal your secrets to me, Severus. He withdrew his wand, caressing the yew with his long fingers. Slowly, he pointed his wand at the man on the ground. Before he could incant, however, Snape had whipped his wand out and cursed him, sending him spinning to the ground with a gash in his side. Around him, cries rang out and Snape's wand was flung from his hand as a half a dozen spells hit him simultaneously. You dare to draw your wand on me? He screeched, angered beyond measure that the man's quick reflexes had bettered him. Not again. Yes, that spell was a specialty of yours, wasn't it, Severus? Let me show you a specialty of mine. He leveled his wand once again. Crucio. For 2 whole minutes the man before him remained stoic, a mere grimace marring his face, which stared hatefully back. Soon, however, the pain became too much and the betrayer's screams filled the air. Harry darted awake, his breathing heavy and a blinding ache in his scar. He groaned loudly and rolled out of bed, banging his knees and grazing them on the stone floor. He pushed through the pain and pushed to his feet, pulling open his bedside drawer and removing the half-empty potions vial that contained the pain relief potion that Snape provided him when he had severe visions. What little was left in the vial cleared his head enough to think more clearly, and he staggered to his trunk and threw open the lid, yanking his invisibility cloak over his shoulders. He had to do something, had to save Snape from the fate he was most certainly facing at this very moment. Harry pocketed his wand and headed for the common room and out through the portrait hole, where he hovered uncertainly. He considered Dumbledore, but anyone could tell the headmaster had been unusually weak the past few days. He wouldn't risk Ron and Hermione by dragging them along, and even if he did, what could they do? He could go to Tonks, but she would just go to Dumbledore, and the order would take too long to rally. He needed someone who would act immediately, who would be willing to risk it for Snape. Setting his shoulders in grim determination, he apparated to the only person he could think of who seemed to give a damn about the potion's master. The room was dark, silvery moonlight slanting through the windows and illuminating a strip of floor and the corner of a chair. The rest of the room was cloaked in darkness until Harry pulled out his wand. Lumos! He yelled, not bothering to be quiet. The light in his shout had the effect of waking the sleeping occupant of the room who struggled, tangled in his blankets for a moment and fending off the glare of light with his hand. Potter! What the bloody hell? Yelled Malfoy when Harry shook the cloak of his head. Get up! Quick! It's the middle of the bloody night. What are doing in M? Snape's being tortured. Malfoy sprung up instantly, all traces of sleep gone. What do you mean, tortured? Voldemort has him. He's going to kill him. We have to help. Why? Why would he do that? How can you know that? Gasped Malfoy, stumbling over his words as panic began to war with disbelief on the Slytherin's face. Snape was a spy for the Order, and Voldemort knows. Malfoy froze for a second and then shook his head. What? He asked distractedly. And no. No. Yes. Now are you going to help me or not, Draco? What's more important to you? Snape, or Voldemort? Malfoy hesitated for a second, before saying in a shaky voice, we need to get help. How can we? Who do we? He could be dead by the time we do that. Yelled Harry frantically, grabbing the Slytherin's shoulder. I have a better, well, faster plan. Harry threw the invisibility cloak over them both and then drew the chain of Slytherin's pendant around Malfoy's neck. We can apparate directly using this pendant. All you need to do is think of the place you want to be, and it'll take us there. Harry didn't bother saying that Malfoy probably wouldn't be conscious at the other end of the journey, and he hoped against hope that it wouldn't drain both of them. Malfoy's eyes widened, but he didn't question what Harry was saying. You need to apparate us directly to where Snape is, and I mean right next to him. When we get there, I'll throw the chain around his neck as well and apparate us all back here. Look. Harry locked his eyes with Draco's, and found the Slytherin's presence delve into his mind. He pushed what he had witnessed to the fore of his mind, and then Draco's presence was gone. The blonde was paler than usual and shaking slightly, but he nodded, and in the next instant, Harry found his eyes adjusting to a different light. He looked around, dazed. The pendant had definitely taken it out of him, but not as much as it had Malfoy, who was slumped against him unconscious. Thankfully, Malfoy had made his thought clear and Snape was right beside them, a guttural moan issuing from his throat and blood flecking his lips as he breathed sharply in and out. Harry paled at the sight of Snape's body, beaten and broken and oozing blood from a dozen visible wounds. All this Harry took in the brief moment before his scar flared to life as it recognized Voldemort's close presence. Struggling not to pass out, he slipped an arm around Malfoy and pulled them both closer to Snape, hoping the cloak continued to cover them for as long as possible. He grunted as he lugged Malfoy's dead weight, knowing that if he wasn't careful 3 people could die tonight. Before his eyes, another curse hit Snape and a harsh scream erupted from him, trailing off into a bloody gurgle as blood bubbled from his mouth. Desperate not to witness this further, Harry pulled Malfoy and lunged forward to Snape, pulling at the chain with his free hand. He felt the cloak slip down to his shoulders, catching on Malfoy's head. He heard a roar of outrage as he slipped the chain around Snape's head, feeling it cutting into his own neck as it was pulled tight. A sharp pain shot through his arm like a hot sword, and then they were gone, the chaos of the clearing replaced with a blissful, but deathly silence. Harry registered ragged breathing before he passed out, knowing that even if he hadn't reached his intended destination, he had at least gotten Snape out. Harry woke up to the familiar sight of the Hogwarts infirmary and gave a sigh of relief. He had managed to apparate the three of them to safety after all. Seeing he was awake, the matron bustled over with a friendly smile. "Is Snape all right?" he asked quickly before she could speak, propping himself up on his elbows. "They were torturing him." Madame Pomfrey gave an anxious cluck of her tongue. "Not well at all, I'm afraid. Nothing for you to worry about though, dear." She patted his shoulder reassuringly. "You're free to go now that you've woken up. It doesn't appear you were injured in any way." "No, I wasn't. I'm fine. What about Draco?" He paused. "Malfoy, is he all right?" "Oh yes, he left the day before yesterday. He seemed quite out of sorts about something, very tetchy, but otherwise he was fine. The headmaster has asked me to inform him when the two of you awoke, so I imagine he will be here quite soon to have a word with you." Harry gave a resigned sigh. He had no idea what he was going to say. He was frustrated that the pendant had been taken, but he supposed there was nothing really he could have done about it. No sooner had Madame Pomfrey finished talking, than Dumbledore swept into the hospital wing, a twinkle lighting in his eye as he laid eyes on Harry. "Harry, my boy, it is excellent to see you up and about." Dumbledore conjured an armchair next to Harry's bed and popped a yellow lemo drop into his mouth. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine, sir. A bit tired, but that's all really," replied Harry honestly. "Good, good." Dumbledore's expression became more serious. "I'm afraid I am at somewhat of a loss as to what has happened. Mr. Malfoy seems not to remember all that much, aside from the fact that you came to him for help. After that we know nothing of the events which transpired until you were found at Privet Drive." "I don't wait, what?" "Yes, it seems the three of you arrived with quite a bang, crowded into the cupboard under the stairs." Dumbledore gave a humorous smile. "I imagine it was quite a surprise for your relatives." Harry almost smiled. He could certainly imagine. "I admit, it was a great surprise to me. I was alerted by the wards that something of a magical nature had occurred at your home, but I had no idea what. I hastened there at once to find your frantic relatives." Dumbledore paused before continuing. "Deciding how best to pull you all out of the cupboard." Harry snorted. He seriously doubted the Dursleys would have even touched them. What struck him was the fact that they had arrived there. He tried, but could not remember what he had been thinking when he apparated them away. It had been his plan to apparate to Hogwarts, to the hospital wing, but perhaps he hadn't actually thought that in the stress of the moment. The fact was, he remembered nothing after apparating there. Dumbledore seemed to recognize the look of confusion on Harry's face, for he said, "I take it then that you are not sure how it is you came to be there." Harry shook his head. "No, sir. I really don't remember all that much." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps you remember how it is you came to know Professor Snape was in trouble, and how you subsequently got to him." Harry thought carefully before answering. "I had a vision. I saw him being tortured." "I understand, of course. What part did Mr. Malfoy have in all of this?" Dumbledore appeared extremely curious, and once again Harry chose his words carefully. "He apparated us there. We grabbed Snape and then I apparated us back." Dumbledore frowned. "Why did you not come to me, or Nymphadora? Why Mr. Malfoy? He was the first person I ran into, and I knew he would want to help Snape." Dumbledore gave a weary sigh. "That is certainly true." There were a few moments of silence before the headmaster spoke again. "In future, my boy, you must not rush into these things. Placing trust in young Mr. Malfoy may have seemed like the right thing to do at the time, but you have people you can truly trust who are more than willing to help you." Harry nodded. "I know. I am confused about one thing, however." Harry checked his mental shields as Dumbledore slipped his hand into a deep pocket of his robe and removed the pendant of Slytherin, holding it by the chain and dangling it in front of Harry. "This," he said, indicating the pendant, "is a truly remarkable piece. Might I inquire as to its origins, and what it was doing about your 3 necks when you were found?" Harry swallowed. He had no answer that would really be an answer. He couldn't tell Dumbledore what the pendant did. So he lied. "I really don't remember anything much that happened, Professor. The chain? I bought that in Diagon Alley last holidays for a galleon." Harry shrugged. "It looked interesting. But I have no idea why it would have been around all our necks. Maybe it just slipped round." Dumbledore peered carefully at Harry, and Harry kept his shield strong, though he did not feel Dumbledore probing at his mind. After a while Dumbledore spoke, looking at the pendant. "I believe there is something of a mystery here, something to do with this magnificent pendant. I'm afraid I will have to keep it for the moment." Harry sat up indignantly. "Why? I paid for it, it's mine. You can't just take it." Dumbledore gazed seriously at him. "You should not have been able to apparate to Privet Drive, Harry. Nothing was found on you but your wand and this pendant. If indeed it had something to do with your ability to cross the wards, then I am afraid I must study it and find its secrets, so that we can guard against anyone who may have the knowledge embedded in the magic of the pendant." Harry glared at Dumbledore, though the old man seemed not to notice. "There's nothing dangerous about the pendant, Professor. That remains to be seen, my boy. Now, Madame Pomfrey tells me you are free to leave, and I'm sure you don't want to be in here any longer than is necessary." Harry pursed his lips, annoyed at Dumbledore's attitude. "Sir, there is one other thing. I was wondering if I could get my key off you, for Gringotts." Dumbledore gave a grandfatherly smile. "I shall arrange for some money for you, if there is something you wish to buy, Harry. I'd prefer the key, sir. With the holidays coming up, I'll be going to Diagon Alley anyway. I can get money for myself." Dumbledore looked sadly at him. "I'm afraid it may be quite dangerous for you, my boy. Of course, you will have to get your school things for next year. Perhaps I will have someone pass on your key to you then. I'm sure you would enjoy seeing the Weasleys during the holidays, and they have taken you in previous years." Dumbledore patted Harry on the shoulder and stood. "Well, I must be going. Do call me if you recall anything more, won't you, Harry?" Harry was peeved, but he nodded politely. "Yes, sir." As Dumbledore stood, Harry caught sight of Dumbledore's hand again. It was still black and withered and dead looking. "What happened to your hand, sir?" he blurted out. The headmaster shook his sleeve over his hand. "I was merely a little careless. Nothing to worry about." Dumbledore left the infirmary, casting a sad look at a bed on the other side of the ward. Harry followed his gaze to the bed, which had a white curtain pulled around it. Swallowing tightly, Harry got out of bed and padded quietly across to the curtained-off bed. Slowly, he pulled the white curtain aside and his gaze fell upon his potions professor. Snape's face was pale as death, his lank black hair spread over the pillow. His face was more relaxed than Harry had ever seen it. There was no scowl, no sneer, no look of derision painted across his features. This was a man who had saved his life on numerous occasions, who had guided him and taught him, who had spent hours upon hours helping him defend himself against Voldemort. This was a man who had spent years in the service of Voldemort, treading a fine line between life and certain death. Harry felt an inexplicable shift in his perception of Snape at that moment, and his throat became tight. Unable to think clearly, he stumbled from the room, making his way back to Gryffindor Tower. It was dinner time, and he met no one along the way. He was more troubled than he could have imagined by the state that Snape was in, and Harry found himself truly and genuinely worried. He felt drained, completely exhausted. He guessed he must have apparated a lot further than the first time he had used the pendant to cross through the castle's wards. Missing its weight around his neck and the tuft of cool metal on his chest, and plagued with worry, he fell into a restless sleep. Harry still had his potions exam and herbology exam to go, so he spent the next day studying, not leaving the common room until dinner time. He didn't get much done, however. His sleep had been plagued with grisly dreams of torture and screams, and on top of that, he could not stop worrying about Snape. His classmates were curious about why he had been in the hospital wing the previous few days, but he did not tell them the truth. Everyone seemed to know that Snape had been gravely injured, and rumors were flying. Some people were saying he had been injured in the course of a Death Eater attack, during which he had been one of the masked men. Others were dead on the truth, claiming that he had been violently tortured by Voldemort. Harry was leaving dinner when he was roughly pushed into a classroom. He drew his wand, but refrained from firing off a spell when he saw that it was Malfoy. Drive. Did they see me, Potter? Did they see my face? Draco hissed, his face inches from Harry's. It took a moment before Harry realized who he was referring to, Voldemort and his Death Eaters. No one saw you, he reassured the Slytherin, who momentarily relaxed, but that tightened his grip on Harry's robes. Are you sure? Because you'd better be bloody sure. Of course I'm sure. The invisibility cloak was over you the whole time. Malfoy sneered angrily, but a look of relief passed over his face. Without another word, he spun and strode away. Have you heard anything about Snape today, or been to see him? Asked Harry, and Malfoy paused at the door. Why would I care to do that? Harry frowned, confused by Malfoy's attitude, but before he could ask, the Slytherin was gone, his black cloak whipping through the door after him. Instead of returning immediately to the common room as he had been planning, Harry went instead to the hospital wing, intent on seeing if Snape had improved. He was disappointed, however, when Madame Pomfrey refused to let him pass the door. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but he's not yet woken up. How long is he going to be like this? Madame Pomfrey cast a sad look towards the curtained-off bed and shook her head wearily. I'm afraid I just can't say. He sustained grievous injuries, some of which I could not heal with conventional magic. The dark curses especially, will take ongoing treatment. Harry trudged back to the tower more worried than ever. All the times Harry had been injured, Madame Pomfrey had been able to heal him easily, but Snape was still unconscious. Harry spent the weekend secluded in the chamber studying for herbology, Saul's keeping him company from a sunny position near the window. Around mid-afternoon, he was beginning to doze off, and his quill slipped from his fingers, rolling under the lounge. Grumbling to himself, he got down on his knees and looked under the lounge. Flattening himself on the ground, he stretched out his arm to reach for the quill, but it was just out of his reach. He strained his arm, but the quill remained just out of his grasp. Stupid quill. Come on. His eyes widened in surprise when the quill rolled the 2 inches and into his outstretched fingers. It was a second before he realized what he had just done. Salazar. He hissed, straightening up. I did it. Wandless magic. Why are you SSSOSS surprised? Replied Sauls. You have done it before. Yes, but that was as different. That was as nearly accidental magic. When I needed it, this was not. So you have learned a new SS skill? Asked Salazar. ISS Supos SSS. Harry grinned as he sat back on the lounge. He tossed the quill onto the cushion beside his and held his arm out, hand open. Accio quill. The quill wobbled, but did not come to his hand. He tried again. Accio quill. He laughed with success when the quill soared through the air into his outstretched hand. Much later that night, when he finally grew tired of studying, he left the chamber and made his way to the hospital wing. Walking seemed a bit of a hassle now, so used was he to using the pendant to apparate to and from the chamber. He supposed he would have to get the pendant back at some stage. After all, he could still easily get into Dumbledore's office through the paintings. It was long after curfew, so he had his invisibility cloak on. He doubted Filch would be up, however. Even the grumpy old caretaker needed to sleep sometime. He entered the infirmary quietly, glancing around to make sure Madame Pomfrey was not there, but the room was quiet. It was past midnight. She was probably sleeping. Moving closer to the bed, he pulled the cloak off and stared down at Snape. What the hell are you doing here, Potter? Harry started. He had thought the room was empty. He looked into the shadows and dimly saw that Malfoy was standing stone still against the wall, his cold gray eyes glinting in the light from the moon. He was staring at Snape with a foul, disgusted look, his jaw set in anger. I just came to see Snape. Malfoy sneered, but didn't look at Harry. You two must be pretty friendly if you're coming to see him in the middle of the night. Harry gave a small smile. Friendly isn't a word I would use to describe Snape, at least not when it comes to me. But I do owe him a lot. The look on Malfoy's face darkened. All those detentions you had with Snape weren't detentions at all, were they? I never thought it was suspicious. Snape's always hated you, but you weren't scrubbing cauldrons or gutting frogs, were you? Spat Malfoy quietly, still glaring malevolently at Snape. He's been teaching you occlumency, hasn't he? Was it just that, or legilimency too? What use have you got for either of them? He wasn't. Don't lie to me, Potter. He hissed, snapping his head around for a moment to glare at Harry. Neither of them spoke after that, and neither of them moved until Malfoy gave a short, sharp nod, as if coming to a silent decision, and strode out the door. It was the day before the potions exam, and Harry decided to dedicate the day to studying for it. He was searching through his trunk when he pulled out the potions text he had taken from the classroom when he had forgotten his own. Forgetting his study for the moment, he opened the book with curiosity. All through the book, the previous owner had scratched out instruction and scrawled their own improvements and notes across the pages. Not one page was unmarked by the untidy scrawl. Here and there, Harry thought the writing seemed to belong to a boy, had written spells, none of which Harry recognized, and given the numerous scratching out and corrections, Harry had the impression that the owner of the book had invented them himself. Making a note to have a more thorough look at the book, he tore himself away from it and turned to his study. Harry woke the next day from a troubled sleep. He hadn't had any visions. They were steadily decreasing as he improved at legilimency, but he had been plagued by dreams and elusive memories. He was sure he had dreamed about the night they had rescued Snape, but he couldn't recall it now that he was awake. The whole of that night was a blur to him. He knew he had seen Snape being tortured, but he could recall nothing except agonized screams. After that, the night was a blank, leaving him with the nagging feeling that he was missing something important. Harry's potions exam went quite well, he thought. It had been supervised by the professor who taught potions to the younger students, and she had been quite pleasant, creating a relaxing atmosphere for them to work in. The only thing that stopped Harry from doing his best work was the fact that he was still worried about Snape and now Malfoy as well. He was confused by Malfoy's behavior, both towards him and Snape since they had rescued the potions master. After the potions exam, he cornered Malfoy to talk to him. The Slytherin had been in a perpetually bad mood, scowling all the time and snapping at everyone. It was no different now. What the hell do you want, Potter? He hissed. Harry frowned. I need to talk to you. We have nothing to talk about. I think we do. What's been your problem the last few days? None of your damn business, said Malfoy, looking for a way to escape around Harry. It is my business when you aren't talking to me anymore, and I have no idea why, replied Harry hotly. I need to get Gaspar's cage from the chamber, said Malfoy, changing the subject abruptly. A faint tinge spread across Malfoy's face, and the Slytherin seemed to know it, because he became even angrier. Harry hastened to comply before Malfoy exploded. He looked about ready to. Fine. I'll take you down there now. At least he could guarantee a few more minutes to talk to the Slytherin, and Malfoy might talk more when they weren't somewhere where they could be overheard. They walked in silence through the halls, Malfoy walking faster to get slightly ahead of Harry. At Myrtle's bathroom, however, the Slytherin was forced to wait for Harry while he caught up and opened the entrance. He had a feeling now that he knew what was wrong with Malfoy, but he wasn't sure how to broach the subject. Down in the library, Malfoy shrunk the cage and placed it in a deep pocket. Sensing that Malfoy wanted to make a quick escape, Harry took the opportunity to speak. You can't fault Snape for. Don't talk to me about that traitor, hissed Draco, taking an aggressive step forward. He betrayed us. He betrayed my father. He betrayed me. Harry was at a loss for what to say in reply to that. He hadn't realized that Malfoy had taken Snape's being a spy so personally. I don't think the side he chose had anything to do with you, Draco. It's Malfoy to you, Potter. We aren't on a first-name basis. Harry pursed his lips at the comment, but continued. Like I said, I don't think the side he chose had anything to do with you, and you really shouldn't take it so personally. Malfoy advanced, a dangerous glint in his eye. I trusted him. I've always trusted him, with everything, and now I find out that half the stuff I've told him has probably gone straight to Dumbledore. Harry frowned at that. Snape certainly didn't seem like the type to betray a confidence, and Harry told him so. Yeah, well, he didn't seem like the type to betray our cause and run to Dumbledore either. Harry didn't know how to respond, but Malfoy wasn't finished. I said once that our association would come to an end, Potter, and I think the time has come. With that, Malfoy swept away towards the tunnels without a backward glance, leaving Harry more troubled than ever. Harry trudged down the corridor, feeling particularly put out after his conversation with the Slytherin. He skirted warily around Professor Trelawney, who was swaying drunkenly down the corridor, a few sherry bottles clinking in her hand. What he needed were a few quiet hours in the chamber, and he headed to Myrtle's bathroom, wishing he had the pendant. The library was cool, and the window provided a view of the huge, sparkling sky. Sitting in a comfortable position, Harry cleared his mind and tossed his wand to the other end of the lounge. He held out his hand. Accio wand. The stick flew to his open hand, and he grinned happily. He practiced the summoning charm for a while longer, finding that it was more difficult to summon things from further away. For a while after that he attempted a wandless Alohomora, but had no luck. Deciding he should get back to the tower, he made his way up the stairs and past the basilisk. Before he opened the sink, he pulled out the map to make sure there were no unsuspecting girls there. There wasn't, but something else caught his eye. A number of dots had appeared around the corner from Dumbledore's office, appearing to come out of the wall, but Harry knew it must be the room of requirement they were coming from. His heart stopped when he saw names that had no place in the castle. Bellatrix Lestrange Fenrir Greyback. Not bothering to read of the rest of the names, he jumped up and grasped for the pendant, before remembering with anger and frustration that Dumbledore had it. He raced from the chamber, taking the passageway that led to Gryffindor Tower. It seemed to take an age, as he raced the tiny dots that were moving steadily through the castle, but he finally ascended the stairs that opened up onto the balcony in the common room. He saw Tonks immediately, sitting with Ron and Hermione at a table. Racing down the stairs, he called her name and she jumped up, sensing by the tone of his voice that something was wrong. Harry, what is it? Death Eaters, he panted, trying to catch his breath. In the castle. He handed her the map, pointing out the names, and her face whitened. Owens, she yelled, rounding towards the portrait hole. The Irish Auror appeared instantly, coming to her side. Stay here. Make sure this room stays safe. With that, she was gone through the portrait hole, and when Harry made to follow her, he was restrained by Owens. We have to help, he yelled. Harry, what's happening? Asked Hermione. He turned to her and Ron and repeated what he had told Tonks. Blimey. We have to do something, whispered Ron. Hermione looked around the room, and Harry saw that most of the room was trying to listen to their conversation. As Harry watched, former members of the DA were walking over to them. Wait. No. They can't fight Death Eaters, he hissed to Hermione and Ron. What's going on here? Asked Owens, frowning at their whispered conversation. Harry ignored him. We've kept the DA up, Harry, even if you haven't been there. We can help. This is ridiculous, he hissed. No, what's ridiculous is you thinking you're the only one who can fight to protect the things they care about. Said Ron roughly. Come on, my own, let's go. If Harry wants to help, I'm sure he'll find his own way. Ron pulled Hermione away and Harry stared in disbelief at Ron's back for a few seconds before running to catch up with them, ignoring Owen's calls for him to stay where he was. Hermione was tapping the fake galleon with her wand. Ron gave Harry a nod when he saw that he had joined them. Around the common room, members of the DA were walking towards the portrait hole. As soon as the DA had gathered, Harry explained the situation and they broke up into groups to search the castle. Harry went with the other Gryffindors in the direction he had thought they Death Eaters were headed, and gradually they came upon a hallway obstructed by dueling witches and wizards. There were already several Aurors there, and the DA members rushed in without hesitation. The Aurors definitely needed the help. There were a good many Death Eaters here, and they had been severely outnumbered. Not really in the mood to consider dueling etiquette, he stupefied a Death Eaters whose back was turned. The others seemed to be holding their own, except for Parvati, who was slumped against a wall. At that moment, several more Auror members arrived and they finally had the numbers to beat the Death Eaters. Suddenly, through the dueling witches and wizards, Harry caught a flash of owned hair, and his stomach dropped. It couldn't be Malfoy couldn't be fighting with the Death Eaters. He strained to see, but if he had been there at all, Malfoy was gone now. He heard a feral growl, and turned to see Fenrir Greyback leap towards a familiar red head, his claw-like hands slashing. Bill toppled to the floor, Greyback straddling his chest and ripping and tearing at Bill with his sharp nails. Harry swung his wand around, aiming at the werewolf's back. Bill was screaming in pain and fear as Harry's curse hit its mark and Greyback slumped forward onto the redhead. There was no time for Harry to check on Bill. He was immediately attacked by another Death Eater. The masked man fired of a purple curse, and somewhere in the back of Harry's mind, he remembered it from the Department of Mysteries, and by instinct he cast the counter to the Pashtu Ute-cutting curse. It's taking too long. The old man's not coming. The call sounded and at once the Death Eaters stopped attacking and began simply defending themselves as they tried to leave the corridor. Several bodies remained on the floor, some Death Eaters and some not, as the battle moved towards the entrance hall. The Death Eaters escaped through the doors and onto the sweeping lawns, a dozen students and Aurors chasing after them. Harry aimed several spells at the retreating Death Eaters, but the Death Eaters had passed the gates and apparated. There was nothing more they could do. One had been stupefied, and Harry bound him in thick ropes. Turning back towards the castle, he flinched at the sight of Dark Mark, a deathly green shadow hanging above one of the towers. At the sight of it, the people on the lawns were once again spurred into action, racing back into the castle. Back in the corridor where the fight had taken place, the Aurors arrested the few remaining Death Eaters and the rest of them enervated the students and Aurors who had been taken down. No one was seriously injured except for Bill, his face and chest a mass of bright red blood where Greyback had ripped into him. Most of them then made their way to the infirmary to have their minor injuries tended to by an Auror, while Madame Pomfrey looked after Bill. At some point Mrs. Weasley arrived, crying over Bill and fussing over the rest of her children. She pulled Harry into a hug as well. "Harry dear, I'm so glad you're all right. You children, running off to fight Death Eaters," she sobbed. Harry patted her on the back, making her sob harder. Everyone stood around quietly until Bill's fiancée Fleur arrived. Leaving the Weasley family alone, Harry made his way to Gryffindor Tower, realizing that he hadn't seen Dumbledore all night. Dumbledore finally appeared around lunch the next day, at least, that's what Harry heard. Apparently he was in the hospital wing, though no one was sure what was wrong with him. Harry didn't go to see him. Bill had been taken to St. Mungo's to have his injuries cared for. No one was quite sure what would happen to him, as Greyback had not been transformed at the time. Harry muddled through his last exam, herbology. He thought he might have done quite well, despite everything. All too soon, it was the day of the leaving feast. Early in the afternoon Harry made what was to be his last trip of the school year to the Chamber of Secrets. Descending into the library, he called Salazar's name and then walked over to the huge bay window, taking a few moments to admire the magnificent view of the canyon below before he drew the curtains all the way across. Sauls was waiting for him on the lounge when he walked back over, and he picked him up on the way out of the library. In the Basilisk's chamber, Harry set about fulfilling his main purpose for the visit to the chamber. Pulling several vials from his bag, he filled one with blood, a small one with a bit of venom, and one with small scales. Packing them safely into his bag where they wouldn't break, and assuring Sauls that the basilisk really had never been his pet, he left the chamber and made his way to the leaving feast. After the feast, Harry departed the hall alone and headed to the hospital wing. To his surprise, he saw Snape seated in his bed, his lank hair falling in his face as he marked what appeared to be an exam. Harry stopped short, relief flooding through him. "Mr. Potter," said Snape dryly, looking up from the exam, his red quill hanging ominously over it. Harry wasn't sure what to say. He had not been expecting Snape to be awake. Sir." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Is there a reason you are here, or have you simply come to gawk?" "I came to see if you were awake yet." "Well, as you can clearly see, I am." Harry shuffled his feet. "Are you going to be all right?" Snape shuffled the papers on his lap, bringing a new exam to the top. Apparently so. Harry nodded. Well, that's good. Indeed. Snape gave a small scowl in Harry's direction. I am told I have you to thank. Harry shrugged. And Malfoy. A troubled look passed over Snape's face. Yes, so I have heard, he murmured. Malfoy's been acting weird. The troubled look deepened, before Snape calmed his face into the usual smooth mask. I am sure it is nothing of concern. Harry, however, wasn't so sure. He had yet to see the Slytherin since the Death Eaters had attacked the castle, but he knew he was around. The question he wanted answered was whether Malfoy had been in the corridor that night. Harry rocked on his toes, feeling awkward. Well, good night, sir. Snape didn't reply, and Harry left, still feeling awkward. Tonks was walking the opposite direction up the corridor to him when he left the infirmary, and he stopped her briefly to get the map back. She handed it over without a comment, giving him a small smile. You know, Harry, I really don't like being on such bad terms with you, and Ron and Hermione are quite upset about everything that's gone on. I would be if I were them, replied Harry shortly. He too didn't like being on bad terms with Tonks, as they had always gotten on well, or with Ron and Hermione, but he had had it with people lying to him. He continued on, and by chance he came across Malfoy, as he was leaving the library. Malfoy, he called, and the Slytherin paused for a split second before continuing on his way. Harry caught up with him and leaned close. I saw you that night. You were there, weren't you? I've no idea what you're talking about, Potter, snapped the Slytherin. You were with the Death Eaters. Did you know there was going to be an attack? Malfoy favored him with a sneer. Do you think I would tell you if I did? I think you're making a mistake, Malfoy. You're making bad decisions that are going to lead you nowhere. Stop trying to dictate my life. I've had enough of it from you, from everyone. My choices are my choices and no one else's. I told you our association had come to an end, so stop seeking me out. With that, Malfoy sped up, almost running, and left Harry behind. The next morning, Harry took an early morning walk around the lake before it was time to leave. As he was on the home stretch, he came across Dumbledore, who was staring with a troubled expression out over the lake, one hand caressing a golden locket. The piece of jewelry reminded Harry of the pendant. Professor, I was wondering if you had finished with my locket. I'd really like it back before the holidays. Harry wasn't particularly hopeful that he would get it back, and Dumbledore gave the expected answer. The headmaster looked surprised to see Harry there, as if he hadn't heard him coming, but he answered immediately. I'm afraid not, Harry. It seems to have some very old and complex magic on it, and I have not yet had the time to unravel it and inspect it. I cannot seem to figure out quite how it works. Harry felt smug that Dumbledore had not yet managed how to work the pendant, and sincerely hoped he didn't ever, because if he did there was little chance Harry would get it back at all. As it was, he knew he would not need it over the holidays, but he still wanted it back. It was important to him. Saying goodbye to Dumbledore, who wished him a good holidays and promised to be in touch before returning to staring with a troubled expression out over the lake, Harry returned to the castle to collect his trunk. Students were already starting to assemble near the thestral-drawn carriages when he came to the huge doors that led into the entrance hall. A half-hour later at the Hogsmeade train station, Harry said goodbye to his friends and found a seat in an empty compartment, but it soon filled up with some giggling soon-to-be second years. Trying to ignore them, Harry spent the train journey reflecting on the year that had passed, feeling that there had been more downs than ups. He was still at odds with Ron and Hermione. He missed them greatly, he had to admit it, and he wasn't all that angry at them anymore, but he just couldn't seem to bring himself to talk to them again. Malfoy was an even bigger problem. He had thought he might have been getting through to the Slytherin, that they might have even been becoming friends, but then Snape had been found out and Malfoy had completely changed, becoming moody and aggressive. And still he was weighed down by the prophecy. Dumbledore had said nothing about it the entire year, and yet he expected Harry to defeat Voldemort. And there was something going on with Dumbledore, his hand, the way he seemed so weary lately. Harry thoroughly depressed himself on the train ride to King's Cross Station, and his bad mood was worsened when Uncle Vernon was late, and he had to wait around on the platform with Tonks and Owens hovering around in the background. Vernon finally appeared, scowling darkly around until his piggy eyes landed on Harry. His uncle turned away with a grunt and Harry followed, lugging his trunk and Hedwig behind him. The car was parked a fair way away, but his uncle didn't offer to help with Harry's luggage, not that he expected it. They finally arrived at the car and Harry hauled his things into the trunk, and took Hedwig's cage with him, setting it at his feet in the car. "Just think, boy," said Vernon nastily, speaking to him for the first time. "This is the last time we'll be stuck with you. After this, we never have to see you again." "Can't wait," replied Harry dryly, and Vernon gave a nasty chuckle, pulling out of the parking lot. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.